a separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Introduction. 10 years ago I had the fortune of meeting a Yaqui Indian from northwestern Mexico. I call him Don Juan. In Spanish, Don is an appellative used to denote respect. I made Don Juan's acquaintance under the most fortuitous circumstances. I had been sitting with Bill, a friend of mine, in a bus depot in a border town in Arizona. We were very quiet. In the late afternoon, the summer heat seemed unbearable. Suddenly he leaned over and tapped me on the shoulder. "There is the man I told you about," he said in a low voice. He nodded casually toward the entrance. An old man had just walked in. "What did you tell me about him?" I asked. "He is the Indian that knows about peyote. Remember?" I remembered that Bill and I had once driven all day looking for the house of an eccentric Mexican Indian who lived in the area. We did not find the man's house, and I had the feeling that the Indians whom we had asked for directions had deliberately misled us. Bill had told me that the man was a person who gathers and sells medicinal herbs, and that he knew a great deal about the hallucinogenic cactus, peyote. He had also said that it would be worth my while to meet him. Bill was my guide in the Southwest while I was collecting information and specimens of medicinal plants used by the Indians of the area. Bill got up and went to greet the man. The Indian was of medium height. His hair was white and short, and grew a bit over his ears, accentuating the roundness of his head. He was very dark. The deep wrinkles in his face gave him the appearance of age, yet his body seemed to be strong and fit. I watched him for a moment. He moved around with a nimbleness that I would have thought impossible for an old man. Bill signaled me to join them. "He is a nice guy," Bill said to me, "but I cannot understand him. His Spanish is weird, full of rural colloquialisms, I suppose." The old man looked at Bill and smiled. And Bill, who speaks only a few words of Spanish, made up an absurd phrase in that language. He looked at me as if asking whether he was making sense, but I did not know what he had had in mind. He then smiled shyly and walked away. The old man looked at me and began laughing. I explained to him that my friend sometimes forgot that he did not speak Spanish. "I think he also forgot to introduce us," I said, and I told him my name. "And I am Juan Matus, at your service," he said. We shook hands and remained quiet for some time. I broke the silence and told him about my enterprise. I told him that I was looking for any kind of information on plants, especially peyote. I talked compulsively for a long time, and although I was almost totally ignorant on the subject, I said I knew a great deal about peyote. I thought that if I boasted about my knowledge he would become interested in talking to me. But he did not say anything. He listened patiently. Then he nodded slowly and peered at me. His eyes seemed to shine with a light of their own. I avoided his gaze. I felt embarrassed. I had the certainty that at that moment he knew I was talking nonsense. "Come to my house sometime," he finally said, taking his eyes away from me, "Perhaps we could talk there with more ease." I did not know what else to say. I felt uneasy. After a while Bill came back into the room. He recognized my discomfort and did not say a word. We sat in tight silence for some time. Then the old man got up. His bus had come. He said goodbye. "It did not go too well, did it?" Bill asked. "No." "Did you ask him about plants?" "I did. But I think I goofed. I told you, he is very eccentric. The Indians around here know him, yet they never mention him. And that is something. He said I could come to his house, though. He was bullshitting you. Sure, you can go to his house, but what does it mean? He will never tell you anything. If you ever ask him anything, he will clam up as if you were an idiot talking nonsense. Bill said convincingly that he had encountered people like him before, people who gave the impression of knowing a great deal. In his judgment, he said, such people were not worth the trouble, because sooner or later one could obtain the same information from someone else who did not play hard to get. He said that he had neither patience nor time for old fogies, and that it was possible that the old man was only presenting himself as being knowledgeable about herbs, when in reality he knew as little as the next man. Bill went on talking, but I was not listening. My mind kept on wondering about the old Indian. He knew I had been bluffing. I remembered his eyes. They had actually shone. I went back to see him a couple of months later, not so much as a student of anthropology interested in medicinal plants but as a person with an inexplicable curiosity. The way he had looked at me was an unprecedented event in my life. I wanted to know what was involved in that look. It became almost an obsession with me. I pondered it, and the more I thought about it, the more unusual it seemed to be. Don Juan and I became friends, and for a year one paid innumerable visits. I found his manner very reassuring, his sense of humor superb, but above all I felt there a silent consistency about his acts, a consistency which was thoroughly baffling to me. I felt a strange delight in his presence, and at the same time I experienced a strange discomfort. His mere company forced me to make a tremendous re-evaluation of my models of behavior. I had been reared, perhaps like everyone else, to have a readiness to accept man as an essentially weak and fallible creature. What impressed me about Don Juan was the fact that he did not make a point of being weak and helpless, and just being around him ensured an unfavorable comparison between his way of behaving and mine. Perhaps one of the most impressive statements he made to me at that time was concerned with our inherent difference. Prior to one of my visits I had been feeling quite unhappy about the total course of my life and about a number of pressing personal conflicts that I had. When I arrived at his house I felt moody and nervous. We were talking about my interest in knowledge, but, as usual, we were on two different tracks. I was referring to academic knowledge that transcends experience, while he was talking about direct knowledge of time world. "Do you know anything about the world around you?" he asked. "I know all kinds of things," I said. I mean, do you ever feel the world around you? I feel as much of the world around me as I can. That is not enough. You must feel everything, otherwise the world loses its sense. I voiced the classical argument that I did not have to taste the soup in order to know the recipe, nor did I have to get an electric shock in order to know about electricity. You make it sound stupid, he said. The way I see it, you want to cling to your arguments, despite the fact that they bring nothing to you. You want to remain the same even at the cost of your well-being. I do not know what you are talking about. I am talking about the fact that you are not complete. You have no peace. That statement annoyed me. I felt offended. I thought he was certainly not qualified to pass judgment on my acts or my personality. You are plagued with problems, he said. Why? I am only a man, Don Juan, I said peevishly. I made that statement in the same vein my father used to make it. Whenever he said he was only a man, he implicitly meant he was weak and helpless, and his statement, like mine, was filled with an ultimate sense of despair. Don Juan peered at me as he had done the first day we met. You think about yourself too much, he said and smiled, and that gives you a strange fatigue that makes you shut off the world around you and cling to your arguments. Therefore, all you have is problems. I am only a man too, but I do not mean that the way you do. How do you mean it? I have vanquished my problems. Too bad my life is so short that I cannot grab onto all the things I would like to. But that is not an issue, it is only a pity. I liked the tone of his statement. There was no despair or self-pity in it. In 1961, a year after our first meeting, Don Juan disclosed to me that he had a secret knowledge of medicinal plants. He told me he was a brujo. The Spanish word brujo can be rendered in English as sorcerer, medicine man, curer. From that point on, the relation between us changed. I became his apprentice, and for the next 4 years he endeavored to teach me the mysteries of sorcery. I have written about that apprenticeship in the teachings of Don Juan, a Yaqui way of knowledge. Our conversations were conducted in Spanish, and thanks to Don Juan's superb command of that language I obtained detailed explanations of the intricate means of his system of beliefs. I have referred to that complex and well-systematized body of knowledge as sorcery. Have referred to him as a sorcerer because those categories he himself used in informal conversations. The context of more serious elucidations, however, he could use the terms knowledge to categorize sorcery and man of knowledge, or one who knows, to categorize a sorcerer. In order to teach and corroborate his knowledge, Don Juan 3 well-known psychotropic plants, peyote, Lophophora, jimson weed, Datra enoxia, and a species of mushroom which belongs to the genus Psilocybe. Through the separate ingestion of each of these hallucinogens he produced in me, as his apprentice, some peculiar states of distorted perception, or altered consciousness, which I have called states of non-ordinary reality. I have used the word reality because it was a major premise in Don Juan's system of beliefs that the states of consciousness produced by the ingestion of any of those three plants were not hallucinations, but concrete, although non-ordinary, aspects of the reality of everyday life. Don Juan behaved toward these states of non-ordinary reality not as if they were real but as real. To classify these plants as hallucinogens and the states they produced as non-ordinary reality is, of course, my own device. Don Juan understood and explained the plants as being vehicles that would conduct or lead a man to certain impersonal forces or powers, and the states they produced as being the meetings that a sorcerer had to have with those powers in order to gain control over them. He called peyote mescalito, and he explained it as being a benevolent teacher and protector of men. Mescalito taught the right way to live. Peyote was usually ingested at gatherings of sorcerers called matotes, where the participants would gather specifically to seek a lesson on the right way to live. Don Juan considered the gems and weed and the mushrooms to be powers of a different sort. He called them allies and said that they were capable of being manipulated. A sorcerer, in fact, drew his strength from manipulating an ally. Of the two, Don Juan preferred the mushroom. He maintained that the power contained in the mushroom was his personal ally, and he called it smoke or little smoke. Don Juan's procedure to utilize the mushrooms was to let them dry into a fine powder inside a small gourd. He kept the gourd sealed for a year and then mixed the fine powder with 5 other dry plants and produced a mixture for smoking in a pipe. In order to become a man of knowledge, one had to meet with the ally as many times as possible. One had to become familiar with it. This premise implied, of course, that one had to smoke the hallucinogenic mixture quite often. The process of smoking consisted of ingesting the fine mushroom powder, which did not incinerate, and inhaling the smoke of the other 5 plants that made up the mixture. Don Juan explained the profound effects that the mushrooms had on one's perceptual capacities as the ally removing one's body. Don Juan's method of teaching required an extraordinary effort on the part of the apprentice. In fact, the degree of participation and involvement needed was so strenuous that by the end of 1965 I had to withdraw from the apprenticeship. I can say now, with the perspective of the 5 years that have elapsed, that at that time Don Juan's teachings had begun to pose a serious threat to my idea of the world. I had begun to lose the certainty, which all of us have, that the reality of everyday life is something we can take for granted. At the time of my withdrawal, I was convinced that my decision was final. I did not want to see Don Juan ever again. However, in April of 1968 an early copy of my book was made available to me, and I felt compelled to show it to him. I paid him a visit. Our link of teacher-apprentice was mysteriously re-established, and I can say that on that occasion I began a second cycle of apprenticeship, very different from the first. My fear was not as acute as it had been in the past. The total mood of Don Juan's teachings was more relaxed. He laughed and also made me laugh a great deal. There seemed to be a deliberate intent on his part to minimize seriousness in general. He clowned during the truly crucial moments of this second cycle, and thus helped me to overcome experiences which could easily have become obsessive. His premise was that a light and amenable disposition was needed in order to withstand the impact and the strangeness of the knowledge he was teaching me. The reason you got scared and quit is because you felt too damn important, he said, explaining my previous withdrawal. Feeling important makes one heavy, clumsy, and vain. To be a man of knowledge one needs to be light and fluid. Don Juan's particular interest in his second cycle of apprenticeship was to teach me to see. Apparently in his system of knowledge there was the possibility of making a semantic difference between seeing and looking as two distinct manners of perceiving. Looking referred to the ordinary way in which we are accustomed to perceive the world, while seeing entailed a very complex process by virtue of which a man of knowledge allegedly perceives the essence of the things of the world. In order to present the intricacies of this learning process in a readable form, I have condensed long passages of questions and answers, and thus I have edited my original field notes. It is my belief, however, that at this point my presentation cannot possibly detract from the meaning of Don Juan's teachings. The editing was aimed at making my notes flow, as conversation flows, so they would have the impact I desired. That is to say, I wanted by means of a reportage to communicate to the reader the drama and directness of the field situation. Each section I have set as a chapter was a session with Don Juan. As a rule, he always concluded each of our sessions on an abrupt note, thus the dramatic tone of the ending of each chapter is not a literary device of my own, it was a device proper of Don Juan's oral tradition. It seemed to be a mnemonic device that helped me to retain the dramatic quality and importance of the lessons. Certain explanations are needed, however, to make my reportage cogent, since its clarity depends on the elucidation of a number of key concepts or key units that I want to emphasize. This choice of emphasis is congruous with my interest in social science. It is perfectly possible that another person with a different set of goals and expectations would single out concepts entirely different from those I have chosen myself. During the second cycle of apprenticeship, Don Juan made a point of assuring me that the use of the smoking mixture was the indispensable prerequisite to seeing. Therefore I had to use it as often as possible. Only the smoke can give you the necessary speed to catch a glimpse of that fleeting world, he said. With the aid of the psychotropic mixture, he produced in me a series of states of non-ordinary reality. The main feature of such states, in relation to what Don Juan seemed to be doing, was a condition of inapplicability. What I perceived in those states of altered consciousness was incomprehensible and impossible to interpret by means of our everyday mode of understanding the world. In other words, the condition of inapplicability entailed the cessation of the pertinence of my worldview. Don Juan used this condition of inapplicability of the states of non-ordinary reality in order to introduce a series of preconceived, new, units of meaning. Units of meaning were all the single elements pertinent to the knowledge Don Juan was striving to teach me. I have called them units of meaning because they were the basic conglomerate of sensory data and their interpretations on which more complex meaning was constructed. One example of such a unit is the way in which the physiological effect of the psychotropic mixture was understood. It produced a numbness and loss of motor control that was interpreted in Don Juan's system as an act performed by the smoke, which in this case was the ally, in order to remove the body of the practitioner. Units of meaning were grouped together in a specific way, and each block thus created formed what I have called a sensible interpretation. Obviously there has to be an endless number of possible sensible interpretations that are pertinent to sorcery that a sorcerer must learn to make. In our day-to-day life we are confronted with an endless number of sensible interpretations pertinent to it. A simple example could be the no longer deliberate interpretation, which we make scores of times every day, of the structure we call room. It is obvious that we have learned to interpret the structure we call room in terms of room. Thus room is a sensible interpretation because it requires that at the time we make it we are cognizant, in one way or another, of all the elements that enter into its composition. A system of sensible interpretation is, in other words, the process by virtue of which a practitioner is cognizant of all the units of meaning necessary to make assumptions, deductions, predictions, etc. about all the situations pertinent to his activity. By practitioner I mean a participant who has an adequate knowledge of all, or nearly all, the units of meaning involved in his particular system of sensible interpretation. Don Juan was a practitioner, that is, he was a sorcerer who knew all the steps of his sorcery. As a practitioner he attempted to make his system of sensible interpretation accessible to me. Such an accessibility, in this case, was equivalent to a process of resocialization in which new ways of interpreting perceptual data were learned. I was the stranger, the one who lacked the capacity to make intelligent and congruous interpretations of the units of meaning proper to sorcery. Don Juan's task, as a practitioner making his system accessible to me, was to disarrange a particular certainty which I share with everyone else, the certainty that our common sense views of the world are final. Through the use of psychotropic plants, and through well-directed contacts between the alien system and myself, he succeeded in pointing out to me that my view of the world cannot be final because it is only an interpretation. For the American Indian, perhaps for thousands of years, the vague phenomenon we call sorcery has been a serious bona fide practice, comparable to that of our science. Our difficulty in understanding it stems, no doubt, from the alien units of meaning with which it deals. Don Juan had once told me that a man of knowledge had predilections. I asked him to explain his statement. My predilection is to see, he said. What do you mean by that? I like to see, he said, because only by seeing can a man of knowledge know. What kind of things do you see? Everything. But I also see everything and I am not a man of knowledge. No. You do not see. I think I do. I tell you, you do not. What makes you say that, Don Juan? You only look at the surface of things. Do you mean that every man of knowledge actually sees through everything he looks at? No. That is not what I mean. I said that a man of knowledge has his own predilections. Mine is just to see and to know. Others do other things. What other things, for example? Take Sasatika. He is a man of knowledge, and his predilection is dancing. So he dances and knows. Is the predilection of a man of knowledge something he does in order to know? Yes, that is correct. But how could dancing help Sasatika to know? One can say that Sasatika dances with all he has. Does he dance like I dance? I mean like dancing? Let us say that he dances like I see, and not like you may dance. Does he also see the way you see? Yes, but he also dances. How does Sasatika dance? It is hard to explain that. It is a peculiar way of dancing he does when he wants to know. But all I can say about it is that, unless you understand the ways of a man who knows, it is impossible to talk about dancing or seeing. Have you seen him doing his dancing? Yes. However, it is not possible for everyone who looks at his dancing to see that it is his peculiar way of knowing. I knew Sasatika, or at least I knew who he was. We had met and once I had bought him a beer. He was very polite and told me I should feel free to stop at his house any time I wanted to. I toyed for a long time with the idea of visiting him, but I did not tell Don Juan. On the afternoon of May 14, 1962, I drove up to Sasatika's house. He had given me directions how to get there and I had no trouble finding it. It was on a corner and had a fence all around it. The gate was closed. I walked around it to see if I could peek inside the house. It appeared to be deserted. Don Elias, I called out loud. The chickens got frightened and scattered about, cackling furiously. A small dog came to the fence. I expected it to bark at me. Instead, it just sat there looking at me. I called out once again and the chickens had another burst of cackling. An old woman came out of the house. I asked her to call Don Elias. He is not here, she said. Where can I find him? He is in the fields. Where in the fields? I do not know. Come back in the late afternoon. He'll be here around 5. Are you Don Elias' wife? Yes, I am his wife, she said and smiled. I tried to ask her about Sasatika, but she excused herself and said that she did not speak Spanish well. I got into my car and drove away. I returned to the house around 6 o'clock. I drove to the door and yelled Sasatika's name. This time he came out of the house. I turned on my tape recorder, which in its brown leather case looked like a camera hanging from my shoulder. He seemed to recognize me. "Oh, it is you," he said, smiling. "How is Juan?" "He is fine. But how are you, Don Elias?" He did not answer. He seemed to be nervous. Overtly he was very composed, but I felt that he was ill at ease. Has Juan sent you here on some sort of errand? No. I came here by myself. What in the world for? His question seemed to betray very bona fide surprise. I just wanted to talk to you, I said, hoping to sound as casual as possible. Don Juan has told me marvelous things about you, and I got curious and wanted to ask you a few questions. CC02 was standing in front of me. His body was lean and wiry. He was wearing khaki pants and shirt. His eyes were half closed. He seemed to be sleepy or perhaps drunk. His mouth was open a bit and his lower lip hung. I noticed that he was breathing deeply and seemed to be almost snoring. The thought came to me that CC02 was undoubtedly plastered out of his mind. But that thought seemed to be very incongruous because only a few minutes before, when he came out of his house, he had been very alert and aware of my presence. "What do you want to talk about?" he finally said. His voice was tired. It was as though his words dragged after each other. I felt very uneasy. It was as if his tiredness was contagious and pulling me. "Nothing in particular," I answered. "I just came to chat with you in a friendly way. You once asked me to come to your house." "Yes, I did, but it is not the same now." "Why is it not the same? Do you not talk with Juan?" "Yes, I do." "Then what do you want with me?" "I thought maybe I could ask you some questions." "Ask Juan. Is he not teaching you?" "He is, but just the same I would like to ask you about what he is teaching me, and have your opinion. This way I will be able to know what to do." "Why do you want to do that? Do you not trust Juan?" "I do." "Then why do you not ask him to tell you what you want to know?" "I do. And he tells me. But if you could also tell me about what Don Juan is teaching me, perhaps I will understand better." "Juan can tell you everything. He alone can do that. Do you not understand that?" "I do, but then I would like to talk with people like you, Don Elias. One does not find a man of knowledge every day." "Juan is a man of knowledge." "I know that." "Then why are you talking to me?" "I said I came to be friends." "No, you did not. There is something else about you this time." I wanted to explain myself and all I could do was mumble incoherently. CC02 did not say anything. He seemed to listen attentively. His eyes were half closed again, but I felt he was peering at me. He nodded almost imperceptibly. Then his lids opened and I saw his eyes. He seemed to be looking past me. He casually tapped the floor with the tip of his right foot, just behind his left heel. His legs were slightly arched, his arms were limp against his sides. Then he lifted his right arm. His hand was open with the palm turned perpendicular to the ground, his fingers were extended and pointing toward me. He let his hand wobble a couple of times before he brought it to my face level. He held it in that position for an instant and then he said a few words to me. His voice was very clear, yet the words dragged. After a moment he dropped his hand to his side and remained motionless. taking a strange position. He was standing, resting on the ball of his left foot. His right foot was crossed behind the heel of the left foot and he was tapping the floor rhythmically and gently with the tip of his right foot. I felt an unwarranted apprehension, a form of restlessness. My thoughts seemed to be dissociated. I was thinking unrelated nonsensical thoughts that had nothing to do with what was going on. I noticed my discomfort and tried to steer my thoughts back to the situation at hand. But I could not in spite of a great struggle. It was as if some force was keeping me from concentrating or thinking relevant thoughts. CC02 had not said a word, and I did not know what else to say or do. Quite automatically, I turned around and left. Later on I felt compelled to tell Don Juan about my encounter with CC02. Don Juan roared with laughter. What really took place there? I asked. CC02 danced. Don Juan said, he saw you, then he danced. What did he do to me? I felt very cold and dizzy. He apparently did not like you and stopped you by tossing a word at you. How could he possibly do that? I exclaimed incredulously. Very simple, he stopped you with his will. What did you say? He stopped you with his will. The explanation did not suffice. His statements sounded like gibberish to me. I tried to probe him further, but he could not explain the event to my satisfaction. Obviously that event or any event that occurred within this alien system of sensible interpretation could be explained or understood only in terms of the units of meaning proper to that system. This work is, therefore, a reportage and should be read as a reportage. The system I recorded was incomprehensible to me. Thus the pretense to anything other than reporting about it would be misleading and impertinent. In this respect I have adopted the phenomenological method and have striven to deal with sorcery solely as phenomena that were presented to me. I, as the perceiver, recorded what I perceived, and at the moment of recording I endeavored to suspend judgment. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 1, Chapter 01. April 2.1968. Don Juan looked at me for a moment and did not seem at all surprised to see me, even though it had been more than 2 years since I last visited him. He put his hand on my shoulder and smiled gently and said that I looked different, that I was getting fat and soft. I had brought him a copy of my book. Without any preliminaries I took it out of my briefcase and handed it to him. It is a book about you, Don Juan, I said. He took it and flipped through the pages as if they were a deck of cards. He liked the green color on the dust jacket and the height of the book. He felt the cover with his palms, turned it around a couple of times, and then handed it back to me. I felt a great surge of pride. I want you to keep it, I said. He shook his head with a silent laugh. I better not, he said, and then added with a broad, you know what we do with paper in Mexico. I laughed. I thought his touch of irony was beautiful. We were sitting on the bench in the park of a small town in the mountainous area of central Mexico. I had absolutely no way of letting him know about my intention of paying him a visit, but I was certain I was going to find him, and I did. I waited only a short while in the town before Don Juan came down from the mountains, and I found him at the market, at the stand of one of his friends. Don Juan told me, matter-of-factually, that I was there just in time to take him back to Sonora, and we sat in the park to wait for a friend of his, a Mazatec Indian with whom he lived. We waited about 3 hours. We talked about different unimportant things, and toward the end of the day, right before his friend came, I related to him some events I had witnessed a few days before. During my trip to see him, my car broke down in the outskirts of a city and I had to stay in town for 3 days while it was being repaired. There was a motel across the street from the auto shop, but the outskirts of towns are always depressing for me, so I took lodgings in a modern 8-story hotel in the center of town. The bellboy told me that the hotel had a restaurant, and when I came down to eat I found that there were tables out on the sidewalk. It was a rather handsome arrangement set on the street corner under some low brick arches of modern lines. It was cool outside and there were empty tables, yet I preferred to sit in the stuffy indoors. I had noticed upon entering that a group of shoeshine boys were sitting on the curb in front of the restaurant, and I was certain they would have hounded me had I taken one of the outside tables. From where I was seated I could see the group of boys through the glass window. A couple of young men took a table and the boys flocked around them, asking to shine their shoes. The young men refused and I was amazed to see that the boys did not insist and went back to sit on the curb. After a while 3 men in business suits got up and left and the boys ran to their table and began eating the leftovers. In a matter of seconds the plates were clean. The same thing happened with leftovers on all the other tables. I noticed that the children were quite orderly. If they spilled water they sponged it up with their own shoeshine cloths. I also noticed the thoroughness of their scavenging procedures. They even ate the ice cubes left in the glasses of water and the lemon slices from the tea, peel and all. There was absolutely nothing that they wasted. In the course of the time I stayed in the hotel I found out that there was an agreement between the children and the manager of the restaurant. The boys were allowed to hang around the premises to make some money from the customers and were also allowed to eat the leftovers, provided that they did not harass anybody and did not break anything. There were 11 in all, ranging in age from 5 to 12. The oldest, however, was kept a distance from the rest of the group. They deliberately ostracized him, taunting him with a sing-song that he already had pubic hair and was too old to be among them. After 3 days of watching them go like vultures after the most meager of leftovers I became despondent, and I left that city feeling that there was no hope for those children whose world was already molded by their day-after-day struggle for crumbs. "Do you feel sorry for them?" Don Juan exclaimed in a questioning tone. "I certainly do," I said. "Why?" because I am concerned with the well-being of my fellow men. Those are children and their world is ugly and cheap. Wait. How can you say that their world is ugly and cheap? Don Juan said, mocking my statement. You think that you are better off, do you not? I said I did, and he asked me why, and I told him that in comparison to those children's world, mine was infinitely more varied and rich in experiences and in opportunities for personal satisfaction and development. Don Juan's laughter was friendly and genuine. He said that I was not careful with what I was saying, that I had no way of knowing about the richness and the opportunities in the world of those children. I thought Don Juan was being stubborn. I really thought he was taking the opposite view just to annoy me. I sincerely believed that those children did not have the slightest chance for any intellectual growth. I argued my point for a while longer and then Don Juan asked me bluntly, did you not once tell me that in your opinion man's greatest accomplishment was to become a man of knowledge? I had said that, and I repeated again that in my opinion to become a man of knowledge was one of the greatest intellectual accomplishments. Do you think that your very rich world would ever help you to become a man of knowledge? Don Juan asked with slight sarcasm. I did not answer and he then worded the same question in a different manner, a thing I always do to him when I think he does not understand. In other words, he said, smiling broadly, obviously aware that I was cognizant of his ploy, can your freedom and opportunities help you to become a man of knowledge? No, I said emphatically. Then how could you feel sorry for those children? He said seriously, any of them could become a man of knowledge. All the men of knowledge I know were kids like those you saw eating leftovers and licking the tables. Don Juan's argument gave me an uncomfortable sensation. I had not felt sorry for those underprivileged children because they did not have enough to eat, but because in my terms their world had already condemned them to be intellectually inadequate. And yet in Don Juan's terms any of them could achieve what I believed to be the epitome of man's intellectual accomplishment, the goal of becoming a man of knowledge. My reason for pitying them was incongruous. Don Juan had nailed me neatly. Perhaps you are right, I said, but how can one avoid the desire, the genuine desire, to help our fellow men? How do you think one can help them? By alleviating their burden. The least one can do for our fellow men is to try to change them. You yourself are involved in doing that. Are you not? No. I am not. I do not know what to change or why to change anything in my fellow men. What about me, Don Juan? Were you not teaching me so I could change? No. I am not trying to change you. It may happen that one day you may become a man of knowledge. There is no way to know that, but that will not change you. Someday perhaps you will be able to see men in another mode, and then you will realize that there is no way to change anything about them. What is this other mode of seeing men, Don Juan? Men look different when you see. The little smoke will help you to see men as fibers of light. Fibers of light? Yes. Fibers, like white cobwebs. Very fine threads that circulate from the head to the navel. Thus a man looks like an egg of circulating fibers. And his arms and legs are like luminous bristles, bursting out in all directions. Is that the way everyone looks? Everyone. Besides, every man is in touch with everything else, not through his hands, though, but through a bunch of long fibers that shoot out from the center of his abdomen. Those fibers join a man to his surroundings, they keep his balance, they give him stability. So, as you may see someday, a man is a luminous egg whether he is a beggar or a king, and there is no way to change anything, or rather, what could be changed in that luminous egg? What? A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 1, Chapter 02. My visit to Don Juan started a new cycle. I had no trouble falling back again into my old pattern of enjoying his sense of drama and his humor and his patience with me. I definitely felt that I had to visit him more often. Not to see Don Juan was indeed a great loss for me. Besides, I had something of particular interest that I wanted to discuss with him. After I had finished the book about his teachings, I began to re-examine the field notes I had not used. I had discarded a great deal of data because my emphasis had been on the states of non-ordinary reality. Rehashing my old notes, I had come to the conclusion that a skillful sorcerer could bring forth the most specialized range of perception in his apprentice by simply manipulating social cues. My whole argument about the nature of these manipulatory procedures rested on the assumption that a leader was needed to bring forth the necessary range of perception. I took as a specific test case the sorcerer's peyote meetings. I contended that in those meetings sorcerers reached an agreement about the nature of reality without any overt exchange of words or signs, and my conclusion was that a very sophisticated code was employed by the participants to arrive at such an agreement. I had constructed a complex system to explain the code and procedures. So I went back to see Don Juan to ask his personal opinion and advice about my work. May 21, 1968. Nothing out of the ordinary happened during my trip to see Don Juan. The temperature in the desert was over 100 degrees and was quite uncomfortable. The heat subsided in the late afternoon, and by the time I arrived at his house, in the early evening, there was a cool breeze. I was not very tired, so we sat in his room and talked. I felt comfortable and relaxed, and we talked for hours. It was not a conversation that I would have liked to record. I was not really trying to make great sense or trying to draw great meaning. We talked about the weather, the crops, his grandson, the Yaqui Indians, the Mexican government. I told Don Juan how much I enjoyed the exquisite sensation of talking in the dark. He said that my statement was consistent with my talkative nature. That it was easy for me to like chattering in the darkness because talking was the only thing I could do at that time, while sitting around. I argued that it was more than the mere act of talking that I enjoyed. I said that I relished the soothing warmth of the darkness around us. He asked me what I did at home when it was dark. I said that invariably I would turn on the lights or I would go out into the lighted streets until it was time to go to sleep. "Oh," he said incredulously, "I thought you had learned to use the darkness." "What can you use it for?" I asked. He said the darkness, and he called it the darkness of the day, was the best time to see. He stressed the word see with a peculiar inflection. I wanted to know what he meant by that, but he said it was too late to go into it then. May 22, 1968. As soon as I woke up in the morning, and without any preliminaries, I told Don Juan that I had constructed a system to explain what took place at a peyote meeting, a mitote. I took my notes and read to him what I had done. He listened patiently while I struggled to elucidate my schemata. I said that I believed a covert leader was necessary in order to cue the participants so they could arrive at any pertinent agreement. I pointed out that people attend a mitote to seek the presence of Mescalito and his lessons about the right way to live, and that those persons never exchange a word or a gesture among them, yet they agree about the presence of Mescalito and his specific lesson. At least that was what they purportedly did in the mitotes I had attended. They agreed that Mescalito had appeared to them individually and had given them a lesson. In my personal experience I had found that the form of the individual visit of Mescalito and his consequent lesson were strikingly homogeneous, although varying in content from person to person. I could not explain this homogeneity except as a result of a subtle and complex system of cueing. It took me close to 2 hours to read and explain to Don Juan the scheme I had constructed. I ended my talk by begging him to tell me in his own words what were the exact procedures for reaching agreement. When I had finished he frowned. I thought he must have found my explanation challenging. He appeared to be involved in deep deliberation. After a reasonable silence I asked him what he thought about my idea. My question made him suddenly turn his frown into a smile and then into roaring laughter. I tried to laugh too and asked nervously what was so funny. "You are deranged," he exclaimed. "Why should anyone be bothered with queuing at such an important time as a mitote? Do you think one ever fools around with Mescalito?" I thought for a moment that he was being evasive. He was not really answering my question. "Why should anyone queue?" Don Juan asked stubbornly. "You have been in mitotes. You should know that no one told you how to feel, or what to do, no one except Mescalito himself." I insisted that such an explanation was not possible and begged him again to tell me how the agreement was reached. "I know why you have come," Don Juan said in a mysterious tone. "I cannot help you in your endeavor because there is no system of queuing." "But how can all those persons agree about Mescalito's presence?" "They agree because they see," Don Juan said dramatically, and then added casually, "Why do you not attend another mitote and see for yourself?" I felt that was a trap. I did not say anything, but put my notes away. He did not insist. A while later he asked me to drive him to the house of one of his friends. We spent most of the day there. During the course of the conversation, his friend John asked me what had become of my interest in peyote. John had provided the peyote buttons for my first experience nearly 8 years before. I did not know what to say to him. Don Juan came to my aid and told John I was doing fine. On our way back to Don Juan's house, I felt obliged to make a comment about John's question, and I said, among other things, that I had no intention of learning any more about peyote, because it required a kind of courage I did not have, and that I had really meant it when I said I had quit. Don Juan smiled and did not say anything. I kept on talking until we got to the house. We sat on the clean area in front of the door. It was a warm, clear day, but there was enough of a breeze in the late afternoon to make it pleasant. "Why do you have to push so hard?" Don Juan said suddenly. "How many years now have you been saying that you do not want to learn anymore?" 3. Why are you so vehement about it? I feel that I am betraying you, Don Juan. I think that is why I'm always talking about it. You are not betraying me. I have failed you. I have run away. I feel I am defeated. You do what you can. Besides, you have not been defeated yet. What I have to teach you is very hard. I, for instance, found it perhaps even harder than you. But you kept at it, Don Juan. My case is different. I gave up and I have come to see you not because I want to learn, but only because I wanted to ask you to clarify a point in my work. Don Juan looked at me for a moment and then he looked away. You ought to let the smoke guide you again, he said forcefully. No, Don Juan, I cannot use your smoke anymore. I think I have exhausted myself. You have not begun. I am too afraid. So you are afraid? There is nothing new about being afraid. Do not think about your fear. Think about the wonders of seeing. I sincerely wish I could think about those wonders, but I cannot. When I think of your smoke, I feel a sort of darkness coming upon me. It is as if there were no more people on the earth, no one to turn to. Your smoke has shown me the ultimate of loneliness, Don Juan. That is not true. Take me, for example. The smoke is my ally and I do not feel such a loneliness. But you are different, you have conquered your fear. Don Juan patted me gently on the shoulder. You are not afraid, he said softly. His voice carried a strange accusation. Am I lying about my fear, Don Juan? I am not concerned with lies, he said severely. I am concerned with something else. The reason you do not want to learn is not because you are afraid. It is something else. I vehemently urged him to tell me what it was. I pleaded with him, but he did not say anything. He just shook his head as if he could not believe I did not know it. I told him that perhaps it was inertia which kept me from learning. He wanted to know the meaning of the word, inertia. I read to him from my dictionary, the tendency of matter to remain at rest if at rest, or, if moving, to keep moving in the same direction, unless affected by some outside force. Unless affected by some outside force, he repeated, that is about the best word you have found. I have told you already, only a crackpot would undertake the task of becoming a man of knowledge of his own accord. A sober-headed man has to be tricked into doing it. I am sure there must be scores of people who would gladly undertake the task, I said. Yes, but those do not count. They are usually cracked. They are like gourds that look fine from the outside and yet they would leak the minute you put pressure on them, the minute you filled them with water. I had to trick you into learning once, same way my benefactor tricked me. Otherwise you would not have learned as much as you did. Perhaps it is time to trick you again. The tricking to which he was referring was one of the most crucial points of my apprenticeship. It had taken place years before, yet in my mind it was as vivid as if it had just happened. Through very artful manipulations, Don Juan had once forced me into a direct and terrifying confrontation with a woman reputed to be a sorceress. The clash resulted in a profound animosity on her part. Don Juan exploited my fear of the woman as motivation to continue with the apprenticeship, claiming that I had to learn more about sorcery in order to protect myself against her magical onslaughts. The end results of his tricking were so convincing that I sincerely felt I had no other recourse than to learn as much as possible if I wanted to stay alive. If you are planning to scare me again with that woman, I simply will not come back anymore, I said. Don Juan's laughter was very joyous. Do not worry, he said reassuringly. Tricks with fear will not work with you anymore. You are no longer afraid. But if it is needed, you can be tricked wherever you are. You do not have to be around here for that. He put his arms behind his head and lay down to sleep. I worked on my notes until he woke up a couple of hours later. It was almost dark then. Noticing that I was writing, he sat up straight and, smiling, asked me if I had written myself out of my problem. May 23, 1968. We were talking about Oaxaca. I told Don Juan that once I had arrived in the city on a day when the market was open. A day when scores of Indians from all over the area flocked to town to sell food and all kinds of trinkets. I mentioned that I was particularly interested in a man who was selling medicinal plants. He carried a wooden kit in which he kept a number of small jars with dry, shredded plants, and he stood in the middle of the street holding one jar, yelling a very peculiar sing-song. I bring here, he would say, for fleas, flies, mosquitoes, and lice. Also for pigs, horses, goats, and cows. I have here for all the maladies of man. The mumps, the measles, rheumatism, and gout. I bring here for the heart, the liver, the stomach, and the loin. Come near, ladies and gentlemen. I bring here for fleas, flies, mosquitoes, and lice. I had listened to him for a long time. His format consisted of enumerating a long list of man's diseases for which he claimed to have a cure. The device he used to give rhythm to his sing-song was to pause after naming a set of 4. Don Juan said that he also used to sell herbs in the market in Oaxaca when he was young. He said he still remembered his selling pitch and he yelled it for me. He said that he and his friend Vicent used to make concoctions. Those concoctions were really good, Don Juan said. My friend Vicent used to make great extracts of plants. I told Don Juan that once during one of my trips to Mexico I had met his friend Vicent. Don Juan seemed to be surprised and wanted to know more about it. I was driving through Durango at that time and remembered that Don Juan had once told me I should pay a visit to his friend, who lived there. I looked for him and found him, and talked to him for a while. Before I left he gave me a sack with some plants and a series of instructions for replanting one of them. I stopped on my way to the town of Aguas Calientes. I made sure there were no people around. For at least 10 minutes I had been watching the road and surrounding areas. There had not been any houses in sight, nor cattle grazing alongside the road. I stopped on the top of a small hill. From there I could see the road ahead and behind me. It was deserted in both directions as far into the distance as I could see. I waited for a few minutes to orient myself and to remember Don Vicent's instructions. I took one of the plants, walked into a field of cacti on the east side of the road, and planted it as Don Vicent had instructed me. I had with me a bottle of mineral water with which I intended to sprinkle the plant. I tried to open it by hitting the cap with the small iron bar I had used as a digging stick, but the bottle exploded and a glass sliver nicked my upper lip and made it bleed. I walked back to my car to get another bottle of mineral water. As I was getting it out of my trunk, a man driving a VW station wagon stopped and asked me if I needed help. I said that everything was all right and he drove away. I returned to water the plant and then I started back toward my car. When I was perhaps 100 feet away I heard some voices. I hurried down a slope onto the highway and found 3 Mexicans at the car, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was sitting on the front bumper. He was perhaps in his late 30s, of medium height, with black curly hair. He was carrying a bundle on his back and was wearing old slacks and a worn-out pinkish shirt. His shoes were untied and perhaps too big for his feet. They seemed to be loose and uncomfortable. He was sweating profusely. The other man was standing about 20 feet away from the car. He was small-boned and shorter than the other man, and his hair was straight and combed backwards. He carried a smaller bundle and was older, perhaps in his late 40s. His clothes were in better condition. He had on a dark blue jacket, light blue slacks, and black shoes. He was not perspiring at all and seemed aloof, uninterested. The woman appeared to be also in her 40s. She was fat and had a very dark complexion. She wore black capri, a white sweater, and black, pointed shoes. She did not carry a bundle, but was holding a portable transistor radio. She seemed to be very tired and her face was covered with beads of perspiration. When I approached them, the younger man and the woman accosted me. They wanted a ride. I told them I did not have any space in my car. I showed them that the back seat was loaded to capacity and there was really no room left. The man suggested that if I drove slow they could go perched on the back bumper, or lying across the front fender. I thought the idea was preposterous. Yet there was such an urgency in their plea that I felt very sad and ill at ease. I gave them some money for their bus fare. The younger man took the bills and thanked me, but the older man turned his back disdainfully. "I want transportation," he said. "I am not interested in money." Then he turned to me. "Cannot you give us some food or water?" he asked. I really had nothing to give them. They stood there looking at me for a moment and then they began to walk away. I got into my car and tried to start the motor. The heat was very intense and the motor seemed to be flooded. The younger man stopped when he heard the starter grinding and came back and stood behind my car ready to push it. I felt a tremendous apprehension. I was actually panting desperately. The motor finally ignited and I zoomed away. After I had finished relating this, Don Juan remained pensive for a long while. "Why have you not told me this before?" he said without looking at me. I did not know what to say. I shrugged my shoulders and told him that I never thought it was important. "It is damn important," he said. "Vicent is a first-rate sorcerer. He gave you something to plant because he had his reasons. And if you encountered 3 people who seemed to have popped out of nowhere right after you had planted it, there was a reason for that too, but only a fool like you would disregard the incident and think it was not important." He wanted to know exactly what had taken place when I paid Don Vicent the visit. I told him that I was driving across town and passed by the market. I got the idea then of looking for Don Vicent. I walked into the market and went to the section for medicinal herbs. There were 3 stands in a row, but they were run by 3 fat women. I walked to the end of the aisle and found another stand around the corner. There I saw a thin, small-boned, white-haired man. He was at that moment selling a birdcage to a woman. I waited around until he was by himself and then I asked him if he knew Vicent Medrano. He looked at me without answering. "What do you want with that Vicent Medrano?" he finally said. I told him I had come to pay him a visit on behalf of his friend, and gave him Don Juan's name. The old man looked at me for an instant and then he said he was Vicent Medrano and was at my service. He asked me to sit down. He seemed to be pleased, very relaxed, and genuinely friendly. I told him about my friendship with Don Juan. I felt that there was an immediate bond of sympathy between us. He told me he had known Don Juan since they were in their 20s. Don Vicent had only words of praise for Don Juan. Toward the end of our conversation he said in a vibrant tone, "Juan is a true man of knowledge. I myself have dwelt only briefly with plant powers. I was always interested in their curative properties. I have even collected botany books, which I sold only recently." He remained silent for a moment. He rubbed his chin a couple of times. He seemed to be searching for a proper word. "You may say that I am only a man of lyric knowledge," he said. "I am not like Juan, my Indian brother." Don Vicent was silent again for another moment. His eyes were glassy and were staring at the floor by my left side. Then he turned to me and said almost in a whisper, "Oh, how high soars my Indian brother." Don Vicente got up. It seemed that our conversation was finished. If anyone else had made a statement about an Indian brother, I would have taken it for a cheap cliché. Don Vicente's tone, however, was so sincere and his eyes were so clear that he enraptured me with the image of his Indian brother soaring so high. And I believed he meant what he had said. Lyric knowledge, my eye, Don Juan exclaimed after I had recounted the whole story. Vicente's a brujo. Why did you go to see him? I reminded him that he himself had asked me to visit Don Vicente. That is absurd, he exclaimed dramatically. I said to you, someday, when you know how to see, you should pay a visit to my friend Vicente. That is what I said. Apparently you were not listening. I argued that I could find no harm in having met Don Vicente, that I was charmed by his manners and his kindness. Don Juan shook his head from side to side and in a half-kidding tone expressed his bewilderment at what he called my baffling good luck. He said that my visiting Don Vicente was like walking into a lion's den armed with a twig. Don Juan seemed to be agitated, yet I could not see any reason for his concern. Don Vicente was a beautiful man. He seemed so frail, his strangely haunting eyes made him look almost ethereal. I asked Don Juan how a beautiful person like that could be dangerous. "You are a damn fool," he said and looked stern for a moment. "He will not cause you any harm by himself. But knowledge is power, and once a man embarks on the road of knowledge he is no longer liable for what may happen to those who come in contact with him. You should have paid him a visit when you knew enough to defend yourself, not from him, but from the power he has harnessed, which, by the way, is not his or anybody else's." Upon hearing that you were my friend, Vicente assumed that you knew how to protect yourself and then made you a gift. He apparently liked you and must have made you a great gift, and you chucked it. What a pity. May 24, 1968. I had been pestering Don Juan all day to tell me about Don Vicente's gift. I had pointed out to him in various ways that he had to consider our differences. I said that what was self-explanatory for him might be totally incomprehensible for me. "How many plants did he give you?" he finally asked. I said 4, but I actually could not remember. Then Don Juan wanted to know exactly what had taken place after I left Don Vicente and before I stopped on the side of the road. But I could not remember either. The number of plants is important and so is the order of events, he said. How can I tell you what his gift was if you do not remember what happened? I struggled unsuccessfully to visualize the sequence of events. If you would remember everything that happened, he said, I could at least tell you how you chucked your gift. Don Juan seemed to be very disturbed. He urged me impatiently to recollect, but my memory was almost a total blank. What do you think I did wrong, Don Juan? I said, just to continue the conversation. Everything. But I followed Don Vicente's instructions to the letter. So what? Do you not understand that to follow his instructions was meaningless? Why? because those instructions were designed for someone who could see, not for an idiot who got out with his life just by sheer luck. You went to see Vicent without preparation. He liked you and gave you a gift. And that gift could easily have cost you your life. But why did he give me something so serious? If he is a sorcerer, he should have known that I do not know anything. No, he could not have seen that. You look as though you know, but you do not know much really. I said I was sincerely convinced that I had never misrepresented myself, at least not deliberately. I did not mean that, he said. If you were putting on airs, Vicent could have seen through you. This is something worse than putting on airs. When I see you, you look to me as if you know a great deal, and yet I myself know that you do not. What do I seem to know, Don Juan? Secrets of power, of course, a brujo's knowledge. So when Vicent saw you, he made you a gift and you acted toward it the way a dog acts toward food when his belly is full. A dog pisses on food when he does not want to eat anymore, so other dogs will not eat it. You did that on the gift. Now we will never know what really took place. You have lost a great deal. What a waste. He was quiet for some time, then he shrugged his shoulders and smiled. It is useless to complain, he said, and yet it is so difficult not to. Gifts of power happen so rarely in one's life, they are unique and precious. Take me, for instance, nobody has ever made me such a gift. There are few people, to my knowledge, who ever had one. To waste something so unique is a shame. I see what you mean, Don Juan, I said. Is there anything I can do now to salvage the gift? He laughed and repeated several times, to salvage the gift. That sounds nice, he said. I like that. Yet there is not anything one can do to salvage your gift. May 25, 1968. Don Juan spent nearly all his time today showing me how to assemble trapping devices for small animals. We had been cutting and cleaning branches nearly all morning. There were many questions in my mind. I had to talk to him while we worked, but he had made a joke and said that of the two of us only I could move my hands and my mouth at the same time. We finally sat down to rest and I blurted out a question. What is it like to see, Don Juan? You have to learn to see in order to know that. I cannot tell you. Is it a secret I should not know? No. It is just that I cannot describe it. Why? It would not make sense to you. Try me, Don Juan. Maybe it will make sense to me. No. You must do it yourself. Once you learn, you can see every single thing in the world in a different way. Then, Don Juan, you will not see the world in the usual way anymore. I see both ways. When I want to look at the world, I see it the way you do. Then when I want to see it, I look at it the way I know and I perceive it in a different way. Do things look consistently the same every time you see them? Things do not change. You change your way of looking, that is all. I mean, Don Juan, that if you see, for instance, the same tree, does it remain the same every time you see it? No. It changes, and yet it is the same. But if the same tree changes every time you see it, your seeing may be a mere illusion." He laughed and did not answer for some time, but seemed to be thinking. Finally he said, "Whenever you look at things you do not see them. You just look at them, I suppose, to make sure that something is there. Since you are not concerned with seeing, things look very much the same every time you look at them. When you learn to see, on the other hand, a thing is never the same every time you see it, and yet it is the same. I told you, for instance, that a man is like an egg. Every time I see the same man I see an egg, yet it is not the same egg. But you will not be able to recognize anything, since nothing is the same. So what is the advantage of learning to see? You can tell things apart. You can see them for what they really are. Do I not see things as they really are? No. Your eyes have learned only to look. Take, for example, the 3 people you encountered, the 3 Mexicans. You have described them in detail, and even told me what clothes they wore. And that only proved to me that you did not see them at all. If you were capable of seeing, you would have known on the spot that they were not people. They were not people? What were they? They were not people, that is all. But that is impossible. They were just like you and me. No, they were not. I am sure of it. I asked him if they were ghosts, spirits, or the souls of dead people. His reply was that he did not know what ghosts, spirits, and souls were. I translated for him the Webster's New World Dictionary definition of the word ghosts, the supposed disembodied spirit of a dead person, conceived of as appearing to the living as a pale, shadowy apparition. And then the definition of spirit, a supernatural being, especially one thought of as a ghost, or as inhabiting a certain region, being of a certain, good or evil, character. He said they could perhaps be called spirits, although the definition I had read was not quite adequate to describe them. Are they guardians of some sort? I asked. No. They do not guard anything. Are they overseers? Are they watching over us? They are forces, neither good nor bad, just forces that a brujo learns to harness. Are they the allies, Don Juan? Yes, they are the allies of a man of knowledge. This was the first time in 8 years of our association that Don Juan had come close to defining an ally. I must have asked him to do so dozens of times. He usually disregarded my question, saying that I knew what an ally was and that it was stupid to voice what I already knew. Don Juan's direct statement about the nature of an ally was a novelty, and I was compelled to probe him. You told me the allies were in the plants, I said. In the gyms and weed and in the mushrooms. I have never told you that, he said with great conviction. You always jump to your own conclusions. But I wrote it down in my notes, Don Juan. You may write whatever you want, but do not tell me I said that. I reminded him that he had at first told me his benefactor's ally was the gyms and weed and his own ally was the little smoke, and that he had later clarified it by saying that the ally was contained in each plant, No. That is not correct, he said, frowning. My ally is the little smoke, but that does not mean that my ally is in the smoking mixture, or in the mushrooms, or in my pipe. They all have to be put together to get me to the ally, and that ally I call little smoke for reasons of my own. Don Juan said that the three people I had seen, they whom he called, those who are not people, were in reality Don Vicente's allies. I reminded him that he had established that the difference between an ally and Mescalito was that an ally could not be seen, while one could easily see Mescalito. We involved ourselves in a long discussion then. He said that he had established the idea that an ally could not be seen because an ally adopted any form. When I pointed out that he had once also said that Mescalito adopted any form, Don Juan dropped the whole conversation, saying that the seeing to which he was referring was not like ordinary looking at things, and that my confusion stemmed from my insistence on talking. Hours later Don Juan himself started back again on the topic of the allies. I had felt he was somehow annoyed by my questions, so I had not pressed him any further. He was showing me then how to make a trap for rabbits. I had to hold a long stick and bend it as far as possible so he could tie a string around the ends. The stick was fairly thin but still demanded considerable strength to bend. My head and arms were shivering with the exertion and I was nearly exhausted when he finally tied the string. We sat down and began to talk. He said it was obvious to him that I could not comprehend anything unless I talked about it, and that he did not mind my questions and was going to tell me about the allies. The ally is not in the smoke, he said. The smoke takes you to where the ally is, and when you become one with the ally you do not ever have to smoke again. From then on you can summon your ally at will and make him do anything you want. The allies are neither good nor evil, but are put to use by the sorcerers for whatever purpose they see fit. I like the little smoke as an ally because it does not demand much of me. It is constant and fair. How does an ally look to you, Don Juan? Those three people I saw, for instance, who looked like ordinary people to me, how would they look to you? They would look like ordinary people. Then how can you tell them apart from real people? Real people look like luminous eggs when you see them. Non-people always look like people. That is what I meant when I said you cannot see an ally. The allies take different forms. They look like dogs, coyotes, birds, even tumbleweeds, or anything else. The only difference is that when you see them they look just like what they are pretending to be. Everything has its own way of being when you see. Just like men look like eggs, other things look like something else, but the allies can be seen only in the form they are portraying. That form is good enough to fool the eyes, our eyes, that is. A dog is never fooled, neither is a crow. Why would they want to fool us? I think we are all clowns. We fool ourselves. The allies just take the outward appearance of whatever is around and then we take them for what they are not. It is not their fault that we have taught our eyes only to look at things. I am not clear about their function, Don Juan. What do allies do in the world? This is like asking me what we men do in the world. I really do not know. We are here, that is all. And the Allies are here like us, and maybe they have been here before us. What do you mean before us, Don Juan? We men have not always been here. Do you mean here in this country or here in the world? We involved ourselves in another long argument at this point. Don Juan said that for him there was only the world, the place where he put his feet. I asked him how he knew that we had not always been in the world. Very simple, he said, we men know very little about the world. A coyote knows much more than we do. A coyote is hardly ever fooled by the world's appearance. How come we can catch them and kill them? I asked. If they are not fooled by appearances, how come they die so easily? Don Juan stared at me until I became embarrassed. We may trap or poison or shoot a coyote, he said. Any way we do it, a coyote is an easy prey for us because he is not familiar with man's machinations. If the coyote survived, however, you could rest assured that we would never catch up with him again. A good hunter knows that and never sets his trap twice on the same spot, because if a coyote dies in a trap, every coyote can see his death, which lingers on, and thus they will avoid the trap or even the general area where it was set. We, on the other hand, never see death, which lingers on the spot where one of our fellow men has died. We may suspect it, but we never see it. Can a coyote see an ally? Certainly. How does an ally look to a coyote? I would have to be a coyote to know that. I can tell you, however, that to a crow it looks like a pointed hat, round and wide at the bottom, ending in a long point. Some of them shine, but the majority are dull and appear to be very heavy. They resemble a dripping piece of cloth. They are foreboding shapes. How do they look to you when you see them, Don Juan? I have told you already, they look like whatever they are pretending to be. They take any shape or size that suits them. They could be shaped like a pebble or a mountain. Do they talk, or laugh, or make any noise? In the company of men they behave like men. In the company of animals they behave like animals. Animals are usually afraid of them, however, if they are accustomed to seeing the allies, they leave them alone. We ourselves do something similar. We have scores of allies among us, but we do not bother them. Since our eyes can only look at things, we do not notice them. Do you mean that some of the people I see in the street are not really people? I asked, truly bewildered by his statement. Some of them are not, he said emphatically. His statement seemed preposterous to me, yet I could not seriously conceive of Don Juan's making such a remark purely for effect. I told him it sounded like a science fiction tale about beings from another planet. He said he did not care how it sounded, but some people in the streets were not people. Why must you think that every person in a moving crowd is a human being? He asked with an air of utmost seriousness. I really could not explain why, except that I was habituated to believe that as an act of sheer faith on my part. He went on to say how much he liked to watch busy places with a lot of people, and how he would sometimes see a crowd of men who looked like eggs, and among the massive egg-like creatures he would spot one who looked just like a person. "It is very enjoyable to do that," he said, laughing, "or at least it is enjoyable for me. I like to sit in parks and bus depots and watch. Sometimes I can spot an ally right away, at other times I can see only real people. Once I saw two allies sitting in a bus, side by side. That is the only time in my life I have seen two together." "Did it have a special significance for you to see two of them?" "Certainly. Anything they do is significant. From their actions a brujo can sometimes draw his power. Even if a brujo does not have an ally of his own, as long as he knows how to see, he can handle power by watching the acts of the allies. My benefactor taught me to do that, and for years before I had my own ally I watched for allies among crowds of people, and every time I saw one it taught me something." "You found three together. What a magnificent lesson you wasted." He did not say anything else until we finished assembling the rabbit trap. Then he turned to me and said suddenly, as if he had just remembered it, that another important thing about the allies was that if one found two of them they were always two of the same kind. The two allies he saw were two men, he said, and since I had seen two men and one woman he concluded that my experience was even more unusual. I asked if the allies portrayed children, if the children could be of the same or of different sex, if the allies portrayed people of different races, if they could portray a family composed of a man, a woman, and a child, and finally I asked him if he had ever seen an ally driving a car or a bus. Don Juan did not answer at all. He smiled and let me do the talking. When he heard my last question he burst out laughing and said that I was being careless with my questions, that it would have been more appropriate to ask if he had ever seen an ally driving a motor vehicle. "You do not want to forget the motorcycles, do you?" he said with a mischievous glint in his eye. I thought his making fun of my question was funny and light-hearted, and I laughed with him. Then he explained that the allies could not take the lead or act upon anything directly. They could, however, act upon man in an indirect way. Don Juan said that coming in contact with an ally was dangerous because the ally was capable of bringing out the worst in a person. The apprenticeship was long and arduous, he said, because one had to reduce to a minimum all that was unnecessary in one's life, in order to withstand the impact of such an encounter. Don Juan said that his benefactor, when he first came in contact with an ally, was driven to burn himself and was scarred as if a mountain lion had mauled him. In his own case, he said, an ally pushed him into a pile of burning wood, and he burned himself a little on the knee and shoulder blade, but the scars disappeared in time, when he became one with the ally. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 1, Chapter 03. On June 10, 1968, I started on a long journey with Don Juan to participate in a mitote. I had been waiting for this opportunity for months, yet I was not really sure I wanted to go. I thought my hesitation was due to my fear that at a peyote meeting I would have to ingest peyote, and I had no intention whatsoever of doing that. I had repeatedly expressed those feelings to Don Juan. He laughed patiently at first, but finally he firmly stated that he did not want to hear one more thing about my fear. As far as I was concerned, a method was ideal ground for me to verify the schemata I had constructed. For one thing, I had never completely abandoned the idea that a covert leader was necessary at such a meeting in order to ensure agreement among the participants. Somehow I had the feeling that Don Juan had discarded my idea for reasons of his own, since he deemed it more efficacious to explain everything that took place at a meeting in terms of seeing. I thought that my interest in finding a suitable explanation in my own terms was not in accordance with what he himself wanted me to do, therefore he had to discard my rationale, as he was accustomed to doing with whatever did not conform to his system. Right before we started on the journey, Don Juan eased my apprehension about having to ingest peyote by telling me that I was attending the meeting only to watch. I felt elated. At that tune I was almost certain I was going to discover the covert procedure by which the participants arrive at an agreement. It was late afternoon when we left. The sun was almost on the horizon. I felt it on my neck and wished I had a Venetian blind in the rear window of my car. From the top of a hill I could see down into a huge valley. The road was like a black ribbon laid flat over the ground, up and down innumerable hills. I followed it with my eyes for a moment before we began descending. It ran due south until it disappeared over a range of low mountains in the distance. Don Juan sat quietly, looking straight ahead. We had not said a word for a long time. It was uncomfortably warm inside the car. I had opened all the windows, but that did not help because it was an extremely hot day. I felt very annoyed and restless. I began to complain about the heat. Don Juan frowned and looked at me quizzically. "It is hot all over Mexico this time of the year," he said. "There is nothing one can do about it." I did not look at him, but I knew he was gazing at me. The car picked up speed going down the slope. I vaguely saw a highway sign, dip. When I actually saw the dip I was going quite fast, and although I did slow down, we still felt the impact, and we bobbed up and down on the seats. I reduced the speed considerably. We were going through an area where livestock grazed freely on the sides of the road. An area where the carcass of a horse or a cow run down by a car was a common sight. At a certain point I had to stop completely and let some horses cross the highway. I was getting more restless and annoyed. I told Don Juan that it was the heat. I said that I had always disliked the heat since my childhood, because every summer I used to feel suffocated, and I could hardly breathe. "You are not a child now," he said. "The heat still suffocates me." "Well, hunger used to suffocate me when I was a child," he said softly. "To be very hungry was the only thing I knew as a child. And I used to swell up until I could not breathe either. But that was when I was a child. I cannot suffocate now, neither can I swell like a toad when I am hungry." I did not know what to say. I felt I was getting myself into an untenable position, and soon I would have to defend a point I really did not care to defend. The heat was not that bad. What disturbed me was the prospect of driving for over 1,000 miles to our destination. I felt annoyed at the thought of having to exert myself. "Let us stop and get something to eat," I said. "Maybe it will not be so hot once the sun goes down." Don Juan looked at me, smiling, and said that there were not any clean towns for a long stretch, and that he had understood my policy was not to eat from the stands on the roadside. "Do you not fear diarrhea anymore?" he asked. I knew he was being sarcastic, yet he kept an inquisitive and at the same time serious look on his face. "The way you act," he said, "one would think that diarrhea is lurking out there, waiting for you to step out of the car to jump you. You are in a terrible fix. If you escape the heat, diarrhea will eventually get you." Don Juan's tone was so serious that I began to laugh. Then we drove in silence for a long time. When we arrived at a highway stop for trucks called Los Vidrios, Glass, it was already quite dark. Don Juan shouted from the car, "What do you have to eat today?" "Pork meat," a woman shouted back from inside. "I hope for your sake that the pig was run down on the road today," Don Juan said to me, laughing. We got out of the car. The road was flanked on both sides by ranges of low mountains that seemed to be the solidified lava of some gigantic volcanic eruption. In the darkness the black, jagged peaks were silhouetted against the sky like huge menacing walls of glass slivers. While we ate, I told Don Juan that I could see the reason why the place was called Glass. I said that to me the name was obviously due to the glass sliver shape of the mountains. Don Juan said in a convincing tone that the place was called Los Vidrios because a truck loaded with glass had overturned on that spot and the glass shreds were left lying around the road for years. I felt he was being facetious and asked him to tell me if that was the real reason. "Why do you not ask someone here?" he said. I asked a man who was sitting at a table next to ours. He said apologetically that he did not know. I went into the kitchen and asked the women there if they knew, but they all said they did not, that the place was just called Glass. "I believe I am right," Don Juan said in a low voice. "Mexicans are not given to noticing things around them. I am sure they cannot see the glass mountains, but they surely can leave a mountain of glass shreds lying around for years." We both found the image funny and laughed. When we had finished eating, Don Juan asked me how I felt. I told him fine, but I really felt somewhat queasy. Don Juan gave me a steadfast look and seemed to detect my feeling of discomfort. "Once you decided to come to Mexico, you should have put all your petty fears away," he said very sternly. "Your decision to come should have vanquished them. You came because you wanted to come. That is the warrior's way. I have told you time and time again, the most effective way to live is as a warrior. Worry and think before you make any decision, but once you make it, be on your way free from worries or thoughts. There will be a million other decisions still awaiting you. That is the warrior's way." I believe I do that, Don Juan, at least some of the time. It is very hard to keep on reminding myself, though. A warrior thinks of his death when things become unclear. That is even harder, Don Juan. For most people death is very vague and remote. We never think of it. Why not? Why should we? Very simple, he said, because the idea of death is the only thing that tempers our spirit. By the time we left Los Vidrios it was so dark that the jagged silhouette of the mountains had emerged into the darkness of the sky. We drove in silence for more than an hour. I felt tired. It was as though I did not want to talk because there was nothing to talk about. The traffic was minimal. Few cars passed by from the opposite direction. It seemed as if we were the only people going south on the highway. I thought that was strange and I kept on looking in the rear view mirror to see if there were other cars coming from behind, but there were none. After a while I stopped looking for cars and began to dwell again on the prospect of our trip. Then I noticed that my headlights seemed extremely bright in contrast with the darkness all around, and I looked again in the rear-view mirror. I saw a bright glare first and then 2 points of light that seemed to have emerged from the ground. They were the headlights of a car on a hilltop in the distance behind us. They remained visible for a while. Then they disappeared into the darkness as if they had been scooped away. After a moment they appeared on another hilltop, and then they disappeared again. I followed their appearances and disappearances in the mirror for a long time. At one point it occurred to me that the car was gaining on us. It was definitely closing in. The lights were bigger and brighter. I deliberately stepped on the gas pedal. I had a sensation of uneasiness. Don Juan seemed to notice my concern, or perhaps he was only noticing that I was speeding up. He looked at me first, then he turned around and looked at the distant headlights. He asked me if there was something wrong with me. I told him that I had not seen any cars behind us for hours and that suddenly I had noticed the lights of a car that seemed to be gaining on us all the time. He chuckled and asked me if I really thought it was a car. I told him that it had to be a car, and he said that my concern revealed to him that, somehow, I must have felt that whatever was behind us was something more than a mere car. I insisted that I thought it was just another car on the highway, or perhaps a truck. What else can it be? I said loudly. Don Juan's probing had put me on edge. He turned and looked straight at me, then he nodded slowly, as if measuring what he was going to say. Those are the lights on the head of death, he said softly. Death puts them on like a hat and then shoots off on a gallop. Those are the lights of death on the gallop, gaining on us, getting closer and closer. A chill ran up my back. After a while I looked in the rear view mirror again, but the lights were not there anymore. I told Don Juan that the car must have stopped or turned off the road. He did not look back. He just stretched his arms and yawned. No, he said, death never stops. Sometimes it turns off its lights, that is all. We arrived in northeastern Mexico June 13. 2 old Indian women, who looked alike and seemed to be sisters, and 4 girls were gathered at the door of a small adobe house. There was a hut behind the house and a dilapidated barn that had only part of its roof and one wall left. The women were apparently waiting for us. They must have spotted my car by the dust it raised on the dirt road after I left the paved highway a couple of miles away. The house was in a deep valley, and viewed from the door the highway looked like a long scar high up on the side of the green hills. Don Juan got out of the car and talked with the old women for a moment. They pointed to some wooden stools in front of the door. Don Juan signaled me to come over and sit down. One of the old women sat with us, the rest went inside the house. 2 of the girls remained by the door, examining me with curiosity. I waved at them, they giggled and ran inside. After a few minutes 2 young men came over and greeted Don Juan. They did not speak to me or even look at me. They talked to Don Juan briefly, then he got up and all of us, including the women, walked to another house, perhaps half a mile away. We met though with another group of people. Don Juan went inside but told me to stay by the door. I looked in and saw an old Indian man around Don Juan's age sitting on a wooden stool. It was not quite dark. A group of young Indian men and women were standing quietly around an old truck parked in front of the house. I talked to them in Spanish but they deliberately avoided answering me. The women giggled every time I said something and the men smiled politely and turned their eyes away. It was as if they did not understand me, yet I was sure all of them spoke Spanish because I had heard them talking among themselves. After a while Don Juan and the other old man came out and got into the truck and sat next to the driver. That appeared to be a signal for everyone to climb onto the flatbed of the truck. There were no side railings, and when the truck began to move we all hung onto a long rope that was tied to some hooks on the chassis. The truck moved slowly on the dirt road. At one point, on a very steep slope, it stopped and everybody jumped down and walked behind it. Then 2 young men hopped onto the flatbed again and sat on the edge without using the rope. The women laughed and encouraged them to maintain their precarious position. Don Juan and the old man, who was referred to as Don Silvio, walked together and did not seem to be concerned with the young men's histrionics. When the road leveled off everybody got on the track again. We rode for about an hour. The floor was extremely hard and uncomfortable, so I stood up and held on to the roof of the cabin and rode that way until we stopped in front of a group of shacks. There were more people there. It was very dark by then and I could see only a few of them in the dim, yellowish light of a kerosene lantern that hung by an open door. Everybody got off the truck and mingled with the people in their houses. Don Juan told me again to stay outside. I leaned against the front fender of the truck and after a minute or 2, I was joined by 3 young men. I had met one of them for years before at a previous meetout. He embraced me by grabbing my forearms. "You are fine," he whispered to me in Spanish. We stayed very quietly by the truck. It was a warm, windy night. I could hear the soft rumble of a stream close by. My friend asked me in a whisper if I had any cigarettes. I passed a pack around. By the glow of the cigarettes I looked at my watch. It was 9 o'clock. A group of people emerged from inside the house soon afterwards and the three young men walked away. Don Juan came over to me and told me that he had explained my presence to everybody's satisfaction and that I was welcome to come and serve water at the metote. He said we would be going right away. A group of 10 women and 11 men left the house. The man heading the party was rather husky, he was perhaps in his mid-50s. They called him Mocco, a nickname which means cropped. He moved with brisk, firm steps. He carried a kerosene lantern and waved it from side to side as he walked. At first I thought he was moving it at random, but then I discovered that he waved the lantern to mark an obstacle or a difficult pass on the road. We walked for over an hour. The women chatted and laughed softly from time to time. Don Juan and the other old man were at the head of the line. I was at the very tail end of it. I kept my eyes down on the road, trying to see where I was walking. It had been for years since Don Juan and I had been in the hills at night, and I had lost a great deal of physical prowess. I kept stumbling and involuntarily kicking small rocks. My knees did not have any flexibility. The road seemed to come up at me when I encountered a high spot, or it seemed to give in under me when I hit a low spot. I was the noisiest walker and that made me into an unwilling clown. Someone in the group said, "Woo," every time I stumbled, and everyone laughed. At one point, one of the rocks I kicked hit a woman's heel and she said out loud, to everyone's delight, "Give a candle to that poor boy." But the final mortification was when I tripped, and had to hold on to the person in front of me. He nearly lost his balance with my weight on him, and he let out a deliberate scream that was out of all proportion. Everyone laughed so hard that the whole group had to stop for a while. At a certain moment the man who was leading jerked his lantern up and down. It seemed that was the sign we had arrived at our destination. There was a dark silhouette of a low house to my right, a short distance away. Everyone in the group scrambled in different directions. I looked for Don Juan. It was difficult to find him in the darkness. I stumbled noisily for a while before noticing that he was sitting on a rock. He again told me that my duty was to bring water for the men who were going to participate. He had taught me the procedure years before. I remembered every detail of it, but he insisted on refreshing my memory and showed me again how to do it. Afterwards we walked to the back of the house where all the men had gathered. They had built a fire. There was a cleared area covered with straw mats perhaps 15 feet away from the fire. Mocco, the man who had led us, sat on a mat first. I noticed that the upper edge of his left ear was missing, which accounted for his nickname. Don Silvio sat to his right and Don Juan to his left. Mocco was sitting facing the fire. A young man advanced toward him and placed a flat basket with peyote buttons in front of him. Then the young man sat down between Mocco and Don Silvio. Another young man carried 2 small baskets and placed them next to the peyote buttons and then sat between Mocco and Don Juan. Then 2 other young men flanked Don Silvio and Don Juan, closing a circle of 7 persons. The women remained inside the house. 2 young men were in charge of keeping the fire burning all night, and 1 teenager and I kept the water that was going to be given to the 7 participants after their all-night ritual. The boy and I sat by a rock. The fire and the receptacle with water were opposite each other and at an equal distance from the circle of participants. Moko, the headman, sang his peyote song. His eyes were closed, his body bobbed up and down. It was a very long song. I did not understand the language. Then all of them, one by one, sang their peyote songs. They did not seem to follow any preconceived order. They apparently sang whenever they felt like doing it. Then Moko held the basket with peyote buttons, took 2 of them, and placed it back again in the center of the circle. Don Silvio was next and then Don Juan. The 4 young men, who seemed to be a separate unit, took 2 peyote buttons each, following a counterclockwise direction. Each of the 7 participants sang and ate 2 peyote buttons 4 consecutive times, then they passed the other 2 baskets, which contained dried fruit and meat. They repeated this cycle at various times during the night, yet I could not detect any underlying order to their individual movements. They did not speak to one another. They seemed rather to be by themselves and to themselves. I did not see any of them, not even once, paying attention to what the other men were doing. Before daybreak they got up and the young man and I gave them water. Afterwards I walked around to orient myself. The house was a 1-room shack, a low adobe construction with a thatched roof. The scenery that surrounded it was quite oppressive. The shack was located in a harsh plain with mixed vegetation. Shrubs and cacti grew together, but there were no trees at all. I did not feel like venturing beyond the house. The women left during the morning. The men moved silently in the area immediately surrounding the house. Around midday all of us sat down again in the same order we had sat the night before. A basket with pieces of dried meat cut to the same size as a peyote button was passed around. Some of the men sang their peyote songs. After an hour or so all of them stood up and went off in different directions. The women had left a pot of gruel for the fire and water attendants. I ate some of it and then I slept most of the afternoon. After dark the young men in charge of the fire built another one and the cycle of intaking peyote buttons began again. It followed roughly the same order as the preceding night, ending at daybreak. During the course of the night I struggled to observe and record every single movement performed by each of the 7 participants, in hopes of discovering the slightest form of a detectable system of verbal or nonverbal communication among them. There was nothing in their actions, however, that revealed an underlying system. In the early evening the cycle of intaking peyote was renewed. By morning I knew that I had completely failed to find clues that would point out the covert leader, or to discover any form of covert communication among them or any traces of their system of agreement. For the rest of the day I sat by myself and tried to arrange my notes. When the men gathered again for the fourth night, I knew somehow that this was to be the last meeting. Nobody had mentioned anything about it to me, yet I knew they would disband the next day. I sat by the water again, and everyone else resumed his position in the order that had already been established. The behavior of the 7 men in the circle was a replica of what I had observed during the 3 previous nights. I became absorbed in their movements as I had done before. I wanted to record everything they did, every movement, every utterance, every gesture. At a certain moment I heard a sort of beep in my ear. It was a common sort of buzzing in the ear, and I did not pay attention to it. The beep became louder, yet it was still within the range of my ordinary bodily sensations. I remember dividing my attention between watching the men and listening to the buzzing I was hearing. Then, at a given instant, the faces of the men seemed to become brighter. It was as if a light had been turned on. But it was not quite like an electric light, or a lantern, or the reflection of the fire on their faces. It was rather an iridescence, a pink luminosity, very tenuous, yet detectable from where I was. The buzzing seemed to increase. I looked at the teenage boy who was with me, but he had fallen asleep. The pink luminosity became more noticeable by then. I looked at Don Juan. His eyes were closed, so were Don Silvio's, and so were Mocco's. I could not see the eyes of the 4 younger men because 2 of them were bent forward and the other 2 had their backs turned to me. I became even more involved in watching. Yet I had not fully realized that I was actually hearing a buzzing and was actually seeing a pinkish glow hovering over the men. After a moment I became aware that the tenuous pink light and the buzzing were very steady. I had a moment of intense bewilderment, and then a thought crossed my mind. A thought that had nothing to do with the scene I was witnessing, nor with the purpose I had in mind for being there. I remembered something my mother had told me once when I was a child. The thought was distracting and very inappropriate. I tried to discard it and involve myself again in my assiduous watching, but I could not do it. The thought recurred. It was stronger, more demanding, and then I clearly heard my mother's voice calling me. I heard the shuffling of her slippers and then her laughter. I turned around looking for her. I conceived that I was going to be transported in time by some sort of hallucination or mirage, and I was going to see her, but I saw only the boy sleeping beside me. To see him jolted me, and I experienced a brief moment of ease, of sobriety. I looked again at the group of men. They had not changed their positions at all. However, the luminosity was gone, and so was the buzzing in my ears. I felt relieved. I thought that the hallucination of hearing my mother's voice was over. Her voice had been so clear and vivid. I said to myself over and over that for an instant the voice had almost trapped me. I noticed vaguely that Don Juan was looking at me, but that did not matter. It was the memory of my mother's voice calling me that was mesmerizing. I struggled desperately to think about something else. And then I heard her voice again, as clearly as if she had been behind me. She called my name. I turned quickly, but all I saw was the dark silhouette of the shack and the shrubs beyond it. Hearing my name caused me the most profound anguish. I whined involuntarily. I felt cold and very lonely, and I began to weep. At that moment I had the sensation that I needed someone to care for me. I turned my head to look at Don Juan. He was staring at me. I did not want to see him, so I closed my eyes. And then I saw my mother. It was not the thought of my mother, the way I think of her ordinarily. This was a clear vision of her, standing by me. I felt desperate. I was trembling and wanted to escape. The vision of my mother was too disturbing, too alien to what I was pursuing in that peyote meeting. There was apparently no conscious way to avoid it. Perhaps I could have opened my eyes if I really wanted the vision to vanish, but instead I examined it in detail. My examination was more than merely looking at her, it was a compulsive scrutiny and assessment. A very peculiar feeling enveloped me as if it were an outside force, and I suddenly felt the horrendous burden of my mother's love. When I heard my name I was torn apart. The memory of my mother filled me with anguish and melancholy, but when I examined her I knew that I had never liked her. This was a shocking realization. Thoughts and images came to me as an avalanche. The vision of my mother must have vanished in the meantime. It was no longer important. I was no longer interested in what the Indians were doing either. In fact, I had forgotten the mitote. I was absorbed in a series of extraordinary thoughts, extraordinary because there were more than thoughts. These were complete units of feeling that were emotional certainties, indisputable evidences about the nature of my relationship with my mother. At a certain moment these extraordinary thoughts ceased to come. I noticed that they had lost their fluidity and their quality of being complete units of feeling. I had begun to think about other things. My mind was rambling. I thought of other members of my immediate family, but there were no images to accompany my thoughts. Then I looked at Don Juan. He was standing, the rest of the men were also standing, and then they all walked toward the water. I moved aside and nudged the boy who was still asleep. I related to Don Juan the sequence of my astounding vision almost as soon as he got into my car. He laughed with great delight and said that my vision was a sign, an omen as important as my first experience with Mescalito. I remembered that Don Juan had interpreted the reactions I had when I first ingested peyote as an all-important omen. In fact, he decided to teach me his knowledge because of it. Don Juan said that during the last night of the meetup Mescalito had hovered over me so obviously that everyone was forced to turn toward me, and that was why he was staring at me when I looked at him. I wanted to hear his interpretation of my vision, but he did not want to talk about it. He said that whatever I had experienced was nonsense in comparison to the omen. Don Juan kept on talking about Mescalito's light hovering over me and how everyone had seen it. That was really something, he said. I could not possibly ask for a better omen. Don Juan and I were obviously on two different avenues of thought. He was concerned with the importance of the events he had interpreted as an omen, and I was obsessed with the details of the vision I had had. I do not care about omens, I said, I want to know what happened to me. He frowned as if he were upset and remained very stiff and quiet for a moment. Then he looked at me. His tone was very forceful. He said that the only important issue was that Mescalita had been very gentle with me, had engulfed me with his light and had given me a lesson with no other effort on my part than being around. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 1, Chapter 04. On September 4, 1968, I went to Sonora to visit Don Juan. Following a request he had made during my previous visit to him, I stopped on the way, in Hermoso, to buy him a non-commercial tequila called Bacanora. His request seemed very odd to me at the time, since I knew he disliked drinking, but I bought 4 bottles and put them in a box along with other things I had brought for him. "Why, you got 4 bottles," he said, laughing. When he opened the box, "I asked you to buy me one. I believe you thought the Bacanora was for me, but it is for my grandson Lucio, and you have to give it to him as though it is a personal gift of your own." I had met Don Juan's grandson 2 years before. He was 28 years old then. He was very tall, over 6 feet, and was always extravagantly well dressed for his means and in comparison to his peers. While the majority of Yaqui wear khakis and Levi's, straw hats, and homemade sandals called garakis, Lucio's outfit was an expensive black leather jacket with frills of turquoise beads, a Texan cowboy hat, and a pair of boots that were monogrammed and hand-decorated. Lucio was delighted to receive the liquor and immediately took the bottles inside his house, apparently to put them away. Don Juan made a casual comment that one should never hoard liquor and drink alone. Lucio said he was not really hoarding, but was putting it away until that evening, at which time he was going to invite his friends to drink with him. That evening around 7 o'clock I returned to Lucio's place. It was dark. I made out the vague silhouette of 2 people standing under a small tree. It was Lucio and one of his friends, who were waiting for me and guided me to the house with a flashlight. Lucio's house was a flimsy, 2-room, dirt floor, wattle and daub construction. It was perhaps 20 feet long and supported by relatively thin beams of the mesquite tree. It had, as all the houses of the Yaqui have, a flat, thatched roof and a 9-foot wide ramada, which is a sort of awning over the entire front part of the house. A ramada roof is never thatched. It is made of branches arranged in a loose fashion, giving enough shade and yet permitting the cooling breeze to circulate freely. As I entered the house I turned on my tape recorder, which I kept inside my briefcase. Lucio introduced me to his friends. There were 8 men inside the house, including Don Juan. They were sitting casually around the center of the room under the bright light of a gasoline lantern that hung from a beam. Don Juan was sitting on a box. I sat facing him at the end of a 6-foot bench made with a thick wooden beam nailed on 2 prongs planted in the ground. Don Juan had placed his hat on the floor beside him. The light of the gasoline lantern made his short white hair look more brilliantly white. I looked at his face, The light had also enhanced the deep wrinkles on his neck and forehead, and made him look darker and older. I looked at the other men. Under the greenish-white light of the gasoline lantern, all of them looked tired and old. Lucio addressed the whole group in Spanish and said in a loud voice that we were going to drink one bottle of Bacanora that I had brought for him from Hermoso. He went into the other room, brought out a bottle, uncorked it, and gave it to me along with a small tin cup. I poured a very small amount into the cup and drank it. The Bacanora seemed to be more fragrant and more dense than regular tequila, and stronger too. It made me cough. I passed the bottle and everyone poured himself a small drink, everyone except Don Juan. He just took the bottle and placed it in front of Lucio, who was at the end of the line. All of them made lively comments about the rich flavor of that particular bottle, and all of them agreed that the liquor must have come from the high mountains of Chihuahua. The bottle went around a second time. The men smacked their lips, repeated their statements of praise, and engaged themselves in a lively discussion about the noticeable differences between the tequila made around Guadalajara and that made at a high altitude in Chihuahua. During the second time around, Don Juan again did not drink and I poured only a dab for myself, but the rest of them filled the cup to the brim. The bottle went around once more and was finished. "Get the other bottles, Lucio," Don Juan said. Lucio seemed to vacillate, and Don Juan quite casually explained to the others that I had brought 4 bottles for Lucio. Benigno, a young man of Lucio's age, looked at the briefcase that I had placed inconspicuously behind me and asked if I was a tequila salesman. Don Juan answered that I was not, and that I had really come to Sonora to see him. "Carlos is learning about mezcalito, and I am teaching him," Don Juan said. All of them looked at me and smiled politely. Beja, the woodcutter, a small, thin man with sharp features, looked at me fixedly for a moment and then said that the storekeeper had accused me of being a spy from an American company that was planning to do mining in the Yaqui land. They all reacted as if they were indignant at such an accusation. Besides, they all resented the storekeeper, who was a Mexican, or a Yori as the Yaqui say. Lucio went into the other room and returned with another bottle of Bacanora. He opened it, poured himself a large drink, and then passed it around. The conversation drifted to the probabilities of the American company coming to Sonora and its possible effect on the Yaqui. The bottle went back to Lucio. He lifted it and looked at its contents to see how much was left. "Tell him not to worry," Don Juan whispered to me. "Tell him you will bring him more next time you come around." I leaned over to Lucio and assured him that on my next visit I was going to bring him at least half a dozen bottles. At one moment the topics of conversation seemed to wane away. Don Juan turned to me and said loudly, "Why do you not tell the guys here about your encounters with Mescalito? I think that will be much more interesting than this idle chat about what will happen if the American company comes to Sonora." "Is Mescalito peyote, Grandpa?" Lucio asked curiously. "Some people call it that way," Don Juan said dryly. I prefer to call it Mescalito. That confounded thing causes madness, said Genaro, a tall, husky, middle-aged man. I think it is stupid to say that Mescalito causes madness, Don Juan said softly, because if that were the case, Carlos would be in a straitjacket this very moment instead of being here talking to you. He has taken it and look at him. He is fine. Beja smiled and replied shyly, who can tell? And everybody laughed. Look at me then, Don Juan said. I have known Mescalito nearly all my life, and it has never hurt me. The men did not laugh, but it was obvious that they were not taking him seriously. On the other hand, Don Juan went on, it is true that Mescalito drives people crazy, as you said, but that is only when they come to him without knowing what they are doing. Esquia, an old man who seemed to be Don Juan's age, chuckled softly as he shook his head from side to side. What do you mean by knowing, Juan? He asked. The last time I saw you, you were saying the same thing. People go really crazy when they take that peyote stuff, Genaro continued. I have seen the Huical Indians eating it. They acted as if they had rabies. They frothed and puked and pissed all over the place. You could get epilepsy from taking that confounded thing. That is what Mr. Salas, the government engineer, told me once. And epilepsy is for life, you know. That is being worse than animals, Beja added solemnly. You saw only what you wanted to see about the Huical Indians, Genaro, Don Juan said. For one thing, you never took the trouble of finding out from them what it is like to get acquainted with Mescalito. Mescalito has never made anyone epileptic, to my knowledge. The government engineer is a Yori and I doubt that a Yori knows anything about it. You really do not think that all the thousands of people who know Mescalito are crazy, do you? They must be crazy, or pretty nearly so, to do a thing like that, answered Genaro. But if all those thousands of people were crazy at the same time who would do their work? How would they manage to survive? Don Juan asked. Macario, who comes from the other side, the U.S.A. told me that whoever takes it there is marked for life, Esquia said. Macario is lying if he says that, Don Juan said. I am sure he does not know what he is talking about. He really tells too many lies, said Benigno. Who is Macario? I asked. He is a Yaqui Indian who lives here, Lucio said. He says he is from Arizona, and that he was in Europe during the war. He tells all kinds of stories. He says he was a colonel, Benigno said. Everyone laughed and the conversation shifted for a while to Macario's unbelievable tales, but Don Juan returned again to the topic of Mescalito. If all of you know that Macario is a liar, how can you believe him when he talks about Mescalito? Do you mean peyote, Grandpa? Lucio asked, as if he were really struggling to make sense out of the term. God damn it. Yes. Don Juan's tone was sharp and abrupt. Lucio recoiled involuntarily, and for a moment I felt they were all afraid. Then Don Juan smiled broadly and continued in a mild tone. Do your fellows not see that Macario does not know what he is talking about? Do you not see that in order to talk about Mescalito, one has to know? There you go again, Esquia said. What the hell is this knowledge? You are worse than Macario. At least he says what is on his mind, whether he knows it or not. For years I have been listening to you say we have to know. What do we have to know? Don Juan says there is a spirit in peyote, Benigno said. I have seen peyote in the field, but I have never seen spirits or anything of the sort, Beja added. Mescalito is like a spirit, perhaps, Don Juan explained. But whatever he is does not become clear until one knows about him. Esquia complains that I have been saying this for years. Well, I have. But it is not my fault that you do not understand. Beja says that whoever takes it becomes like an animal. Well, I do not see it that way. To me those who think they are above animals live worse than animals. Look at my grandson here. He works without rest. I would say he lives to work, like a mule. And all he does that is not animal-like is to get drunk. Everybody laughed. Victor, a very young man who seemed to be still in adolescence, laughed in a pitch above everybody else. Eligio, a young farmer, had not uttered a single word so far. He was sitting on the floor to my right, with his back against some sacks of chemical fertilizer that had been piled inside the house to protect them from the rain. He was one of Lucio's childhood friends, powerful-looking and, although shorter than Lucio, more stocky and better built. Eligio seemed concerned about Don Juan's words. Beja was trying to come back with a comment, but Eligio interrupted him. In what way would peyote change all this? He asked. It seems to me that a man is born to work all his life, like mules do. Mescalito changes everything, Don Juan said, yet we still have to work like everybody else, like mules. I said there was a spirit inside Mescalito because it is something like a spirit which brings about the change in men. A spirit we can see and can touch, a spirit that changes us, sometimes even against our will. Peyote drives you out of your mind, Genaro said, and then of course you believe you have changed. True? How can it change us? Eligio insisted. He teaches us the right way to live, Don Juan said. He helps and protects those who know him. The life you fellows are leading is no life at all. You do not know the happiness that comes from doing things deliberately. You do not have a protector. What do you mean? Genaro said indignantly, we certainly have. Our Lord Jesus Christ, and our Mother the Virgin, and the little Virgin of Guadalupe. Are they not our protectors? Fine bunch of protectors, Don Juan said mockingly. Have they taught you a better way to live? That is because people do not listen to them, Genaro protested, and they only pay attention to the devil. If they were real protectors they would force you to listen, Don Juan said. If Mescalito becomes your protector you will have to listen whether you like it or not, because you can see him and you must take heed of what he says. He will make you approach him with respect. Not the way you fellows are accustomed to approach your protectors. What do you mean, one? Ear asked. What I mean is that for you to come to your protectors means that one of you has to play a fiddle, and a dancer has to put on his mask and leggings and rattles and dance, while the rest of you drink. You, Benigno, you were a dancer once. Tell us about it. I gave it up after 3 years, Benigno said. It is hard work. Ask Lucio, ear said satirically. He gave it up in 1 week. Everybody laughed except Don Juan. Lucio smiled, seemingly embarrassed, and gulped down 2 huge swallows of bacanora. It is not hard, it is stupid, Don Juan said. Ask Valencio, the dancer, if he enjoys dancing. He does not. He got accustomed to it, that is all. I have seen him dance for years, and every time I have seen the same movements badly executed. He takes no pride in his art except when he talks about it. He has no love for it, therefore year after year he repeats the same motions. What was bad about his dancing at the beginning has become fixed. He cannot see it any longer. He was taught to dance that way, Eligio said. I was also a dancer in the town of Torim. I know you must dance the way they teach you. Valencio is not the best dancer anyway, ear said. There are others. How about Sasatika? Sasatika is a man of knowledge. He is not in the same class with you fellows, Don Juan said sternly. He dances because that is the bent of his nature. All I wanted to say was that you, who are not dancers, do not enjoy it. Perhaps if the dances are well performed some of you will get pleasure. Not many of you know that much about dancing, though. Therefore you are left with a very lousy piece of joy. This is why you fellows are all drunkards. Look at my grandson here. Cut it out, Grandpa, Lucio protested. He is not lazy or stupid, Don Juan went on, but what else does he do besides drink? He buys leather jackets, Genaro remarked. And the whole audience roared. Lucio gulped down more bacanora. And how is Peyote going to change that? Eligio asked. If Lucio would seek the protector, Don Juan said, his life would be changed. I do not know exactly how, but I am sure it would be different. He would stop drinking. Is that what you mean? Eligio insisted. Perhaps he would. He needs something else besides tequila to make his life satisfying. And that something, whatever it may be, might be provided by the protector. Then peyote must taste very good, Eligio said. I did not say that, Don Juan said. How in the hell are you going to enjoy it if it does not taste good? Eligio said. It makes one enjoy life better, Don Juan said, but if it does not taste good, how could it make us enjoy our lives better? Eligio persisted, it does not make sense. Of course it makes sense, Genaro said with conviction. Peyote makes you crazy and naturally you think you are having a great time with your life, no matter what you do. They all laughed again. It does make sense, Don Juan proceeded, undisturbed, if you think how little we know and how much there is to see. Booze is what makes people crazy. It blurs the images. Mezcalito, on the other hand, sharpens everything. It makes you see so very well. So very well. Lucio and Benigno looked at each other and smiled as though they had already heard the story before. Genaro and Esquia grew more impatient and began to talk at the same time. Victor laughed above all the other voices. The only one interested seemed to be Eligio. "How can peyote do all that?" he asked. "In the first place," Don Juan explained, "you must want to become acquainted with him, and I think this is by far the most important thing. Then you must be offered to him, and you must meet with him many times before you can say you know him." "And what happens then?" Eligio asked. Genaro interrupted, "You crap on the roof with your ass on the ground." The audience roared. "What happens next is entirely up to you," Don Juan went on without losing his self-control. "You must come to him without fear and, little by little, he will teach you how to live a better life." There was a long pause. The men seemed to be tired. The bottle was empty. Lucio, with obvious reluctance, opened another. "Is Peyote Carlos protector too?" Eligio asked in a joking tone. "I would not know that," Don Juan said. "He has taken it 3 times, so ask him to tell you about it." They all turned to me curiously and Eligio asked, "Did you really take it?" "Yes. I did." It seemed Don Juan had won around with his audience. They were either interested in hearing about my experience or too polite to laugh in my face. "Did it not hurt your mouth?" Lucio asked. "It did. It also tasted terrible." "Why did you take it, then?" Benigno asked. I began to explain to them in elaborate terms that for a Western man Don Juan's knowledge about peyote was one of the most fascinating things one could find. I said that everything he had said about it was true and that each one of us could verify the truth for ourselves. I noticed that all of them were smiling as if they were concealing their contempt. I grew very embarrassed. I was aware of my awkwardness in conveying what I really had in mind. I talked for a while longer, but I had lost the impetus and only repeated what Don Juan had already said. Don Juan came to my aid and asked in a reassuring tone, "You were not looking for a protector when you first came to Mezcalito, were you?" I told them that I did not know that Mezcalito could be a protector, and that I was moved only by my curiosity and a great desire to know him. Don Juan reaffirmed that my intentions had been faultless and said that because of it Mezcalito had had a beneficial effect on me. "But it made you puke and piss all over the place, did it not?" Genaro insisted. I told him that it had in fact affected me in such a manner. They all laughed with restraint. I felt that they had become even more contemptuous of me. They did not seem to be interested, except for Eligio, who was gazing at me. "What did you see?" he asked. Don Juan urged me to recount for them all or nearly all the salient details of my experiences. So I described the sequence and the form of what I had perceived. When I finished talking, Lucio made a comment. If peyote is that weird, I am glad I have never taken it. It is just like I said, Genaro said to Beja, that thing makes you insane. But Carlos is not insane now. How do you account for that? Don Juan asked Genaro. How do we know he is not? Genaro retorted. They all broke out laughing, including Don Juan. Were you afraid? Benigno asked. I certainly was. Why did you do it, then? Eligio asked. He said he wanted to know. Lucio answered for me. I think Carlos is getting to be like my grandpa. Both have been saying they want to know, but nobody knows what in the hell they want to know. It is impossible to explain that knowing, Don Juan said to Eligio, because it is different for every man. The only thing which is common to all of us is that Mescalito reveals his secrets privately to each man. Being aware of how Genaro feels, I do not recommend that he meet Mescalito. Yet in spite of my words or his feelings, Mescalito could have a totally beneficial effect on him. But only he could find out. And that is the knowing I have been talking about. Don Juan got up. It is time to go home, he said. Lucio is drunk and Victor is asleep. 2 days later, on September 6th, Lucio, Benigno, and Eligio came over to the house where I was staying to go hunting with me. They remained silent for a while as I kept on writing my notes. Then Benigno laughed politely as a warning that he was going to say something important. After a preliminary embarrassing silence, he laughed again and said, Lucio here says that he would take peyote. Would you really? I asked. Yes. I would not mind it. Benigno's laughter came in spurts. Lucio says he will eat peyote if you buy him a motorcycle. Lucio and Benigno looked at each other and broke out laughing. How much is a motorcycle in the United States? Lucio asked. You could probably get one for $100, I said. That is not very much there, is it? You could easily get it for him, could you not? Benigno asked. Well, let me ask your grandpa first, I said to Lucio. No, no, he protested, do not mention it to him. He will spoil everything. He is a weirdo. And besides, he is too old and feeble-minded, and he does not know what he is doing. He was a real sorcerer once, Benigno added, I mean a real one. My folks say he was the best. But he took to peyote and became a nobody. Now he is too old. And he goes over and over the same crappy stories about peyote. Lucio said. That peyote is pure crap, Benigno said, you know, we tried it once. Lucio got a whole sack of it from his grandpa. One night as we were going to town we chewed it. Son of a bitch. It cut my mouth to shreds. It tasted like hell. Did you swallow it? I asked. We spit it out, Lucio said, and threw the whole damn sack away. They both thought the incident was very funny. Eligio, in the meantime, had not said a word. He was withdrawn. as usual. He did not even laugh. "Would you like to try it, Eligio?" I asked. "No. Not me. Not even for a motorcycle." Lucio and Benigno found the statement utterly funny and roared again. Nevertheless, Eligio continued, "I must admit that Don Juan baffles me. My grandfather is too old to know anything," Lucio said with great conviction. "Yeah, he is too old," Benigno echoed. I thought the opinion the two young men had of Don Juan was childish and unfounded. I felt it was my duty to defend his character, and I told them that in my judgment Don Juan was then, as he had been in the past, a great sorcerer, perhaps even the greatest of all. I said I felt there was something about him, something truly extraordinary. I urged them to remember that he was over 70 years old, and yet he was more energetic and stronger than all of us put together. I challenged the young men to prove it to themselves by trying to sneak up on Don Juan. "You just cannot sneak up on my grandpa," Lucio said proudly. "He is a brujo." I reminded them that they had said he was too old and feeble-minded, and that a feeble-minded person does not know what goes on around him. I said that I had marveled at Don Juan's alertness time and time again. "No one can sneak up on the brujo, even if he is old," Benigno said with authority. "They can gang up on him when he is asleep, though. That is what happened to a man named Savicas. People got tired of his evil sorcery and killed him." I asked them to give me all the details of that event, but they said it had taken place before their time, or when they were still very young. Eligio added that people secretly believed that Savicas had been only a fool, and that no one could harm a real sorcerer. I tried to question them further on their opinions about sorcerers. They did not seem to have much interest in the subject. Besides, they were eager to start out and shoot the .22 rifle I had brought. We were silent for a while as we walked toward the thick chaparral. Then Eligio, who was at the head of the line, turned around and said to me, "Perhaps we are the crazy ones. Perhaps Don Juan is right. Look at the way we live." Lucio and Benigno protested. I tried to mediate. I agreed with Eligio and told them that I myself had felt that the way I lived was somehow wrong. Benigno said that I had no business complaining about my life, that I had money and I had a car. I retorted that I could easily say that they themselves were better off because each owned a piece of land. They responded in unison that the owner of their land was the federal bank. I told them that I did not own my car either, that a bank in California owned it, and that my life was only different but not better than theirs. By that time we were already in the dense shrubs. We did not find any deer or wild boars, but we got 3 jackrabbits. On our return we stopped at Lucio's house and he announced that his wife was going to make rabbit stew. Benigno went to the store to buy a bottle of tequila and get us some sodas. When we came back, Don Juan was with him. "Did you find my grandpa at the store buying beer?" Lucio asked, laughing. "I have not been invited to this reunion," Don Juan said. "I have just dropped by to ask Carlos if he is leaving for Hermoso. I told him I was planning to leave the next day, and while we talked Benigno distributed the bottles. Eligio gave his to Don Juan, and since among the Yaqui it is deadly impolite to refuse, even as a courtesy, Don Juan took it quietly. I gave mine to Eligio, and he was obliged to take it. So Benigno in turn gave me his bottle. But Lucio, who had obviously visualized the entire scheme of Yaqui good manners, had already finished drinking his soda. He turned to Benigno, who had a pathetic look on his face, and said, laughing, "They have screwed you out of your bottle." Don Juan said he never drank soda and placed his bottle in Benigno's hands. We sat under the ramada in silence. Eligio seemed to be nervous. He fidgeted with the brim of his hat. "I have been thinking about what you said the other night," he said to Don Juan. "How can peyote change our life?" "How?" Don Juan did not answer. He stared fixedly at Eligio for a moment and then began to sing in Yaqui. It was not a song proper, but a short recitation. We remained quiet for a long time. Then I asked Don Juan to translate the Yaqui words for me. "That was only for Yaqui," he said matter-of-factly. I felt dejected. I was sure he had said something of great importance. "Eligio is an Indian," Don Juan finally said to me, "and as an Indian Eligio has nothing. We Indians have nothing. All you see around here belongs to the Oros. The Yaqui have only their wrath and what the land offers to them freely." Nobody uttered a sound for quite some time, then Don Juan stood up and said goodbye and walked away. We looked at him until he had disappeared behind a bend of the road. All of us seemed to be nervous. Lucio told us in a disoriented manner that his grandfather had not stayed because he hated rabbit stew. Eligio seemed to be immersed in thoughts. Benigno turned to me and said loudly, "I think the Lord is going to punish you and Don Juan for what you are doing." Lucio began to laugh and Benigno joined him. "You are clowning, Benigno," Eligio said somberly. "What you have just said is not worth a damn." September 15, 1968. It was 9 o'clock Saturday night. Don Juan sat in front of Eligio in the center of the ramada of Lucio's house. Don Juan placed his sack of peyote buttons between them and sang while rocking his body slightly back and forth. Lucio, Benigno, and I sat 5 or 6 feet behind Eligio with our backs against the wall. It was quite dark at first. We had been sitting inside the house under the gasoline lantern waiting for Don Juan. He had called us out to the ramada when he arrived and had told us where to sit. After a while my eyes became accustomed to the dark. I could see everyone clearly. I noticed that Eligio seemed to be terrified. His entire body shook, his teeth chattered uncontrollably. He was convulsed with spasmodic jerks of his head and back. Don Juan spoke to him, telling him not to be afraid, and to trust the protector, and to think of nothing else. He casually took a peyote button, offered it to Eligio, and ordered him to chew it very slowly. Eligio whined like a puppy and recoiled. His breathing was very rapid, it sounded like the whizzing of bellows. He took off his hat and wiped his forehead. He covered his face with his hands. I thought he was crying. It was a very long, tense moment before he regained some control over himself. He sat up straight and, still covering his face with one hand, took the peyote button and began chewing it. I felt a tremendous apprehension. I had not realized until then that I was perhaps as scared as Alihio. My mouth had a dryness similar to that produced by peyote. Alihio chewed the button for a long tune. My tension increased. I began to whine involuntarily as my respiration became more accelerated. Don Juan began to chant louder, then he offered another button to Alihio, and after Alihio had finished it he offered him dry fruit and told him to chew it very slowly. Alihio got up repeatedly and went to the bushes. At one point he asked for water. Don Juan told him not to drink it but only swish it in his mouth. Alihio chewed 2 more buttons and Don Juan gave him dry meat. By the time he had chewed his 10th button I was nearly sick with anxiety. Suddenly Alihio slumped forward and his forehead hit the ground. He rolled on his left side and jerked convulsively. I looked at my watch. It was 20 after 11. Alihio tossed, wobbled, and moaned for over an hour while he lay on the floor. Don Juan maintained the same position in front of him. His peyote songs were almost a murmur. Benigno, who was sitting to my right, looked inattentive. Lucio, next to him, had slumped on his side and was snoring. Alihio's body crumpled into a contorted position. He lay on his right side with his front toward me and his hands between his legs. His body gave a powerful jump and he turned on his back with his legs slightly curved. His left hand waved out and up with an extremely free and elegant motion. His right hand repeated the same pattern, and then both arms alternated in a wavering, slow movement, resembling that of a harpist. The movement became more vigorous by degrees. His arms had a perceptible vibration and went up and down like pistons. At the same time his hands rotated onward at the wrist and his fingers quivered. It was a beautiful, harmonious, hypnotic sight. I thought his rhythm and muscular control were beyond comparison. Alihio then rose slowly, as if he were stretching against an enveloping force. His body shivered. He squatted and then pushed himself up to an erect position. His arms, trunk, and head trembled as if an intermittent electric current were going through them. It was as though a force outside his control was setting him or driving him up. Don Juan's chanting became very loud. Lucio and Benigno woke up and looked at the scene uninterestedly for a while and then went back to sleep. Alihio seemed to be moving up and up. He was apparently climbing. He cupped his hands and seemed to grab onto objects beyond my vision. He pushed himself up and paused to catch his breath. I wanted to see his eyes and moved closer to him, but Don Juan gave me a fierce look and I recoiled to my place. Then Alihio jumped. It was a final, formidable leap. He had apparently reached his goal. He puffed and sobbed with the exertion. He seemed to be holding on to a ledge. But something was overtaking him. He shrieked desperately. His grip faltered and he began to fall. His body arched backward and was convulsed from head to toe with the most beautiful, coordinated ripple. The ripple went through him perhaps 100 times before his body collapsed like a lifeless burlap sack. After a while he extended his arms in front of him as though he was protecting his face. His legs stretched out backward as he lay on his chest. They were arched a few inches above the ground, giving his body the very appearance of sliding or flying at an incredible speed. His head was arched as far back as possible, his arms locked over his eyes, shielding them. I could feel the wind hissing around him. I gasped and gave a loud involuntary shriek. Lucio and Benigno woke and looked at Elio curiously. "If you promise to buy me a motorcycle, I will chew it now," Lucio said loudly. I looked at Don Juan. He made an imperative gesture with his head. "Son of a bitch," Lucio mumbled, and went back to sleep. Elio stood up and began walking. He took a couple of steps toward me and stopped. I could see him smiling with a beatific expression. He tried to whistle. There was no clear sound, yet it had harmony. It was a tune. It had only a couple of bars, which he repeated over and over. After a while the whistling was distinctly audible, and then it became a sharp melody. Elio mumbled unintelligible words. The words seemed to be the lyrics to the tune. He repeated it for hours. A very simple song, repetitious, monotonous, and yet strangely beautiful. Elio seemed to be looking at something while he sang. At one moment he got very close to me. I saw his eyes in the semi-darkness. They were glassy, transfixed. He smiled and giggled. He walked and sat down and walked again, groaning and sighing. Suddenly something seemed to have pushed him from behind. His body arched in the middle as though moved by a direct force. At one instant Elio was balanced on the tips of his toes, making nearly a complete circle, his hands touching the ground. He dropped to the ground again, softly, on his back, and extended his whole length, acquiring a strange rigidity. He whimpered and groaned for a while, then began to snore. Don Juan covered him with some burlap sacks. It was 5:35 a.m. Lucio and Benigno had fallen asleep shoulder to shoulder with their backs against the wall. Don Juan and I sat quietly for a very long time. He seemed to be tired. I broke the silence and asked him about Elio. He told me that Elio's encounter with Mescalita had been exceptionally successful. Mescalita had taught him a song the first time they met, and that was indeed extraordinary. I asked him why he had not let Lucio take some for a motorcycle. He said that Mescalito would have killed Lucio if he had approached him under such conditions. Don Juan admitted that he had prepared everything carefully to convince his grandson. He told me that he had counted on my friendship with Lucio as the central part of his strategy. He said that Lucio had always been his great concern, and that at one time they had lived together and were very close, But Lucio became gravely ill when he was 7, and Don Juan's son, a devout Catholic, made a vow to the Virgin of Guadalupe that Lucio would join a sacred dancing society if his life were spared. Lucio recovered and was forced to carry out the promise. He lasted 1 week as an apprentice, and then made up his mind to break the vow. He thought he would have to die as a result of it, braced himself, and for a whole day he waited for death to come. Everybody made fun of the boy, and the incident was never forgotten. Don Juan did not speak for a long time. He seemed to have become engulfed by thoughts. "My setup was for Lucio," he said, "and I found Eligio instead. I knew it was useless, but when we like someone we should properly insist, as though it were possible to remake men. Lucio had courage when he was a little boy, and then he lost it along the way. Can you bewitch him, Don Juan?" "Bewitch him? For what?" "So he will change and regain his courage." "You do not bewitch for courage. Courage is something personal. Bewitching is for rendering people harmless or sick or dumb. You do not bewitch to make warriors. To be a warrior you have to be crystal clear, like Eligio. There you have a man of courage." Eligio snored peacefully under the burlap sacks. It was already daylight. The sky was impeccably blue. There were no clouds in sight. "I would give anything in this world," I said, "to know about Eligio's journey. Would you mind if I asked him to tell me?" "You should not under any circumstances ask him to do that." "Why not? I tell you about my experiences." "That is different. It is not your inclination to keep things to yourself. Eligio is an Indian. His journey is all he has. I wish it had been Lucio. Is there not anything you can do, Don Juan?" "No. Unfortunately there is no way to make bones for a jellyfish. It was only my folly." The sun came out. Its light blurred my tired eyes. "You have told me time and time again, Don Juan, that a sorcerer cannot have follies. I have never thought you could have any." Don Juan looked at me piercingly. He got up, glanced at Eligio and then at Lucio. He tucked his hat on his head, patting it on its stop. "It is possible to insist, to properly insist, even though we know that what we are doing is useless," he said, smiling, "but we must know first that our acts are useless, and yet we must proceed as if we did not know it. That is a sorcerer's controlled folly." A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 1, Chapter 05. I returned to Don Juan's house on October 3, 1968, for the sole purpose of asking him about the events surrounding Eligio's initiation. An almost endless stream of questions had occurred to me while rereading the account of what took place then. I was after very precise explanations, so I made a list of questions beforehand, carefully choosing the most appropriate words. I began by asking him, "Did I see that night, Don Juan?" "You almost did." "Did you see that I was seeing Eligio's movements?" Yes. I saw that Mescalito was allowing you to see part of Eligio's lesson, otherwise you would have been looking at a man sitting there, or perhaps lying there. During the last metote you did not notice that the men were doing anything, did you? At the last metote I had not noticed any of the men performing movements out of the ordinary. I told him I could safely say that all I had recorded in my notes was that some of them got up and went to the bushes more often than others. But you nearly saw Eligio's entire lesson, Don Juan went on. Think about that. Do you understand now how generous Mescalito is with you? Mescalito has never been so gentle with anyone, to my knowledge. Not anyone. And yet you have no regard for his generosity. How can you turn your back on him so bluntly? Or perhaps I should say, in exchange for what are you turning your back on Mescalito? I felt that Don Juan was cornering me again. I was unable to answer his question. I had always believed I had quit the apprenticeship in order to save myself, yet I had no idea from what I was saving myself, or for what. I wanted to change the direction of our conversation quickly, and to that end I abandoned my intention to carry on with all my pre-calculated questions and brought out my most important query. I wonder if you could tell me more about your controlled folly, I said. What do you want to know about it? Please tell me, Don Juan, what exactly is controlled folly? Don Juan laughed loudly and made a smacking sound by slapping his thigh with the hollow of his hand. This is controlled folly, he said, and laughed and slapped his thigh again. What do you mean? I am happy that you finally asked me about my controlled folly after so many years, and yet it would not have mattered to me in the least if you had never asked. Yet I have chosen to feel happy, as if I cared, that you asked, as if it would matter that I care. That is controlled folly. We both laughed very loudly. I hugged him. I found his explanation delightful although I did not quite understand it. We were sitting, as usual, in the area right in front of the door of his house. It was mid-morning. Don Juan had a pile of seeds in front of him and was picking the debris from them. I had offered to help him but he had turned me down. He said the seeds were a gift for one of his friends in central Mexico and I did not have enough power to touch them. With whom do you exercise controlled folly, Don Juan? I asked after a long silence. He chuckled. With everybody, he exclaimed, smiling. When do you choose to exercise it, then? Every single time I act. I felt I needed to recapitulate at that point and I asked him if controlled folly meant that his acts were never sincere but were only the acts of an actor. My acts are sincere, he said, but they are only the acts of an actor. Then everything you do must be controlled folly, I said, truly surprised. Yes, everything, he said. But it cannot be true, I protested, that every one of your acts is only controlled folly. Why not? He replied with a mysterious look. That would mean that nothing matters to you and you do not really care about anything or anybody. Take me, for example. Do you mean that you do not care whether or not I become a man of knowledge, or whether I live, or die, or do anything. True. I do not. You are like Lucio, or everybody else in my life, my controlled folly. I experienced a peculiar feeling of emptiness. Obviously there was no reason in the world why Don Juan had to care about me, but on the other hand I had almost the certainty that he cared about me personally. I thought it could not be otherwise, since he had always given me his undivided attention during every moment I had spent with him. It occurred to me that perhaps Don Juan was just saying that because he was annoyed with me. After all, I had quit his teachings. I have the feeling we are not talking about the same thing, I said. I should not have used myself as an example. What I meant to say was that there must be something in the world you care about in a way that is not controlled folly. I do not think it is possible to go on living if nothing really matters to us. That applies to you, he said. Things matter to you. You asked me about my controlled folly and I told you that everything I do in regard to myself and my fellow men is folly, because nothing matters. My point is, Don Juan, that if nothing matters to you, how can you go on living? He laughed, and after a moment's pause, in which he seemed to deliberate whether or not to answer, he got up and went to the back of his house. I followed him. Wait, Don Juan. I said, I really want to know. You must explain to me what you mean. Perhaps it is not possible to explain, he said. Certain things in your life matter to you because they are important. Your acts are certainly important to you, but for me, not a single thing is important any longer, neither my acts nor the acts of any of my fellow men. I go on living, though, because I have my will. Because I have tempered my will throughout my life until it is neat and wholesome, and now it does not matter to me that nothing matters. My will controls the folly of my life. He squatted and ran his fingers on some herbs that he had put to dry in the sun on a big piece of burlap. I was bewildered. Never would I have anticipated the direction that my query had taken. After a long pause I thought of a good point. I told him that in my opinion some of the acts of my fellow men were of supreme importance. I pointed out that a nuclear war was definitely the most dramatic example of such an act. I said that for me destroying life on the face of the earth was an act of staggering enormity. You believe that because you are thinking about life, Don Juan said with a glint in his eyes, you are not seeing. Would I feel differently if I could see? I asked. Once a man learns to see he finds himself alone in the world with nothing but folly, Don Juan said cryptically. He paused for a moment and looked at me as if he wanted to judge the effect of his words. Your acts, as well as the acts of your fellow men in general, appear to be important to you because you have learned to think they are important. He used the word learned with such a peculiar inflection that it forced me to ask what he meant by it. He stopped handling his plants and looked at me. We learn to think about everything, he said, and then we train our eyes to look as we think about the things we look at. We look at ourselves already thinking that we are important. And therefore we have got to feel important. But then when a man learns to see, he realizes that he can no longer think about the things he looks at, and, if he cannot think about what he looks at, everything becomes unimportant. Don Juan must have noticed my puzzled look and repeated his statements 3 times, as if to make me understand them. What he said sounded to me like gibberish at first, but upon thinking about it, his words loomed more like a sophisticated statement about some facet of perception. I tried to think of a good question that would make him clarify his point, but I could not think of anything. All of a sudden I felt exhausted and could not formulate my thoughts clearly. Don Juan seemed to notice my fatigue and patted me gently. "Clean these plants here," he said, "and then shred them carefully into this jar." He handed me a large coffee jar and left. He returned to his house hours later, in the late afternoon. I had finished shredding his plants and had plenty of time to write my notes. I wanted to ask him some questions right off, but he was not in any mood to answer me. He said he was famished and had to fix his food first. He lit a fire in his earthen stove and set up a pot with bone broth stock. He looked in the bag of groceries I had brought and took some vegetables, sliced them into small pieces, and dumped them into the pot. Then he lay on his mat, kicked off his sandals, and told me to sit closer to the stove so I could feed the fire. It was almost dark. From where I sat I could see the sky to the west. The edges of some thick cloud formations were tinted with a deep buff, while the center of the clouds remained almost black. I was going to make a comment on how beautiful the clouds were, but he spoke first. "Fluffy edges and a thick core," he said, pointing at the clouds. His statement was so perfectly apropos that it made me jump. "I was just going to tell you about the clouds," I said. "Then I beat you to it," he said, and laughed with childlike abandon. I asked him if he was in a mood to answer some questions. "What do you want to know?" he replied. "What you told me this afternoon about controlled folly has disturbed me very much," I said. "I really cannot understand what you meant." "Of course you cannot understand it," he said. "You are trying to think about it, and what I said does not fit with your thoughts." "I am trying to think about it," I said, "because that is the only way I personally can understand anything. For example, Don Juan, do you mean that once a man learns to see, everything in the whole world is worthless?" "I did not say worthless. I said unimportant. Everything is equal and therefore unimportant. For example, there is no way for me to say that my acts are more important than yours, or that one thing is more essential than another, therefore all things are equal and by being equal they are unimportant. I asked him if his statements were a pronouncement that what he had called seeing was in effect a better way than merely looking at things. He said that the eyes of man could perform both functions, but neither of them was better than the other. However, to train the eyes only to look was, in his opinion, an unnecessary loss. For instance, we need to look with our eyes to laugh, he said, because only when we look at things can we catch the funny edge of the world. On the other hand, when our eyes see, everything is so equal that nothing is funny. Do you mean, Don Juan, that a man who sees cannot ever laugh? He remained silent for some time. Perhaps there are men of knowledge who never laugh, he said. I do not know any of them, though. Those I know see and also look, so they laugh. Would a man of knowledge cry as well? I suppose so. Our eyes look so we may laugh, or cry, or rejoice, or be sad, or be happy. I personally do not like to be sad, so whenever I witness something that would ordinarily make me sad, I simply shift my eyes and see it instead of looking at it. But when I encounter something funny I look and I laugh. But then, Don Juan, your laughter is real and not controlled folly. Don Juan stared at me for a moment. I talk to you because you make me laugh, he said. You remind me of some bushy-tailed rats of the desert that get caught when they stick their tails in holes trying to scare other rats away in order to steal their food. You get caught in your own questions. Watch out. Sometimes those rats yank their tails off trying to pull themselves free. I found his comparison funny and I laughed. Don Juan had once shown me some small rodents with bushy tails that looked like fat squirrels. The image of one of those chubby rats yanking its tail off was sad and at the same time morbidly funny. My laughter, as well as everything I do, is real, he said. But it also is controlled folly because it is useless, it changes nothing and yet I still do it. But as I understand it, Don Juan, your laughter is not useless. It makes you happy. No. I am happy because I choose to look at things that make me happy and then my eyes catch their funny edge and I laugh. I have said this to you countless times. One must always choose the path with heart in order to be at one's best, perhaps so one can always laugh. I interpreted what he had said as meaning that crying was inferior to laughter, or at least perhaps an act that weakened us. He asserted that there was no intrinsic difference and that both were unimportant, he said, however, that his preference was laughter, because laughter made his body feel better than crying. At that point I suggested that if one has a preference there is no equality. If he preferred laughing to crying, the former was indeed more important. He stubbornly maintained that his preference did not mean they were not equal, and I insisted that our argument could be logically stretched to saying that if things were supposed to be so equal, why not also choose death? Many men of knowledge do that, he said. One day they may simply disappear. People may think that they have been ambushed and killed because of their doings. They choose to die because it does not matter to them. On the other hand, I choose to live, and to laugh, not because it matters, but because that choice is the bent of my nature. The reason I say I choose is because I see, but it is not that I choose to live. My will makes me go on living in spite of anything I may see. You do not understand me now because of your habit of thinking as you look and thinking as you think. This statement intrigued me very much. I asked him to explain what he meant by it. He repeated the same construct various times, as if giving himself time to arrange it in different terms, and then delivered his point, saying that by thinking he meant the constant idea that we have of everything in the world. He said that seeing dispelled that habit, and until I learned to see I could not really understand what he meant. But if nothing matters, Don Juan, why should it matter that I learn to see? I told you once that our lot as men is to learn, for good or bad, he said. I have learned to see, and I tell you that nothing really matters. Now it is your turn. Perhaps someday you will see, and you will know then whether things matter or not. For me nothing matters. But perhaps for you everything will. You should know by now that a man of knowledge lives by acting, not by thinking about acting, nor by thinking about what he will think when he has finished acting. A man of knowledge chooses a path with heart and follows it, and then he looks and rejoices and laughs, and then he sees and knows. He knows that his life will be over altogether too soon. He knows that he, as well as everybody else, is not going anywhere. He knows, because he sees, that nothing is more important than anything else. In other words, a man of knowledge has no honor, no dignity, no family, no name, no country, but only life to be lived, and under these circumstances his only tie to his fellow men is his controlled folly. Thus a man of knowledge endeavors, and sweats, and puffs, and if one looks at him he is just like any ordinary man, except that the folly of his life is under control. Nothing being more important than anything else, a man of knowledge chooses any act, and acts it out as if it matters to him. His controlled folly makes him say that what he does matters and makes him act as if it did, and yet he knows that it does not, so when he fulfills his acts he retreats in peace. And whether his acts were good or bad, or worked or did not, is in no way part of his concern. A man of knowledge may choose, on the other hand, to remain totally impassive and never act, and behave as if to be impassive really matters to him. He will be rightfully true at that too, because that would also be his controlled folly. I involved myself at this point in a very complicated effort to explain to Don Juan that I was interested in knowing what would motivate a man of knowledge to act in a particular way in spite of the fact that he knew nothing mattered. He chuckled softly before answering. "You think about your acts," he said. "Therefore you have to believe your acts are as important as you think they are, when in reality nothing of what one does is important. Nothing. But then if nothing really matters, as you asked me, how can I go on living? It would be simple to die, that is what you say and believe, because you are thinking about life. Just as you are thinking now what seeing would be like. You wanted me to describe it to you so you could begin to think about it, the way you do with everything else. In the case of seeing, however, thinking is not the issue at all, so I cannot tell you what it is like to see. Now you want me to describe the reasons for my controlled folly, and I can only tell you that controlled folly is very much like seeing. It is something you cannot think about." He yawned. He lay on his back and stretched his arms and legs. His bones made a cracking sound. "You have been away too long," he said. "You think too much." He got up and walked into the thick chaparral at the side of the house. I fed the fire to keep the pot boiling. I was going to light a kerosene lantern, but the semi-darkness was very soothing. The fire from the stove, which supplied enough light to write, also created a reddish glow all around me. I put my notes on the ground and lay down. I felt tired. Out of the whole conversation with Don Juan, the only poignant thing in my mind was that he did not care about me. It disturbed me immensely. Over a period of years I had put my trust in him. Had I not had complete confidence in him, I would have been paralyzed with fear at the prospect of learning his knowledge. The premise on which I had based my trust was the idea that he cared about me personally. Actually, I had always been afraid of him, but I had kept my fear in check because I trusted him. When he removed that basis, I had nothing to fall back on and I felt helpless. A very strange anxiety possessed me. I became extremely agitated and began pacing up and down in front of the stove. Don Juan was taking a long time. I waited for him impatiently. He returned a while later. He sat down again in front of the fire and I blurted out my fears. I told him that I worried because I was incapable of changing directions in midstream. I explained to him that together with the trust I had in him, I had also learned to respect and to regard his way of life as being intrinsically more rational, or at least more functional, than mine. I said that his words had plunged me into a terrible conflict because they entailed my having to change my feelings. To illustrate my point, I told Don Juan the story of an old man of my culture, a very wealthy, conservative lawyer who lived his life convinced that he upheld the truth. In the early 30s, with the advent of the New Deal, he found himself passionately involved in the political drama at that time. He was categorically sure that change was deleterious to the country, and out of devotion to his way of life and the conviction that he was right, he vowed to fight what he thought to be a political evil. But the tide of the time was too strong, it overpowered him. He struggled for 10 years against it in the political arena and in the realm of his personal life. Then the Second World War sealed his efforts into total defeat. His political and ideological downfall resulted in a profound bitterness. He became a self-exile for 25 years. When I met him, he was 84 years old and had come back to his hometown to spend his last years in a home for the aged. It seemed inconceivable to me that he had lived that long, considering the way he had squandered his life in bitterness and self-pity. Somehow he found my company amenable and we used to talk at great length. The last time I saw him he had concluded our conversation with the following: "I have had time to turn around and examine my life. The issues of my time are today only a story, not even an interesting one. Perhaps I threw away years of my life chasing something that never existed. I have had the feeling lately that I believed in something farcical. It was not worth my while. I think I know that. However, I cannot retrieve the 40 years I have lost." I told Don Juan that my conflict arose from the doubts into which his words about controlled folly had thrown me. "If nothing really matters," I said, "upon becoming a man of knowledge one would find oneself, perforce, as empty as my friend and in no better position. That is not so. Don Juan said cuttingly, "Your friend is lonely because he will die without seeing. In his life he just grew old and now he must have more self-pity than ever before. He feels he threw away 40 years because he was after victories and found only defeats. He will never know that to be victorious and to be defeated are equal. So now you are afraid of me because I have told you that you are equal to everything else. You are being childish. Our lot as men is to learn, and one goes to knowledge as one goes to war. I have told you this countless times. One goes to knowledge or to war with fear, with respect, aware that one is going to war, and with absolute confidence in oneself. Put your trust in yourself, not in me. And so you are afraid of the emptiness of your friend's life. But there is no emptiness in the life of man of knowledge, I tell you. Everything is filled to the brim." Don Juan stood up and extended his arms as if feeling things in the air. "Everything is filled to the brim," he repeated, "and everything is equal. I am not like your friend who just grew old. When I tell you that nothing matters, I do not mean it the way he does. For him, his struggle was not worth his while, because he was defeated. For me there is no victory, or defeat, or emptiness. Everything is filled to the brim and everything is equal, and my struggle was worth my while. In order to become a man of knowledge, one must be a warrior, not a whimpering child. One must strive without giving up, without a complaint, without flinching, until one sees, only to realize then that nothing matters." Don Juan stirred the pot with a wooden spoon. The food was ready. He took the pot off the fire and placed it on an adobe rectangular block, which he had built against the wall and which he used as a shelf for a table. With his foot he shoved two small boxes that served as comfortable chairs, especially if one sat with his back against the supporting beams of the wall. He signaled me to sit down and then he poured a bowl of soup. He smiled, his eyes were shining as if he were truly enjoying my presence. He pushed the bowl gently toward me. There was such a warmth and kindness in his gesture that it seemed to be an appeal to restore my trust in him. I felt idiotic. I tried to disrupt my mood by looking for my spoon, but I could not find it. The soup was too hot to be drunk directly from the bowl, and while it cooled off I asked Don Juan if controlled folly meant that a man of knowledge could not like anybody anymore. He stopped eating and laughed. "You are too concerned with liking people, or with being liked yourself," he said. "A man of knowledge likes, that is all. He likes whatever or whoever he wants, but he uses his controlled folly to be unconcerned about it. The opposite of what you are doing now. To like people or to be liked by people is not all one can do as a man." He stared at me for a moment with his head tilted a little to one side. "Think about that," he said. "There is one more thing I want to ask, Don Juan. You said that we need to look with our eyes to laugh, but I believe we laugh because we think. Take a blind man. He also laughs." "No," he said. "Blind men do not laugh. Their bodies jerk a little with the ripple of laughter. They have never looked at the funny edge of the world and have to imagine it. Their laughter is not roaring." We did not speak anymore. I had a sensation of well-being, of happiness. We ate in silence, then Don Juan began to laugh. I was using a dry twig to spoon the vegetables into my mouth. October 4, 1968. At a certain moment today I asked Don Juan if he minded talking a bit more about seeing. He seemed to deliberate for an instant, then he smiled and said that I was again involved in my usual routine, trying to talk instead of doing. If you want to see, you have to let the smoke guide you, he said emphatically. I will not talk about this anymore. I was helping him clean some dry herbs. We worked in complete silence for a long time. When I am forced into a prolonged silence, I always feel apprehensive, especially around Don Juan. At a given moment I brought up a question to him in a sort of compulsive, almost belligerent outburst. How does a man of knowledge exercise controlled folly when it comes to the death of a person he loves? I asked. Don Juan was taken aback by my question and looked at me quizzically. Take your grandson Lucio, I said, would your acts be controlled folly at the time of his death? Take my son Eulelio, that is a better example, Don Juan replied calmly. He was crushed by rocks while working in the construction of the Pan American Highway. My acts toward him at the moment of his death were controlled folly. When I came down to the blasting area, he was almost dead, but his body was so strong that it kept on moving and kicking. I stood in front of him and told the boys in the road crew not to move him anymore. They obeyed me and stood there surrounding my son, looking at his mangled body. I stood there too, but I did not look. I shifted my eyes so I would see his personal life disintegrating, expanding uncontrollably beyond its limits, like a fog of crystals, because that is the way life and death mix and expand. That is what I did at the time of my son's death. That is all one could ever do, and that is controlled folly. Had I looked at him, I would have watched him becoming immobile, and I would have felt a cry inside of me, because never again would I look at his fine figure pacing the earth. I saw his death instead, and there was no sadness, no feeling. His death was equal to everything else. Don Juan was quiet for a moment. He seemed to be sad, but then he smiled and tapped my head. So you may say that when it comes to the death of a person I love, my controlled folly is to shift my eyes. I thought about the people I love myself, and a terribly oppressive wave of self-pity enveloped me. Lucky you, Don Juan, I said, you can shift your eyes, while I can only look. He found my statement funny and laughed. Lucky, bull, he said, it is hard work. We both laughed. After a long silence I began probing him again, perhaps only to dispel my own sadness. If I have understood you correctly then, Don Juan, I said, the only acts in the life of a man of knowledge which are not controlled folly are those he performs with his ally or with Mescalito. Is that not right? That is right, he said, chuckling. My ally and Mescalito are not on a par with us human beings. My controlled folly applies only to myself and to the acts I perform while in the company of my fellow men. However, It is a logical possibility, I said, to think that a man of knowledge may also regard his acts with his ally or with Mescalito as controlled folly, true? He stared at me for a moment. You are thinking again, he said. A man of knowledge does not think, therefore he cannot encounter that possibility. Take me, for example. I say that my controlled folly applies to the acts I performed while in the company of my fellow men. I say that because I can see my fellow men. However, I cannot see through my ally, and that makes it incomprehensible to me. So how could I control my folly if I do not see through it? With my ally or with Mescalito I am only a man who knows how to see, and finds that he is baffled by what he sees, a man who knows that he will never understand all that is around him. Take your case, for instance. It does not matter to me whether you become a man of knowledge or not. However, it matters to Mescalito. Obviously it matters to him, or he would not take so many steps to show his concern about you. I can notice his concern and I act toward it, yet his reasons are incomprehensible to me. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 1, Chapter 06. Just as we were getting into my car to start on a trip to central Mexico, on October 5, 1968, Don Juan stopped me. I have told you before, he said with a serious expression, that one should never reveal the name nor the whereabouts of a sorcerer. I believe you understood that you should never reveal my name nor the place where my body is. Now I am going to ask you to do the same with a friend of mine, a friend you will call Genaro. We are going to his house, we will spend some time there. I assured Don Juan that I had never betrayed his confidence. I know that, he said without changing his serious expression, yet I am concerned with your becoming thoughtless. I protested, and Don Juan said his aim was only to remind me that every time one was careless in matters of sorcery, one was playing with an imminent and senseless death that could be averted by being thoughtful and aware. We will not touch upon this matter any longer, he said. Once we leave my house we will not mention Genaro, nor will we think about him. I want you to put your thoughts in order now. When you meet him you must be clear and have no doubts in your mind. What kinds of doubts are you referring to, Don Juan? Any kinds of doubts whatever. When you meet him you ought to be crystal clear. He will see you. His strange admonitions made me very apprehensive. I mentioned that perhaps I should not meet his friend at all, but only drive to the vicinity of his friend's house and leave him there. What I have told you was only a precaution, he said. You have met one sorcerer already, Vicente, and he nearly killed you. Watch out this time. After we arrived in central Mexico it took us 2 days to walk from where I left my car to his friend's house, a little shack perched on the side of a mountain. Don Juan's friend was at the door, as if he had been waiting for us. I recognized him immediately. I had already made his acquaintance, although very briefly, when I brought my book to Don Juan. I had not really looked at him at that time, except in a glancing fashion, so I had had the feeling he was as old as Don Juan. As he stood at the door of his house, however, I noticed that he was definitely younger. He was perhaps in his early 60s. He was shorter than Don Juan and slimmer, very dark and wiry. His hair was thick and graying and a bit long, it ran over his ears and forehead. His face was round and hard. A very prominent nose made him look like a bird of prey with small dark eyes. He talked to Don Juan first. Don Juan nodded affirmatively. They conversed briefly. They were not speaking Spanish, so I did not understand what they were saying. Then Don Genaro turned to me. "You are welcome to my humble little shack," he said apologetically in Spanish. His words were a polite formula I had heard before in various rural areas of Mexico. Yet as he said the words he laughed joyously for no overt reason, and I knew he was exercising his controlled folly. He did not care in the least that his house was a shack. I liked Don Genaro very much. For the next 2 days we went into the mountains to collect plants. Don Juan, Don Genaro, and I left each day at the crack of dawn. The two old men went together to some specific but unidentified part of the mountains and left me alone in one area of the woods. I had an exquisite feeling there. I did not notice the passage of time, nor was I apprehensive at staying alone. The extraordinary experience I had both days was an uncanny capacity to concentrate on the delicate task of finding the specific plants Don Juan had entrusted me to collect. We returned to the house in the late afternoon, and both days I was so tired that I fell asleep immediately. The third day, however, was different. The three of us worked together, and Don Juan asked Don Genaro to teach me how to select certain plants. We returned around noon, and the two old men sat for hours in front of the house, in complete silence, as if they were in a state of trance. Yet they were not asleep. I walked around them a couple of times. Don Juan followed my movements with his eyes, and so did Don Genaro. "You must talk to the plants before you pick them," Don Juan said. He dropped his words casually and repeated his statement 3 times, as if to catch my attention. Nobody had said a word until he spoke. "In order to see the plants you must talk to them personally," he went on. "You must get to know them individually, then the plants can tell you anything you care to know about them." It was late in the afternoon. Don Juan was sitting on a flat rock facing the western mountains. Don Genaro was sitting by him on a straw mat with his face toward the north. Don Juan had told me, the first day we were there, that those were their positions and that I had to sit on the ground at any place opposite to both of them. He added that while we sat in those positions I had to keep my face toward the southeast and look at them only in brief glances. Yes, that is the way it is with plants, is it not? Don Juan said, and turned to Don Genaro, who agreed with an affirmative gesture. I told him that the reason I had not followed his instructions was because I felt a little stupid talking to plants. "You fail to understand that a sorcerer is not joking," he said severely. "When a sorcerer attempts to see, he attempts to gain power." Don Genaro was staring at me. I was taking notes and that seemed to baffle him. He smiled at me, shook his head, and said something to Don Juan. Don Juan shrugged his shoulders. To see me writing must have been quite odd for Don Genaro. Don Juan was, I suppose, habituated to my taking notes, and the fact that I wrote while he spoke was no longer odd to him. He could carry on talking without appearing to notice my acts. Don Genaro, however, kept on laughing, and I had to stop writing in order not to disrupt the mood of the conversation. Don Juan affirmed again that a sorcerer's acts were not to be taken as jokes because a sorcerer played with death at every turn of the way. Then he proceeded to relate to Don Genaro the story of how one night I had looked at the lights of death following me during one of our trips. The story proved to be utterly funny. Don Genaro rolled on the ground laughing. Don Juan apologized to me and said that his friend was given to explosions of laughter. I glanced at Don Genaro, who I thought was still rolling on the ground, and saw him performing a most unusual act. He was standing on his head without the aid of his arms or hands, and his legs were crossed as if he were sitting. The sight was so incongruous that it made me jump. When I realized he was doing something almost impossible, from the point of view of body mechanics, he had gone back again to a normal sitting position. Don Juan, however, seemed to be cognizant of what was involved and celebrated Don Genaro's performance with roaring laughter. Don Genaro seemed to have noticed my confusion. He clapped his hands a couple of times and rolled on the ground again. Apparently he wanted me to watch him. What had at first appeared to be rolling on the ground was actually leaning over in a sitting position, and touching the ground with his head. He seemingly attained his illogical posture by gaining momentum, leaning over several times, until the inertia carried his body to a vertical stand, so that for an instant he sat on his head. When their laughter subsided, Don Juan continued talking. His tone was very severe. I shifted the position of my body in order to be at ease and give him all my attention. He did not smile at all, as he usually does, especially when I try to pay deliberate attention to what he is saying. Don Genaro kept looking at me as if he were expecting me to start writing again, but I did not take notes anymore. Don Juan's words were a reprimand for not talking to the plants I had collected, as he had always told me to do. He said the plants I had killed could also have killed me. He said he was sure they would, sooner or later, make me get ill. He added that if I became ill as a result of hurting plants, I would, however, slough it off and believe I had only a touch of the flu. The two of them had another moment of mirth. Then Don Juan became serious again and said that if I did not think of my death, my entire life would be only a personal chaos. He looked very stern. What else can a man have, except his life and his death? He said to me. At that point I felt it was indispensable to take notes and I began writing again. Don Genaro stared at me and smiled. Then he tilted his head back a little and opened his nostrils. He apparently had remarkable control over the muscles operating his nostrils, because they opened up to perhaps twice their normal size. What was most comical about his clowning was not so much his gestures as his own reactions to them. After he enlarged his nostrils he tumbled down, laughing, and worked his body again into the same strange, sitting on his head, upside-down posture. Don Juan laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. I felt a bit embarrassed and laughed nervously. Genaro does not like writing, Don Juan said as an explanation. I put my notes away, but Don Genaro assured me that it was all right to write, because he did not really mind it. I gathered my notes again and began writing. He repeated the same hilarious motions and both of them had the same reactions again. Don Juan looked at me, still laughing, and said that his friend was portraying me, that my tendency was to open my nostrils whenever I wrote, and that Don Genaro thought that trying to become a sorcerer by taking notes was as absurd as sitting on one's head, and thus he had made up the ludicrous posture of resting the weight of his sitting body on his head. Perhaps you do not think it is funny, Don Juan said, but only Genaro can work his way up to sitting on his head. And only you can think of learning to be a sorcerer by writing your way up. They both had another explosion of laughter and Don Genaro repeated his incredible movement. I liked him. There was so much grace and directness in his acts. My apologies, Don Genaro, I said, pointing to the writing pad. It is all right, he said and chuckled again. I could not write any more. They went on talking for a very long time about how plants could actually kill and how sorcerers used plants in that capacity. Both of them kept staring at me while they talked, as if they expected me to write. Carlos is like a horse that does not like to be saddled, Don Juan said, you have to be very slow with him. You scared him and now he will not write. Don Genaro expanded his nostrils and said in a mocking plea, frowning and puckering his mouth. Come on, Carlitos, write. Write until your thumb falls off. Don Juan stood up, stretching his arms and arching his back. In spite of his advanced age, his body seemed to be powerful and limber. He went to the bushes at the side of the house and I was left alone with Don Genaro. He looked at me and I moved my eyes away because he made me feel embarrassed. Do not tell me you are not even going to look at me, he said with a most hilarious intonation. He opened his nostrils and made them quiver, then he stood up and repeated Don Juan's movements, arching his back and stretching his arms but with his body contorted into a most ludicrous position. It was truly an indescribable gesture that combined an exquisite sense of pantomime and a sense of the ridiculous. It enthralled me. It was a masterful caricature of Don Juan. Don Juan came back at that moment and caught the gesture and obviously the meaning also. He sat down chuckling. Which direction is the wind? Don Genaro asked casually. Don Juan pointed to the west with a movement of his head. I had better go where the wind blows, Don Genaro said with a serious expression. He then turned and shook his finger at me. And do not pay any attention if you hear strange noises, he said. When Genaro shits the mountains tremble. He leapt into the bushes, and a moment later I heard a very strange noise, a deep, unearthly rumble. I did not know what to make of it. I looked at Don Juan for a clue, but he was doubled over with laughter. October 17, 1968. I do not remember what prompted Don Genaro to tell me about the arrangement of the other world, as he called it. He said that a master sorcerer was an eagle, or rather that he could make himself into an eagle. On the other hand, an evil sorcerer was an owl. Don Genaro said that an evil sorcerer was a child of the night, and for such a man the most useful animals were the mountain lion or other wild cats, or the night birds, especially the owl. He said that the lyric sorcerers, meaning the dilettante sorcerers, preferred other animals, a crow, for example. Don Juan laughed. He had been listening in silence. Don Genaro turned to him and said, "That is true, you know that, Juan." Then he said that a master sorcerer could take his disciple on a journey with him and actually pass through the 10 layers of the other world. The master, provided that he was an eagle, could start at the very bottom layer and then go through each successive world until he reached the top. Evil sorcerers and dilettantes could at best be said go through only 3 layers. Don Genaro gave a description of what those steps were by saying, "You start at the very bottom and then your teacher takes you with him in his flight, and soon, boom, you go through the first layer. Then a little while later, boom, you go through the second, and boom, you go through the third." Don Genaro took me through 10 booms to the last layer of the world. When he had finished talking, Don Juan looked at me and smiled knowingly. "Talking is not Genaro's predilection," he said. "But if you care to get a lesson, he will teach you about the equilibrium of things." Don Genaro nodded affirmatively. He puckered up his mouth and closed his eyelids halfway. I thought his gesture was delightful. Don Genaro stood up and so did Don Juan. "All right," Don Genaro said, "let us go, then. We could go and wait for Nestor and Poblito. They are through now. On Thursdays they are through early." Both of them got into my car. Don Juan sat in the front. I did not ask them anything but simply started the engine. Don Juan directed me to a place he said was Nestor's home. Don Genaro went into the house and a while later came out with Nestor and Poblito, 2 young men who were his apprentices. They all got in my car and Don Juan told me to take the road toward the western mountains. We left my car on the side of the dirt road and walked along the bank of a river, which was perhaps 15 or 20 feet across, to a waterfall that was visible from where I had parked. It was late afternoon. The scenery was quite impressive. Directly above us there was a huge, dark, bluish cloud that looked like a floating roof. It had a well-defined edge and was shaped like an enormous half-circle. To the west, on the high mountains of the Cordillera Central, the rain seemed to be descending on the slopes. It looked like a whitish curtain falling on the green peaks. To the east there was the long, deep valley. There were only scattered clouds over the valley and the sun was shining there. The contrast between the 2 areas was magnificent. We stopped at the bottom of the waterfall. It was perhaps 150 feet high. The roar was very loud. Don Genaro fastened a belt around his waist. He had at least 7 items hanging from it. They looked like small gourds. He took off his hat and let it hang on his back from a cord tied around his neck. He put on a headband that he took from a pouch made of a thick wool fabric. The headband was also made of wool of various colors. A sharp yellow was the most prominent of them. He inserted 3 feathers in the headband. They seemed to be eagle feathers. I noticed that the places where he had inserted them were not symmetrical. One feather was above the back curve of his right ear, the other was a few inches to the front, and the third was over his left temple. Then he took off his sandals, hooked or tied them to the waist of his trousers, and fastened his belt over his poncho. The belt seemed to be made of woven strips of leather. I could not see whether he tied it or buckled it. Don Genaro walked toward the waterfall. Don Juan manipulated a round rock into a steady position and sat down on it. The other 2 young men did the same with some rocks and sat down to his left. Don Juan pointed to the place next to him, on his right side, and told me to bring a rock and sit by him. "We must make a line here," he said, showing me that the 3 were sitting in a row. By then Don Genaro had reached the very bottom of the waterfall and had begun climbing a trail on the right side of it. From where we were sitting the trail looked fairly steep. There were a lot of shrubs he used as railings. At one moment he seemed to lose his footing and almost slid down, as if the dirt were slippery. A moment later the same thing happened and the thought crossed my mind that perhaps Don Genaro was too old to be climbing. I saw him slipping and stumbling several times before he reached the spot where the trail ended. I experienced a sort of apprehension when he began to climb the rocks. I could not figure out what he was going to do. "What is he doing?" I asked Don Juan in a whisper. Don Juan did not look at me. "Obviously he is climbing," he said. Don Juan was looking straight at Don Genaro. His gaze was fixed. His eyelids were half closed. He was sitting very erect with his hands resting between his legs, on the edge of the rock. I leaned over a little bit to see the 2 young men. Don Juan made an imperative gesture with his hand to make me get back in line. I retreated immediately. I had only a glimpse of the young men. They seemed to be as attentive as he was. Don Juan made another gesture with his hand and pointed to the direction of the waterfall. I looked again. Don Genaro had climbed quite a way on the rocky wall. At the moment I looked he was perched on a ledge, inching his way slowly to circumvent a huge boulder. His arms were spread, as if he were embracing the rock. He moved slowly toward his right and suddenly he lost his footing. I gasped involuntarily. For a moment his whole body hung in the air. I was sure he was going to fall but he did not. His right hand had grabbed onto something and very agilely his feet went back on the ledge again. But before he moved on he turned to us and looked. It was only a glance. There was, however, such a stylization to the movement of turning his head that I began to wonder. I remembered then that he had done the same thing, turning to look at us, every time he slipped. I had thought that Don Henaro must have felt embarrassed by his clumsiness and turned to see if we were looking. He climbed a bit more toward the top, suffered another loss of footing, and hung perilously on the overhanging rock face. This time he was supported by his left hand. When he regained his balance he turned and looked at us again. He slipped twice more before he reached the top. From where we were sitting, the crest of the waterfall seemed to be 20 to 25 feet across. Don Henaro stood motionless for a moment. I wanted to ask Don Juan what Don Henaro was going to do up there, but Don Juan seemed to be so absorbed in watching that I did not dare disturb him. Suddenly Don Henaro jumped onto the water. It was such a thoroughly unexpected action that I felt a vacuum in the pit of my stomach. It was a magnificent, outlandish leap. For a second I had the clear sensation that I had seen a series of superimposed images of his body making an elliptical flight to the middle of the stream. When my surprise receded I noticed that he had landed on a rock on the edge of the fall, a rock which was hardly visible from where we were sitting. He stayed perched there for a long time. He seemed to be fighting the power of the onrushing water. Twice he hung over the precipice and I could not determine what he was clinging to. He gained his balance and squatted on the rock. Then he leapt again, like a tiger. I could barely see the next rock where he landed. It was like a small cone on the very edge of time fall. He remained there almost 10 minutes. He was motionless. His immobility was so impressive to me that I was shivering. I wanted to get up and walk around. Don Juan noticed my nervousness and told me imperatively to be calm. Don Genaro's stillness plunged me into an extraordinary and mysterious terror. I felt that if he remained perched there any longer I could not control myself. Suddenly he jumped again, this time all the way to the other bank of the waterfall. He landed on his feet and hands, like a feline. He remained in a squat position for a moment, then he stood up and looked across the fall, to the other side, and then down at us. He stayed dead still looking at us. His hands were clasped at his sides, as if he were holding on to an unseen railing. There was something truly exquisite about his posture. His body seemed so nimble, so frail. I thought that Don Genaro, with his headband and feathers, his dark poncho and his bare feet, was the most beautiful human being I had ever seen. He threw his arms up suddenly, lifted his head, and flipped his body swiftly in a sort of lateral somersault to his left. The boulder where he had been standing was round, and when he jumped he disappeared behind it. Huge drops of rain began to fall at that moment. Don Juan got up and so did the two young men. Their movement was so abrupt that it confused me. Don Genaro's masterful feat had thrown me into a state of profound emotional excitement. I felt he was a consummate artist and I wanted to see him right then to applaud him. I strained to look on the left side of the waterfall to see if he was coming down, but he was not. I insisted on knowing what had happened to him. Don Juan did not answer. "We better hurry out of here," he said, "it is a real downpour. We have to take Nestor and Pablito to their house, and then we will have to start on our trip back." I did not even say goodbye to Don Genaro, I complained. "He already said goodbye to you," Don Juan answered harshly. He peered at me for an instant and then softened his frown and smiled. "He has also wished you well," he said. "He felt happy with you." "But are we not going to wait for him?" "No," Don Juan said sharply, "let him be, wherever he is. Perhaps he is an eagle flying to the other world, or perhaps he has died up there. It does not matter now." October 23, 1968. Don Juan casually mentioned that he was going to make another trip to central Mexico in the near future. "Are you going to visit Don Genaro?" I asked. "Perhaps," he said without looking at me. "He is all right, is he not, Don Juan? I mean, nothing bad happened to him up there on top of the waterfall, did it?" "Nothing happened to him, he is sturdy." We talked about his projected trip for a while and then I said I had enjoyed Don Genaro's company and his jokes. He laughed and said that Don Genaro was truly like a child. There was a long pause. I struggled in my mind to find an opening line to ask about his lesson. Don Juan looked at me and said in a mischievous tone, "You are dying to ask me about Genaro's lesson, are you not?" I laughed with embarrassment. I had been obsessed with everything that took place at the waterfall. I had been hashing and rehashing all the details I could remember, and my conclusions were that I had witnessed an incredible feat of physical prowess. I thought Don Genaro was beyond doubt a peerless master of equilibrium. Every single movement he had performed was highly ritualized and, needless to say, must have had some inextricable, symbolic meaning. "Yes," I said, "I admit I am dying to know what his lesson was." "Let me tell you something," Don Juan said, "it was a waste of time for you. His lesson was for someone who can see. Pablito and Nestor got the gist of it, although they do not see very well. But you went there to look. I told Genaro that you are a very strange plugged-up fool, and that perhaps you would get unplugged with his lesson, but you did not. It does not matter, though. Seeing is very difficult. I did not want you to speak to Genaro afterwards, so we had to leave. Too bad. Yet it would have been worse to stay. Genaro risked a great deal to show you something magnificent. Too bad you cannot see. Perhaps, Don Juan, if you tell me what the lesson was, I may find out that I really saw." Don Juan doubled up with laughter. "Your best feature is asking questions," he said. He was apparently going to drop the subject again. We were sitting, as usual, in the area in front of his house. He suddenly got up and walked inside. I trailed behind him and insisted on describing to him what I had seen. I faithfully followed the sequence of events as I remembered it. Don Juan kept on smiling while I spoke. When I had finished, he shook his head. "Seeing is very difficult," he said. I begged him to explain his statement. Seeing is not a matter of talk, he said imperatively. Obviously he was not going to tell me anything more, so I gave up and left the house to run some errands for him. When I returned it was already dark. We had something to eat and afterwards we walked out to the Ramada. We had no sooner sat down than Don Juan began to talk about Don Genaro's lesson. He did not give me any time to prepare myself for it. I did have my notes with me, but it was too dark to write and I did not want to alter the flow of his talk by going inside the house for the kerosene lantern. He said that Don Genaro, being a master of balance, could perform very complex and difficult movements. Sitting on his head was one of such movements, and with it he had attempted to show me that it was impossible to see while I took notes. The action of sitting on his head without the aid of his hands was, at best, a freakish stunt that lasted only an instant. In Don Genaro's opinion, writing about seeing was the same, that is, it was a precarious maneuver, as odd and as unnecessary as sitting on one's head. Don Juan peered at me in the dark and in a very dramatic tone said that while Don Genaro was horsing around, sitting on his head, I was on the very verge of seeing. Don Genaro noticed it and repeated his maneuvers over and over, to no avail, because I had lost the thread right away. Don Juan said that afterwards Don Genaro, moved by his personal liking for me, attempted in a very dramatic way to bring me back to that verge of seeing. After very careful deliberation he decided to show me a feat of equilibrium by crossing the waterfall. He felt that the waterfall was like the edge on which I was standing and was confident I could also make it across. Don Juan then explained Don Genaro's feat. He said that he had already told me that human beings were, for those who saw, luminous beings composed of something like fibers of light, which rotated from the front to the back and maintained the appearance of an egg. He said that he had also told me that the most astonishing part of the egg-like creatures was a set of long fibers that came out of the area around the navel. Don Juan said that those fibers were of the uttermost importance in the life of a man. Those fibers were the secret of Don Genaro's balance, and his lesson had nothing to do with acrobatic jumps across the waterfall. His feat of equilibrium was in the way he used those tentacle-like fibers. Don Juan dropped the subject as suddenly as he had started it and began to talk about something thoroughly unrelated. October 24, 1968. I cornered Don Juan and told him I intuitively felt that I was never going to get another lesson in equilibrium and that he had to explain to me all the pertinent details, which I would otherwise never discover by myself. Don Juan said I was right, insofar as knowing that Don Genaro would never give me another lesson. "What else do you want to know?" he asked. "What are those tentacle-like fibers, Don Juan?" "They are the tentacles that come out of a man's body which are apparent to any sorcerer who sees. Sorcerers act toward people in accordance to the way they see their tentacles. Weak persons have very short, almost invisible fibers, strong persons have bright, long ones. Genaro's, for instance, are so bright that they resemble thickness. You can tell from the fibers if a person is healthy, or if he is sick, or if he is mean, or kind, or treacherous. You can also tell from the fibers if a person can see. Here is a baffling problem. When Heinaro saw you, he knew, just like my friend Vicent did, that you could see. When I see you, I see that you can see, and yet I know myself that you cannot. How baffling. Heinaro could not get over that. I told him that you were a strange fool. I think he wanted to see that for himself and took you to the waterfall. Why do you think I give the impression I can see? Don Juan did not answer me. He remained silent for a long time. I did not want to ask him anything else. Finally he spoke to me and said that he knew why but did not know how to explain it. You think everything in the world is simple to understand, he said, because everything you do is a routine that is simple to understand. At the waterfall, when you looked at Heinaro moving across the water, you believed that he was a master of somersaults, because somersaults was all you could think about. And that is all you will ever believe he did. Yet Heinaro never jumped across that water. If he had jumped he would have died. Heinaro balanced himself on his superb, bright fibers. He made them long enough so that he could, let us say, roll on them across the waterfall. He demonstrated the proper way to make those tentacles long, and how to move them with precision. Pablito saw nearly all of Heinaro's movements. Nestor, on the other hand, saw only the most obvious maneuvers. He missed the delicate details. But you saw nothing at all. Perhaps if you had told me beforehand, Don Juan, what to look for. He interrupted me and said that giving me instructions would only have hindered Don Heinaro. Had I known what was going to take place, my fibers would have been agitated and would have interfered with Don Heinaro's. If you could see, he said, it would have been obvious to you, from the first step that Heinaro took, that he was not slipping as he went up the side of the waterfall. He was loosening his tentacles. Twice he made them go around boulders and held to the sheer rock like a fly. When he got to the top and was ready to cross the water, he focused them onto a small rock in the middle of the stream, and when they were secured there, he let the fibers pull him. Heinaro never jumped, therefore he could land on the slippery surfaces of small boulders at the very edge of the water. His fibers were at all times neatly wrapped around every rock he used. He did not stay on the first boulder very long, because he had the rest of his fibers tied onto another one, even smaller, at the place where the onrush of water was the greatest. His tentacles pulled him again and he landed on it. That was the most outstanding thing he did. The surface was too small for a man to hold on to, and the onrush of the water would have washed his body over the precipice had he not had some of his fibers still focused on the first rock. He stayed in that second position for a long time, because he had to draw out his tentacles again and send them across to the other side of the fall. When he had them secured, he had to release the fibers focused on the first rock. That was very tricky. Perhaps only Heinaro could do that. He nearly lost his grip, or maybe he was only fooling us, Well, never know that for sure. Personally, I really think he nearly lost his grip. I know that, because he became rigid and sent out a magnificent shoot, like a beam of light across the water. I feel that beam alone could have pulled him through. When he got to the other side, he stood up and let his fibers glow like a cluster of lights. That was the one thing he did just for you. If you had been able to see, you would have seen that. Heinaro stood there looking at you, and then he knew that you had not seen. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 1, Chapter 07. Don Juan was not at his house when I arrived there at midday on November 8, 1968. I had no idea where to look for him, so I sat and waited. For some unknown reason I knew he would soon be home. A short while later Don Juan walked into his house. He nodded at me. We exchanged greetings. He seemed to be tired and lay down on his mat. He yawned a couple of times. The idea of seeing had become an obsession with me, and I had made up my mind to use his hallucinogenic smoking mixture again. It had been a terribly difficult decision to make, so I still wanted to argue the point a bit further. I want to learn to see, Don Juan, I said bluntly, but I really do not want to take anything. I do not want to smoke your mixture. Do you think there is any chance I could learn to see without it? He sat up, stared at me for a moment, and lay down again. No, he said, you will have to use the smoke. But you said I was on the verge of seeing with Don Heinaro. I meant that something in you was glowing as though you were really aware of Heinaro's doings, but you were just looking. Obviously there is something in you that resembles seeing, but is not. You are plugged up, and only the smoke can help you. Why does one have to smoke? Why can someone not simply learn to see by oneself? I have a very earnest desire. Is that not enough? No, it is not enough. Seeing is not so simple, and only the smoke can give you the speed you need to catch a glimpse of that fleeting world. Otherwise you will only look. What do you mean by a fleeting world? The world, when you see, is not as you think it is now. It is rather a fleeting world that moves and changes. One may perhaps learn to apprehend that fleeting world by oneself, but it will not do any good, because the body decays with the stress. With the smoke, on the other hand, one never suffers from exhaustion. The smoke gives the necessary speed to grasp the fleeting movement of the world, and at the same time it keeps the body and its strength intact. All right, I said dramatically, I do not want to beat around the bush any longer. I will smoke. He laughed at my display of histrionics. Cut it out, he said. You always hook onto the wrong thing. Now you think that just deciding to let the smoke guide you is going to make you see. There is much more to it. There is always much more to anything. He became serious for a moment. I have been very careful with you, and my acts have been deliberate, he said. Because it is Mescalito's desire that you understand my knowledge. But I know that I will not have time to teach you all I want. I will only have time to put you on the road and trust that you will seek in the same fashion I did. I must admit that you are more indolent and more stubborn than I. You have other views, though, and the direction that your life will take is something I cannot foresee. His deliberate tone of voice, something in his attitude, summoned up an old feeling in me, a mixture of fear, loneliness, and expectation. "We will soon know where you stand," he said cryptically. He did not say anything else. After a while he went outside the house. I followed him and stood in front of him, not knowing whether to sit down or to unload some packages I had brought for him. "Would it be dangerous?" I asked, just to say something. "Everything is dangerous," he said. Don Juan did not seem to be inclined to tell me anything else. He gathered some small bundles that were piled in a corner and put them inside a carrying net. I did not offer to help him because I knew that if he had wished my help he would have asked me. Then he lay down on his straw mat. He told me to relax and rest. I lay down on my mat and tried to sleep, but I was not tired. The night before I had stopped at a motel and slept until noon, knowing that I had only a 3-hour drive to Don Juan's place. He was not sleeping either. Although his eyes were closed, I noticed an almost imperceptible, rhythmical movement of his head. The thought occurred to me that he was perhaps chanting to himself. "Let us eat something," Don Juan said suddenly, and his voice made me jump. "You are going to need all your energy. You should be in good shape." He made some soup, but I was not hungry. The next day, November 9th, Don Juan let me eat only a morsel of food and told me to rest. I lay around all morning but I could not relax. I had no idea what Don Juan had in mind, but, worst of all, I was not certain what I had in mind myself. We were sitting under his ramada around 3 p.m. I was very hungry. I had suggested various times that we should eat, but he had refused. "You have not prepared your mixture for 3 years," he said suddenly. "You will have to smoke my mixture, so let us say that I have collected it for you. You will need only a bit of it. I will fill the pipe's bowl once. You will smoke all of it and then rest. Then the keeper of the other world will come. You will do nothing but observe it. Observe how it moves. Observe everything it does. Your life may depend on how well you watch." Don Juan had dropped his instructions so abruptly that I did not know what to say or even what to think. I mumbled incoherently for a moment. I could not organize my thoughts. Finally I asked the first clear thing that came to my mind. "Who is this guardian?" Don Juan flatly refused to involve himself in conversation, but I was too nervous to stop talking and I insisted desperately that he tell me about this guardian. "You will see it," he said casually. "It guards the other world." "What world?" "The world of the dead." "It is not the world of the dead or the world of anything. It is just another world. There is no use telling you about it. See it for yourself." With that, Don Juan went inside the house. I followed him into his room. Wait, Don Juan. What are you going to do?" He did not answer. He took his pipe out of a bundle and sat down on a straw mat in the center of the room, looking at me inquisitively. He seemed to be waiting for my consent. "You are a fool," he said softly. "You are not afraid. You just say you are afraid." He shook his head slowly from side to side. Then he took the little bag with the smoking mixture and filled the pipe bowl. "I am afraid, Don Juan. I am really afraid." "No, it is not fear." I desperately tried to gain time and began a long discussion about the nature of my feelings. I sincerely maintained that I was afraid, but he pointed out that I was not panting, nor was my heart beating faster than usual. I thought for a while about what he had said. He was wrong. I did have many of the physical changes ordinarily associated with fear, and I was desperate. A sense of impending doom permeated everything around me. My stomach was upset and I was sure I was pale, my hands were sweating profusely, and yet I really thought I was not afraid. I did not have the feeling of fear I had been accustomed to throughout my life. The fear which has always been idiosyncratically mine was not there. I was talking as I paced up and down the room in front of Don Juan, who was still sitting on his mat, holding his pipe, and looking at me inquisitively. And upon considering the matter I arrived at the conclusion that what I felt instead of my usual fear was a profound sense of displeasure, a discomfort at the mere thought of the confusion created by the intake of hallucinogenic plants. Don Juan stared at me for an instant, then he looked past me, squinting as if he were struggling to detect something in the distance. I kept walking back and forth in front of him until he forcefully told me to sit down and relax. We sat quietly for a few minutes. "You do not want to lose your clarity, do you?" he said abruptly. "That is very right, Don Juan," I said. He laughed with apparent delight. "Clarity, the second enemy of a man of knowledge, has loomed upon you. You are not afraid," he said reassuringly, "but now you hate to lose your clarity, and since you are a fool, you call that fear." He chuckled. "Get me some charcoals," he ordered. His tone was kind and reassuring. I got up automatically and went to the back of the house and gathered some small pieces of burning charcoal from the fire, put them on top of a small stone slab, and returned to the room. "Come out here to the porch," Don Juan called loudly from outside. He placed a straw mat on the spot where I usually sit. I put the charcoals next to him and he blew on them to activate the fire. I was about to sit down but he stopped me and told me to sit on the right edge of the mat. He then put a piece of charcoal in the pipe and handed it to me. I took it. I was amazed at the silent forcefulness with which Don Juan had steered me. I could not think of anything to say. I had no more arguments. I was convinced that I was not afraid, but only unwilling to lose my clarity. "Puff, puff," he ordered me gently, "just one bowl this time." I sucked on the pipe and heard the chirping of the mixture catching on fire. I felt an instantaneous coat of ice inside my mouth and my nose. I took another puff and the coating extended to my chest. When I had taken the last puff, I felt that the entire inside of my body was coated with a peculiar sensation of cold warmth. Don Juan took the pipe away from me and tapped the bowl on his palm to loosen the residue. Then, as he always does, he wet his finger with saliva and rubbed it inside the bowl. My body was numb, but I could move. I changed positions to sit more comfortably. "What is going to happen?" I asked. I had some difficulty vocalizing. Don Juan very carefully put his pipe inside its sheath and rolled it up in a long piece of cloth. Then he sat up straight, facing me. I felt dizzy, my eyes were closing involuntarily. Don Juan shook me vigorously and ordered me to stay awake. He said I knew very well that if I fell asleep I would die. That jolted me. It occurred to me that Don Juan was probably just saying that to keep me awake. But on the other hand, it also occurred to me that he might be right. I opened my eyes as wide as I could, and that made Don Juan laugh. He said that I had to wait for a while and keep my eyes open all the time, and that at a given moment I would be able to see the guardian of the other world. I felt a very annoying heat all over my body. I tried to change positions, but I could not move anymore. I wanted to talk to Don Juan. The words seemed to be so deep inside of me that I could not bring them out. Then I tumbled on my left side and found myself looking at Don Juan from the floor. He leaned over and ordered me in a whisper not to look at him but to stare fixedly at a point on my mat which was directly in front of my eyes. He said that I had to look with one eye, my left eye, and that sooner or later I would see the guardian. I fixed my stare on the spot he had pointed to, but I did not see anything. At a certain moment, however, I noticed a gnat flying in front of my eyes. It landed on the mat. I followed its movements. It came very close to me, so close that my visual perception blurred. And then, all of a sudden, I felt as if I had stood up. It was a very puzzling sensation that deserved some pondering, but there was no time for that. I had the total sensation that I was looking straight onward from my usual eye level, and what I saw shook up the last fiber of my being. There is no other way to describe the emotional jolt I experienced. Right there facing me, a short distance away, was a gigantic, monstrous animal. A truly monstrous thing. Never in the wildest fantasies of fiction had I encountered anything like it. I looked at it in complete, utmost bewilderment. The first thing I really noticed was its size. I thought, for some reason, that it must be close to 100 feet tall. It seemed to be standing erect, although I could not figure out how it stood. Next, I noticed that it had wings, two short, wide wings. At that point I became aware that I insisted on examining the animal as if it were an ordinary sight, that is, I looked at it. However, I could not really look at it in the way I was accustomed to looking. I realized that I was, rather, noticing things about it, as if the picture were becoming more clear as parts were added. Its body was covered with tufts of black hair. It had a long muzzle and was drooling. Its eyes were bulgy and round, like two enormous white balls. Then it began to beat its wings. It was not the flapping motion of a bird's wings, but a kind of flickering, vibratory tremor. It gained speed and began circling in front of me. It was not flying, but rather skidding with astounding speed and agility, just a few inches above the ground. For a moment I found myself engrossed in watching it move. I thought that its movements were ugly, and yet its speed and easiness were superb. It circled twice in front of me, vibrating its wings, and whatever was drooling out of its mouth flew in all directions. Then it turned around and skidded away at an incredible speed until it disappeared in the distance. I stared fixedly in the direction it had gone because there was nothing else I could do. I had a most peculiar sensation of being incapable of organizing my thoughts coherently. I could not move away. It was as if I were glued to the spot. Then I saw something like a cloud in the distance. An instant later the gigantic beast was circling again at full speed in front of me. Its wings cut closer and closer to my eyes until they hit me. I felt that its wings had actually hit whatever part of me was there. I yelled with all my might in the midst of one of the most excruciating pains I have ever had. The next thing I knew, I was seated on my mat and Don Juan was rubbing my forehead. He rubbed my arms and legs with leaves, then he took me to an irrigation ditch behind his house, took off my clothes, and submerged me completely, then pulled me out and submerged me over and over again. As I lay on the shallow bottom of the irrigation ditch, Don Juan pulled up my left foot from time to time and tapped the sole gently. After a while I felt a ticklishness. He noticed it and said that I was all right. I put on my clothes and we returned to his house. I sat down again on my straw mat and tried to talk, but I felt I could not concentrate on what I wanted to say, although my thoughts were very clear. I was amazed to realize how much concentration was necessary to talk. I also noticed that in order to say something I had to stop looking at things. I had the impression that I was entangled at a very deep level, and when I wanted to talk I had to surface like a diver. I had to ascend as if pulled by my words. Twice I went as far as clearing my throat in a fashion which was perfectly ordinary. I could have said then whatever I wanted to, but I did not. I preferred to remain at the strange level of silence where I could just look. I had the feeling that I was beginning to tap what Don Juan had called seeing, and that made me very happy. Afterwards Don Juan gave me some soup and tortillas and ordered me to eat. I was able to eat without any trouble and without losing what I thought to be my power of seeing. I focused my gaze on everything around me. I was convinced I could see everything, and yet the world looked the same to the best of my assessment. I struggled to see until it was quite dark. I finally got tired and lay down and went to sleep. I woke up when Don Juan covered me with a blanket. I had a headache and I was sick to my stomach. After a while I felt better and slept soundly until the next day. In the morning I was myself again. I asked Don Juan eagerly, what happened to me? Don Juan laughed coyly. You went to look for the keeper and of course you found it, he said. But what was it, Don Juan? The guardian, the keeper, the sentry of the other world," Don Juan said factually. I intended to relate to him the details of the portentous and ugly beast, but he disregarded my attempt, saying that my experience was nothing special, that any man could do that. I told him that the Guardian had been such a shock to me that I really had not yet been able to think about it. Don Juan laughed and made fun of what he called an over-dramatic bent of my nature. "That thing, whatever it was, hurt me," I said. "It was as real as you and I." "Of course it was real. It caused you pain, did it not?" As I recollected my experience, I grew more excited. Don Juan told me to calm down. Then he asked me if I had really been afraid of it. He stressed the word, "really." I was petrified. I said, "Never in my life have I experienced such an awesome fright." "Come on," he said, laughing, "you were not that afraid?" "I swear to you," I said with genuine fervor, "that if I could have moved I would have run hysterically." He found my statement very funny and roared with laughter. What was the point of making me see that monstrosity, Don Juan? He became serious and gazed at me. "That was the Guardian," he said. "If you want to see, you must overcome the Guardian." "But how am I to overcome it, Don Juan? It is perhaps 100 feet tall." Don Juan laughed so hard that tears rolled down his cheeks. "Why do you not let me tell you what I saw, so there will not be any misunderstanding?" I said. "If that makes you happy, go ahead, tell me." I narrated everything I could remember, but that did not seem to change his mood. "Still, that is nothing new," he said, smiling. "But how do you expect me to overcome a thing like that? With what?" He was silent for quite a while. Then he turned to me and said, "You were not afraid, not really? You were hurt, but you were not afraid?" He reclined against some bundles and put his arms behind his head. I thought he had dropped the subject. "You know," he said suddenly, looking at the roof of the Ramada, "every man can see the Guardian. And the Guardian is sometimes for some of us an awesome beast as high as the sky. You are lucky, for you it was only 100 feet tall. And yet its secret is so simple." He paused for a moment and hummed a Mexican song. "The Guardian of the other world is a gnat," he said slowly, as if he were measuring the effect of his words. "I beg your pardon." "The Guardian of the other world is a gnat," he repeated. "What you encountered yesterday was a gnat, and that little gnat will keep you away until you overcome it." For a moment I did not want to believe what Don Juan was saying, but upon recollecting the sequence of my vision I had to admit that at a certain moment I was looking at a gnat, and an instant later a sort of mirage had taken place and I was looking at the beast. "But how could a gnat hurt me, Don Juan?" I asked, truly bewildered. "It was not a gnat when it hurt you," he said, "it was the Guardian of the other world. Perhaps someday you will have the courage to overcome it. Not now, though. Now it is 100-foot tall drooling beast. But there is no point in talking about it. It is no feat to stand in front of it, so if you want to know more about it, find the Guardian again." 2 days later, On November 11th I smoked Don Juan's mixture again. I had asked Don Juan to let me smoke once more to find the guardian. I had not asked him on the spur of the moment, but after long deliberation. My curiosity about the guardian was disproportionately greater than my fear, or the discomfort of losing my clarity. The procedure was the same. Don Juan filled the pipe bowl once, and when I had finished the entire contents he cleaned it and put it away. The effect was markedly slower. When I began to feel a bit dizzy, Don Juan came to me and, holding my head in his hands, helped me to lie down on my left side. He told me to stretch my legs and relax, and then helped me put my right arm in front of my body, at the level of my chest. He turned my hand so the palm was pressing against the mat, and let my weight rest on it. I did not do anything to help or hinder him, for I did not know what he was doing. He sat in front of me and told me not to be concerned with anything. He said that the guardian was going to come, and that I had a ringside seat to see it. He also told me, in a casual way, that the guardian could cause great pain, but that there was one way to avert it. He said that 2 days before he had made me sit up when he judged I had had enough. He pointed to my right arm and said that he had deliberately put it in that position so I could use it as a lever to push myself up whenever I wanted to. By the time he had finished telling me all that, my body was quite numb. I wanted to call to his attention the fact that it would be impossible for me to push myself up because I had lost control of my muscles. I tried to vocalize the words, but I could not. He seemed to have anticipated me, however, and explained that the trick was in the will. He urged me to remember the time, years before, when I had first smoked the mushrooms. On that occasion I had fallen to the ground and sprung up to my feet again by an act of what he called, at that time, my will. I had thought myself up. He said that was in fact the only possible way to get up. What he was saying was useless to me because I did not remember what I had really done years before. I had an overwhelming sense of despair and closed my eyes. Don Juan grabbed me by the hair, shook my head vigorously, and ordered me imperatively not to close my eyes. I not only opened my eyes but I did something I thought was astonishing. I actually said, "I do not know how I got up that time." I was startled. There was something very monotonous about the rhythm of my voice, but it was plainly my voice, and yet I honestly believed I could not have said that, because a minute before I had been incapable of speaking. I looked at Don Juan. He turned his face to one side and laughed. "I did not say that," I said. And again I was startled by my voice. I felt elated. Speaking under these conditions became an exhilarating process. I wanted to ask Don Juan to explain my talking, but I found I was again incapable of uttering one single word. I struggled fiercely to voice my thoughts, but it was useless. I gave up, and at that moment, almost involuntarily, I said, "Who is talking? Who is talking?" That question made Don Juan laugh so hard that at one point he bobbed on his side. Apparently it was possible for me to say simple things, as long as I knew exactly what I wanted to say. "Am I talking? Am I talking?" I asked. Don Juan told me that if I did not stop horsing around he was going to go out and lie down under the ramada and leave me alone with my clowning. "It is not clowning," I said. I was very serious about that. My thoughts were very clear. My body, however, was numb. I did not feel it. I was not suffocated, as I had once been in the past under similar conditions. I was comfortable because I could not feel anything. I had no control whatever over my voluntary system, and yet I could talk. The thought occurred to me that if I could talk I could probably stand up as Don Juan had said. "Up," I said in English, and in a flicker of an eye I was up. Don Juan shook his head in disbelief and walked out of the house. "Don Juan," I called out 3 times. He came back. "Put me down," I said. "Put yourself down," he said, "you seem to be doing very well." I said, "Down," and suddenly I lost sight of the room. I could not see anything. After a moment the room and Don Juan came back again into my field of vision. I thought that I must have lain down with my face to the ground and he had grabbed me by the hair and lifted my head. "Thank you," I said in a very slow monotone. "You are welcome," he replied, mocking my tone of voice, and had another attack of laughter. Then he took some leaves and began rubbing my arms and feet with them. "What are you doing?" I asked. "I am rubbing you," he said, imitating my painful monotone. His body convulsed with laughter. His eyes were shiny and very friendly. I liked him. I felt that Don Juan was compassionate and fair and funny. I could not laugh with him, but I would have liked to. Another feeling of exhilaration invaded me and I laughed. It was such an awful sound that Don Juan was taken aback for an instant. "I better take you to the ditch," he said, "or you are going to kill yourself clowning." He put me up on my feet and made me walk around the room. Little by little I began to feel my feet, and my legs, and finally my entire body. My ears were bursting with a strange pressure. It was like the sensation of a leg or an arm that has fallen asleep. I felt a tremendous weight on the back of my neck and under the scalp on the top of my head. Don Juan rushed me to the irrigation ditch at the back of his house. He dumped me the fully clothed. The cold water reduced the pressure and the pain, by degrees, until it was all gone. I changed my clothes in the house and sat down, and I again felt the same kind of aloofness, the same desire to stay quiet. I noticed this time, however, that it was not clarity of mind, or a power to focus. Rather, it was a sort of melancholy and a physical fatigue. Finally I fell asleep. November 12, 1968. This morning Don Juan and I went to the nearby hills to collect plants. We walked about 6 miles on extremely rough terrain. I became very tired. We sat down to rest, at my initiative, and he began a conversation, saying that he was pleased with my progress. "I know now that it was I who talked," I said, but at the time I could have sworn it was someone else. It was you, of course, he said. How come I could not recognize myself? That is what the little smoke does. One can talk and not notice it, or one can move thousands of miles and not notice that either. That is also how one can go through things. The little smoke removes the body and one is free, like the wind, better than the wind. The wind can be stopped by a rock or a wall or a mountain. The little smoke makes one as free as the air, perhaps even freer. The air can be locked in a tomb and become stale, but with the aid of the little smoke one cannot be stopped or locked in. Don Juan's words unleashed a mixture of euphoria and doubt. I felt an overwhelming uneasiness, a sensation of undefined guilt. Then one can really do all those things, Don Juan? What do you think? You would rather think you are crazy, would you not? He said cuttingly. Well, it is easy for you to accept all those things. For me it is impossible. It is not easy for me. I do not have any more privileges than you. Those things are equally hard for you or for me or for anyone else to accept. But you are at home with all this, Don Juan. Yes, but it cost me plenty. I had to struggle, perhaps more than you ever will. You have a baffling way of getting everything to work for you. You have no idea how hard I had to toil to do what you did yesterday. You have something that helps you every inch of the way. There is no other possible explanation for the manner in which you learn about the powers. You did it before with Mescalito. Now you have done it with the little smoke. You should concentrate on the fact that you have a great gift, and leave other considerations on the side. You make it sound so easy, but it is not. I am torn inside. You will be in one piece again soon enough. You have not taken care of your body, for one thing. You are too fat. I did not want to say anything to you before. One must always let others do what they have to do. You were away for years. I told you that you would come back, though, and you did. The same thing happened to me. I quit for 5.5 years. Why did you stay away, Don Juan? For the same reason you did. I did not like it. Why did you come back? For the same reason you have come back yourself, because there is no other way to live. That statement had a great impact on me, for I had found myself thinking that perhaps there was no other way to live. I had never voiced this thought to anyone, yet Don Juan had surmised it correctly. After a very long silence I asked him, "What did I do yesterday, Don Juan?" "You got up when you wanted to. But I do not know how I did that. It takes tune to perfect that technique. The important thing, however, is that you know how to do it. But I do not. That is the point, I really do not." "Of course you do. Don Juan, I assure you, I swear to you." He did not let me finish, he got up and walked away. Later on we talked again about the guardian of the other world. If I believe that whatever I have experienced is actually real, I said, then the guardian is a gigantic creature that can cause unbelievable physical pain, And if I believe that one can actually travel enormous distances by an act of will, then it is logical to conclude that I could also will a monster to disappear. Is that correct? Not exactly, he said. You cannot will the guardian to disappear. Your will can stop it from harming you, though. Of course, if you ever accomplish that, the road is open to you. You can actually go by the guardian and there is nothing that it can do, not even whirl around madly. How can I accomplish that? You already know how. All you need now is practice. I told him that we were having a misunderstanding that stemmed from our differences in perceiving the world. I said that for me to know something meant that I had to be fully aware of what I was doing and that I could repeat what I knew at will, but in this case I was neither aware of what I had done under the influence of the smoke, nor could I repeat it if my life depended on it. Don Juan looked at me inquisitively. He seemed to be amused by what I was saying. He took off his hat and scratched his temples as he does when he wants to pretend bewilderment. You really know how to talk and say nothing, do you not? He said laughing. I have told you, you have to have an unbending intent in order to become a man of knowledge. But you seem to have an unbending intent to confuse yourself with riddles. You insist on explaining everything as if the whole world were composed of things that can be explained. Now you are confronted with the guardian and with the problem of moving by using your will. Has it ever occurred to you that only a few things in this world can be explained your way? When I say that the guardian is really blocking your passing and could actually knock the devil out of you, I know what I mean. When I say that one can move by one's will, I also know what I mean. I wanted to teach you, little by little, how to move, but then I realized that you know how to do it even though you say you do not. But I really do not know how, I protested. You do, you fool, he said sternly, and then smiled. It reminds me of the time when someone put that kid Julio on a harvesting machine. He knew how to run it although he had never done it before. I know what you mean, Don Juan, however. I still feel that I could not do it again, because I am not sure of what I did. A phony sorcerer tries to explain everything in the world with explanations he is not sure about, he said, and so everything is witchcraft. But then you are no better. You also want to explain everything your way. But you are not sure of your explanations either. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 08. Don Juan asked me abruptly if I was planning to leave for home during the weekend. I said I intended to leave Monday morning. We were sitting under his Ramada around midday on Saturday, January 18, 1969, taking a rest after a long walk in the nearby hills. Don Juan got up and went into the house. A few moments later he called me inside. He was sitting in the middle of his room and had placed my straw mat in front of his. He motioned me to sit down and without saying a word he unwrapped his pipe, took it out of its sheath, filled its bowl with his smoking mixture, and lit it. He had even brought into his room a clay tray filled with small charcoals. He did not ask me whether I was willing to smoke. He just handed me the pipe and told me to puff. I did not hesitate. Don Juan had apparently assessed my mood correctly. My overwhelming curiosity about the Guardian must have been obvious to him. I did not need any coaxing and eagerly smoked the entire bowl. The reactions I had were identical to those I had had before. Don Juan also proceeded in very much the same manner. This time, however, instead of helping me to do it, he just told me to prop my right arm on the mat and lie down on my left side. He suggested that I should make a fist if that would give me a better leverage. I did make a fist with my right hand, because I found it was easier than turning my palm against the floor while lying with my weight on it. I was not sleepy. I felt very warm for a while, then I lost all feeling. Don Juan lay down on his side facing me. His right forearm rested on his elbow and propped his head up like a pillow. Everything was perfectly placid, even my body, which by then lacked tactile sensations. I felt very content. "It is nice," I said. Don Juan got up hurriedly. "Do you not dare start with this scrap," he said forcefully. "Do not talk. You will waste every bit of energy talking, and then the Guardian will mash you down, like you would smash a gnat." He must have thought that his simile was funny because he began to laugh, but he stopped suddenly. "Do not talk, please do not talk," he said with a serious look on his face. "I was not about to say anything," I said, "and I really did not want to say that." Don Juan got up. I saw him walking away toward the back of his house. A moment later I noticed that a gnat had landed on my mat, and that filled me with a kind of anxiety I had never experienced before. It was a mixture of elation, anguish, and fear. I was totally aware that something transcendental was about to unfold in front of me, a gnat who guarded the other world. It was a ludicrous thought. I felt like laughing out loud, but then I realized that my elation was distracting me and I was going to miss a transition period I wanted to clarify. In my previous attempt to see the Guardian, I had looked at the gnat first with my left eye, and then I felt that I had stood up and looked at it with both eyes, but I was not aware how that transition had occurred. I saw the gnat whirling around on the mat in front of my face and realized that I was looking at it with both eyes. It came very close. At a given moment I could not see it with both eyes any longer and shifted the view to my left eye, which was level with the ground. The instant I changed focus, I also felt that I had straightened my body to a fully vertical position and I was looking at an unbelievably enormous animal. It was brilliantly black. Its front was covered with long, black, insidious hair, which looked like spikes coming through the cracks of some slick, shiny scales. The hair was actually arranged in tufts. Its body was massive, thick and round. Its wings were wide and short in comparison to the length of its body. It had two white, bulging eyes and a long muzzle. This time it looked more like an alligator. It seemed to have long ears, or perhaps horns, and it was drooling. I strained myself to fix my gaze on it and then became fully aware that I could not look at it in the same way I ordinarily look at things. I had a strange thought. Looking at the Guardian's body, I felt that every single part of it was independently alive, as the eyes of men are alive. I realized then for the first time in my life that the eyes were the only part of a man that could show, to me, whether or not he was alive. The Guardian, on the other hand, had a million eyes. I thought this was a remarkable finding. Before this experience I had speculated on the similes that could describe the distortions that rendered a gnat as a gigantic beast, and I had thought that a good simile was, as if looking at an insect through the magnifying lens of a microscope. But that was not so. Apparently viewing the Guardian was much more complex than looking at a magnified insect. The Guardian began to whirl in front of me. At one moment it stopped and I felt it was looking at me. I noticed then that it made no sound. The dance of the Guardian was silent. The awesomeness was in its appearance, its bulging eyes, its horrendous mouth, its drooling, its insidious hair, and above all its incredible size. I watched very closely the way it moved its wings, how it made them vibrate without sound. I watched how it skidded over the ground like a monumental ice skater. Looking at that nightmarish creature in front of me, I actually felt elated. I really believed I had discovered the secret of overpowering it. I thought the Guardian was only a moving picture on a silent screen. It could not harm me, it only looked terrifying. The Guardian was standing still, facing me. Suddenly it fluttered its wings and turned around. Its back looked like brilliantly colored armor. Its shine was dazzling but the hue was nauseating. It was my unfavorable color. The Guardian remained with its back turned to me for a while and then, fluttering its wings, again skidded out of sight. I was confronted with a very strange dilemma. I honestly believed that I had overpowered it by realizing that it presented only a picture of wrath. My belief was perhaps due to Don Juan's insistence that I knew more than I was willing to admit. At any rate, I felt I had overcome the Guardian and the path was free. Yet I did not know how to proceed. Don Juan had not told me what to do in such a case. I tried to turn and look behind me, but I was unable to move. However, I could see very well over the major part of a 180-degree range in front of my eyes. And what I saw was a cloudy, pale yellow horizon. It seemed gaseous. A sort of lemon hue uniformly covered all I could see. It seemed that I was on a plateau filled with vapors of sulfur. Suddenly the Guardian appeared again at a point on the horizon. It made a wide circle before stopping in front of me. Its mouth was wide open, like a huge cavern. It had no teeth. It vibrated its wings for an instant and then it charged at me. It actually charged at me like a bull, and with its gigantic wings it swung at my eyes. I screamed with pain and then I flew up, or rather I felt I had ejected myself up, and went soaring beyond the Guardian, beyond the yellowish plateau, into another world. The world of men. and I found myself standing in the middle of Don Juan's room. January 19, 1969. I really thought I had overpowered the Guardian, I said to Don Juan. You must be kidding, he said. Don Juan had not spoken one word to me since the day before, and I did not mind it. I had been immersed in a sort of reverie, and again I had felt that if I looked intently I would be able to see. But I did not see anything that was different. Not talking, however, had relaxed me tremendously. Don Juan asked me to recount the sequence of my experience, and what particularly interested him was the hue I had seen on the Guardian's back. Don Juan sighed and seemed to be really concerned. You were lucky that the color was on the Guardian's back, he said with a serious face. Had it been on the front part of its body, or worse yet, on its head, you would be dead by now. You must not try to see the Guardian ever again. It is not your temperament to cross that plane, yet I was convinced that you could go through it. But let us not talk about it anymore. This was only one of a variety of roads. I detected an unaccustomed heaviness in Don Juan's tone. What will happen to me if I try to see the Guardian again? The Guardian will take you away, he said. It will pick you up in its mouth and carry you into that plane and leave you there forever. It is obvious that the Guardian knew that it is not your temperament and warned you to stay away. How do you think the Guardian knew that? Don Juan gave me a long, steadfast look. He tried to say something, but gave up as though he was unable to find the right words. I always fall for your questions, he said, smiling. You were not really thinking when you asked me that, were you? I protested and reaffirmed that it puzzled me that the Guardian knew my temperament. Don Juan had a strange glint in his eye when he said, and you had not even mentioned anything about your temperament to the Guardian, had you? His tone was so comically serious that we both laughed. After a while, however, he said that the Guardian, being the keeper, the watchman of that world, knew many secrets that a Brujo was entitled to share. That is one way a Brujo gets to see, he said, but that will not be your domain, so there is no point in talking about it. Is smoking the only way to see the Guardian? I asked. No. You could also see it without it. There are scores of people who could do that. I prefer the smoke because it is more effective and less dangerous to oneself. If you try to see the Guardian without the aid of the smoke, chances are that you may delay in getting out of its way. In your case, for instance, it is obvious that the Guardian was warning you when it turned its back so you would look at your enemy color. Then it went away, but when it came back you were still there, so it charged at you. You were prepared, however, and jumped. The little smoke gave you the protection you needed. Had you gone into that world without its aid you would not have been able to extricate yourself from the Guardian's grip. Why not? Your movements would have been too slow. To survive in that world you need to be as fast as lightning. It was my mistake to leave the room, but I did not want you to talk anymore. You are a blabbermouth. So you talk even against your desire. Had I been though with you I would have pulled your head up. You jumped up by yourself, which was even better. However, I would rather not run a risk like that. The Guardian is not something you can fool around with. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 09. For 3 months Don Juan systematically avoided talking about the Guardian. I paid him for visits during these months. He involved me in running errands for him every time, and when I had performed the errands he simply told me to go home. On April 24, 1969, the 4th time I was at his house, I finally confronted him after we had eaten dinner and were sitting next to his earthen stove. I told him that he was doing something incongruous to me. I was ready to learn and yet he did not even want me around. I had to struggle very hard to overcome my aversion to using his hallucinogenic mushrooms, and I felt, as he had said himself, that I had no time to lose. Don Juan patiently listened to my complaints. "You are too weak," he said. "You hurry when you should wait. But you wait when you should hurry. You think too much. Now you think that there is no time to waste. A while back you thought you did not want to smoke anymore. Your life is too damn loose. You are not tight enough to meet the little smoke. I am responsible for you and I do not want you to die like a goddamn fool." I felt embarrassed. What can I do, Don Juan? I am very impatient. Live like a warrior. I have told you already, a warrior takes responsibility for his acts, for the most trivial of his acts. You act out your thoughts and that is wrong. You failed with the Guardian because of your thoughts. How did I fail, Don Juan? You think about everything. You thought about the Guardian and thus you could not overcome it. First you must live like a warrior. I think you understand that very well. I wanted to interject something in my defense, but he gestured with his hand to be quiet. Your life is fairly tight, he continued. In fact, your life is tighter than Pablito's or Nestor's, Genaro's apprentices, and yet they see and you do not. Your life is tighter than Eligio's and he will probably see before you do. This baffles me. Even Genaro cannot get over that. You have faithfully carried out everything I have told you to do. Everything that my benefactor taught me, in the first stage of learning, I have passed on to you. The rule is right, the steps cannot be changed. You have done everything one has to do and yet you do not see, but to those who see, like Genaro, you appear as though you see. I rely on that and I am fooled. You always turn around and behave like an idiot who does not see, which of course is right for you. Don Juan's words distressed me profoundly. I do not know why, but I was close to tears. I began to talk about my childhood and a wave of self-pity enveloped me. Don Juan stared at me for a brief moment and then moved his eyes away. It was a penetrating glance. I felt he had actually grabbed me with his eyes. I had the sensation of 2 fingers gently clasping me and I acknowledged a weird agitation, an itching, a pleasant despair in the area of my solar plexus. I became aware of my abdominal region. I sensed its heat. I could not speak coherently anymore and I mumbled, then stopped talking altogether. "Perhaps it is the promise," Don Juan said after a long pause. "I beg your pardon." "A promise you once made, long ago." "What promise?" "Maybe you can tell me that. You do remember it, do you not?" "I do not." "You promised something very important once. I thought that perhaps your promise was keeping you from seeing." "I do not know what you are talking about." "I am talking about a promise you made. You must remember it. If you know what the promise was, why do you not tell me, Don Juan?" "No. It will not do any good to tell you." "Was it a promise I made to myself?" For a moment I thought he might be referring to my resolution to quit the apprenticeship. "No. This is something that took place a long time ago," he said. I laughed because I was certain Don Juan was playing some sort of game with me. I felt mischievous. I had a sensation of elation at the idea that I could fool Don Juan, who, I was convinced, knew as little as I did about the alleged promise. I was sure he was fishing in the dark and trying to improvise. The idea of humoring him delighted me. "Was it something I promised to my grandpa?" "No," he said, and his eyes glittered. "Neither was it something you promised to your little grandma." The ludicrous intonation he gave to the word grandma made me laugh. I thought Don Juan was setting some sort of trap for me, but I was willing to play the game to the end. I began enumerating all the possible individuals to whom I could have promised something of great importance. He said no to each. Then he steered the conversation to my childhood. "Why was your childhood sad?" he asked with a serious expression. I told him that my childhood had not really been sad, but perhaps a bit difficult. "Everybody feels that way," he said, looking at me again. "I too was very unhappy and afraid when I was a child. To be an Indian is hard, very hard. But the memory of that time no longer has meaning for me, beyond that it was hard. I had ceased to think about the hardship of my life even before I had learned to see." "I do not think about my childhood either," I said. "Why does it make you sad, then? Why do you want to weep?" "I do not know. Perhaps when I think of myself as a child I feel sorry for myself and for all my fellow men. I feel helpless and sad." He looked at me fixedly and again my abdominal region registered the weird sensation of two gentle fingers clasping it. I moved my eyes away and then glanced back at him. He was looking into the distance, past me. His eyes were foggy, out of focus. "It was a promise of your childhood," he said after a moment's silence. "What did I promise?" He did not answer. His eyes were closed. I smiled involuntarily. I knew he was feeling his way in the dark. However, I had lost some of my original impetus to humor him. "I was a skinny child," he went on, "and I was always afraid." "So was I said. "What I remember the most is the terror and sadness that fell upon me when the Mexican soldiers killed my mother," he said softly, as if the memory was still painful. She was a poor and humble Indian. Perhaps it was better that her life was over then. I wanted to be killed with her, because I was a child. But the soldiers picked me up and beat me. When I grabbed onto my mother's body, they hit my fingers with a horsewhip and broke them. I did not feel any pain, but I could not grasp any more, and then they dragged me away. He stopped talking. His eyes were still closed and I could detect a very slight tremor in his lips. A profound sadness began to overtake me. Images of my own childhood started to flood my mind. "How old were you, Don Juan?" I asked, just to offset the sadness in me. "Maybe 7. That was the time of the Great Yaqui Wars. The Mexican soldiers came upon us unexpectedly while my mother was cooking some food. She was a helpless woman. They killed her for no reason at all. It does not make any difference that she died that way, not really, and yet for me it does. I cannot tell myself why, though, it just does. I thought they had killed my father too, but they had not. He was wounded. Later on they put us in a tram like cattle and closed the door. For days they kept us there in the dark, like animals. They kept us alive with bits of food they threw into the wagon from time to time. My father died of his wounds in that wagon. He became delirious with pain and fever and went on telling me that I had to survive. He kept on telling me that until the very last moment of his life. The people took care of me. They gave me food. An old woman cura fixed the broken bones of my hand. And as you can see, I lived. Life has been neither good nor bad to me. Life has been hard. Life is hard, and for a child it is sometimes horror itself. We did not speak for a very long time. Perhaps an hour went by in complete silence. I had very confusing feelings. I was somewhat dejected, and yet I could not tell why. I experienced a sense of remorse. A while before I had been willing to humor Don Juan, but he had suddenly turned the tables with his direct account. It had been simple and concise and had produced a strange feeling in me. The idea of a child undergoing pain had always been a touchy subject for me. In an instant my feelings of empathy for Don Juan gave way to a sensation of disgust with myself. I had actually taken notes, as if Don Juan's life were merely a clinical case. I was on the verge of ripping up my notes when Don Juan poked my calf with his toe to attract my attention. He said he was seeing a light of violence around me and wondered whether I was going to start beating him. His laughter was a delightful break. He said that I was given to outbursts of violent behavior, but that I was not really mean and that most of the time the violence was against myself. "You are right, Don Juan," I said. "Of course," he said, laughing. He urged me to talk about my childhood. I began to tell him about my years of fear and loneliness and got involved in describing to him what I thought to be my overwhelming struggle to survive and maintain my spirit. He laughed at the metaphor of maintaining my spirit. I talked for a long time. He listened with a serious expression. Then, At a given moment his eyes clasped me again and I stopped talking. After a moment's pause he said that nobody had ever humiliated me, and that was the reason I was not really mean. "You have not been defeated yet," he said. He repeated the statement 4 or 5 times, so I felt obliged to ask him what he meant by that. He explained that to be defeated was a condition of life which was unavoidable. Men were either victorious or defeated and, depending on that, they became persecutors or victims. These two conditions were prevalent as long as one did not see. Seeing dispelled the illusion of victory, or defeat, or suffering. He added that I should learn to see while I was victorious to avoid ever having the memory of being humiliated. I protested that I was not and had never been victorious at anything, and that my life was, if anything, a defeat. He laughed and threw his hat on the floor. "If your life is such a defeat, step on my hat," he dared me in jest. I sincerely argued my point. Don Juan became serious. His eyes squinted to a fine slit. He said that I thought my life was a defeat for reasons other than defeat itself. Then in a very quick and thoroughly unexpected manner he took my head in his hands by placing his palms against my temples. His eyes became fierce as he looked into mine. Out of fright I took an involuntary deep breath through my mouth. He let my head go and reclined against the wall, still gazing at me. He had performed his movements with such a speed that by the time he had relaxed and reclined comfortably against the wall, I was still in the middle of my deep breath. I felt dizzy, ill at ease. "I see a little boy crying," Don Juan said after a pause. He repeated it various times as if I did not understand. I had the feeling he was talking about me as a little boy crying, so I did not really pay attention to it. "Hey," he said, demanding my full concentration, "I see a little boy crying." I asked him if that boy was me. He said no. Then I asked him if it was a vision of my life or just a memory of his own life. He did not answer. "I see a little boy," he continued saying, "and he is crying and crying." "Is he a boy I know?" I asked. "Yes." "Is he my little boy?" "No." "Is he crying now?" "He is crying now," he said with conviction. I thought Don Juan was having a vision of someone I knew who was a little boy and who was at that very moment crying. I voiced the names of all the children I knew, but he said those children were irrelevant to my promise and the child who was crying was very important to it. Don Juan's statements seemed to be incongruous. He had said that I had promised something to someone during my childhood, and that the child who was crying at that very moment was important to my promise. I told him he was not making sense. He calmly repeated that he saw a little boy crying at that moment, and that the little boy was hurt. I seriously struggled to fit his statements into some sort of orderly pattern, but I could not relate them to anything I was aware of. "I give up," I said, "because I cannot remember making an important promise to anybody, least of all to a child." He squinted his eyes again and said that this particular child who was crying at that precise moment was a child of my childhood. He was a child during my childhood and is still crying now? I asked. He is a child crying now, he insisted. Do you realize what you are saying, Don Juan? I do. It does not make sense. How can he be a child now if he was one when I was a child myself? He is a child, and he is crying now, he said stubbornly. Explain it to me, Don Juan. No. You must explain it to me. For the life of me I could not fathom what he was referring to. He is crying. He is crying, Don Juan kept on saying in a mesmerizing tone, and he is hugging you now. He is hurt. He is hurt. And he is looking at you. Do you feel his eyes? He is kneeling and hugging you. He is younger than you. He has come running to you. But his arm is broken. Do you feel his arm? That little boy has a nose that looks like a button. Yes. That is a button nose. My ears began to buzz and I lost the sensation of being at Don Juan's house. The words, button nose, plunged me at once into a scene out of my childhood. I knew a button-nose boy. Don Juan had edged his way into one of the most recondite places of my life. I knew then the promise he was talking about. I had a sensation of elation, of despair, of awe for Don Juan and his splendid maneuver. How in the devil did he know about the button-nose boy of my childhood? I became so agitated by the memory Don Juan had evoked in me that my power to remember took me back to a time when I was 8 years old. My mother had left 2 years before, and I had spent the most hellish years of my life circulating among my mother's sisters, who served as dutiful mother surrogates and took care of me a couple of months at a time. Each of my aunts had a large family, and no matter how careful and protective the aunts were toward me, I had 22 cousins to contend with. Their cruelty was sometimes truly bizarre. I felt then that I was surrounded by enemies, and in the excruciating years that followed I waged a desperate and sordid war. Finally, through means I still do not know to this day, I succeeded in subduing all my cousins. I was indeed victorious. I had no more competitors who counted. However, I did not know that, nor did I know how to stop my war, which logically was extended to the school grounds. The classrooms of the rural school where I went were mixed and the first and third grades were separated only by a space between the desks. It was there that I met a little boy with a flat nose, who was teased with the nickname, Button Nose. He was a first grader. I used to pick on him haphazardly, not really intending to. But he seemed to like me in spite of everything I did to him. He used to follow me around and even kept the secret that I was responsible for some of the pranks that baffled the principal. And yet I still teased him. One day I deliberately toppled over a heavy standing blackboard. It fell on him. The desk in which he was sitting absorbed some of the impact, but still the blow broke his collarbone. He fell down. I helped him up and saw the pain and fright in his eyes as he looked at me and held on to me. The shock of seeing him in pain, with a mangled arm, was more than I could bear. For years I had viciously battled against my cousins and I had won, I had vanquished my foes, I had felt good and powerful up to the moment when the sight of the button-nosed little boy crying demolished my victories. Right there I quit the battle. In whatever way I was capable of, I made a resolution not to win ever again. I thought his arm would have to be cut off, and I promised that if the little boy was cured I would never again be victorious. I gave up my victories for him. That was the way I understood it then. Don Juan had opened a festered sore in my life. I felt dizzy, overwhelmed. A well of unmitigated sadness beckoned me and I succumbed to it. I felt the weight of my acts on me. The memory of that little button-nosed boy, whose name was Joachim, produced in me such a vivid anguish that I wept. I told Don Juan of my sadness for that boy who never had anything, that little Joachim who did not have money to go to a doctor and whose arm never set properly. And all I had to give him were my childish victories. I felt so ashamed. "Be in peace, you funny bird," Don Juan said imperatively. "You gave enough. Your victories were strong and they were yours. You gave enough. Now you must change your promise." "How do I change it? Do I just say so?" "A promise like that cannot be changed by just saying so. Perhaps very soon you will be able to know what to do about changing it. Then perhaps you will even get to see. Can you give me any suggestions, Don Juan?" "You must wait patiently, knowing that you are waiting, and knowing what you are waiting for. That is the warrior's way. And if it is a matter of fulfilling your promise, then you must be aware that you are fulfilling it. Then a time will come when your waiting will be over and you will no longer have to honor your promise. There is nothing you can do for that little boy's life. Only he could cancel that act. But how can he? By learning to reduce his wants to nothing. As long as he thinks that he was a victim, his life will be hell. And as long as you think the same, your promise will be valid. What makes us unhappy is to want. Yet if we would learn to cut our wants to nothing, the smallest thing we got would be a true gift. Be in peace, you made a good gift to Joachim. To be poor or wanting is only a thought. And so is to hate, or to be hungry, or to be in pain. I cannot truly believe that, Don Juan. How could hunger and pain be only thoughts? They are only thoughts for me now. That is all I know. I have accomplished that feat. The power to do that is all we have, mind you. To oppose the forces of our lives. Without that power we are dregs, dust in the wind. I have no doubt that you have done it, Don Juan, but how can a simple man like myself, a little Joachim, accomplish that? It is up to us as single individuals to oppose the forces of our lives. I have said this to you countless times. Only a warrior can survive. A warrior knows that he is waiting and what he is waiting for, and while he waits he wants nothing, and thus whatever little thing he gets is more than he can take. If he needs to eat he finds a way, because he is not hungry. If something hurts his body he finds a way to stop it, because he is not in pain. To be hungry or to be in pain means that the man has abandoned himself and is no longer a warrior, and the forces of his hunger and pain will destroy him. I wanted to go on arguing my point, But I stopped because I realized that by arguing I was making a barrier to protect myself from the devastating force of Don Juan's superb feet, which had touched me so deeply and with such a power. How did he know? I thought that perhaps I had told him the story of the button-nosed boy during one of my deep states of non-ordinary reality. I did not recollect telling him, but my not remembering under such conditions was understandable. How did you know about my promise, Don Juan? I saw it. Did you see it when I had taken mescalito, or when I had smoked your mixture? I saw it now. Today. Did you see the whole thing? There you go again. I have told you, there is no point in talking about what seeing is like. It is nothing. I did not pursue the point any longer. Emotionally I was convinced. I also made a vow once, Don Juan said suddenly. The sound of his voice made me jump. I promised my father that I would live to destroy his assassins. I carried that promise with me for years. Now the promise is changed. I am no longer interested in destroying anybody. I do not hate the Mexicans. I do not hate anyone. I have learned that the countless paths one traverses in one's life are all equal. Oppressors and oppressed meet at the end, and the only thing that prevails is that life was altogether too short for both. Today I feel sad not because my mother and father died the way they did. I feel sad because they were Indians. They lived like Indians and died like Indians and never knew that they were, before anything else, men. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 10. I went back to visit Don Juan on May 30, 1969, and bluntly told him that I wanted to take another crack at seeing. He shook his head negatively and laughed, and I felt compelled to protest. He told me I had to be patient and the time was not right, but I doggedly insisted I was ready. He did not seem annoyed with my nagging requests. He tried, nevertheless, to change the subject. I did not let go and asked him to advise me what to do in order to overcome my impatience. You must act like a warrior, he said. How? One learns to act like a warrior by acting, not by talking. You said that a warrior thinks about his death. I do that all the time. Obviously that is not enough. He seemed to have an outburst of impatience and made a smacking sound with his lips. I told him that I had not meant to make him angry and that if he did not need me there at his house, I was ready to go back to Los Angeles. Don Juan patted me gently on the back and said that he never got angry with me. He had simply assumed I knew what it meant to be a warrior. What can I do to live like a warrior? I asked. He took off his hat and scratched his temples. He looked at me fixedly and smiled. You like everything spelled out, do you not? My mind works that way. It does not have to. I do not know how to change. That is why I ask you to tell me exactly what to do to live like a warrior. If I knew that, I could find a way to adapt myself to it. He must have thought my statements were humorous. He patted me on the back as he laughed. I had the feeling he was going to ask me to leave any minute, so I quickly sat down on my straw mat facing him and began asking him more questions. I wanted to know why I had to wait. He explained that if I were to try to see in a helter-skelter manner, before I had healed the wounds I received battling the Guardian, chances were that I would encounter the Guardian again even though I was not looking for it. Don Juan assured me that no man in that position would be capable of surviving such an encounter. You must completely forget the Guardian before you can again embark on the quest of seeing, he said. How can anyone forget the Guardian? A warrior has to use his will and his patience to forget. In fact, a warrior has only his will and his patience, and with them he builds anything he wants. But I am not a warrior. You have started learning the ways of sorcerers. You have no more time for retreats or for regrets. You only have time to live like a warrior and work for patience and will, whether you like it or not. How does a warrior work for them? Don Juan thought for a long time before answering. I think there is no way of talking about it, he finally said, especially about will. Will is something very special. It happens mysteriously. There is no real way of telling how one uses it, except that the results of using the will are astounding. Perhaps the first thing that one should do is to know that one can develop the will. A warrior knows that and proceeds to wait for it. Your mistake is not to know that you are waiting for your will. My benefactor told me that a warrior knows that he is waiting and knows what he is waiting for. In your case, you know that you are waiting. You have been here with me for years, yet you do not know what you are waiting for. It is very difficult, if not impossible, for the average man to know what he is waiting for. A warrior, however, has no problems. He knows that he is waiting for his will. What exactly is the will? Is it determination, like the determination of your grandson Lucio to have a motorcycle? No, Don Juan said softly and giggled, that is not will. Lucio only indulges. Will is something else. Something very clear and powerful which can direct our acts. Will is something a man uses, for instance, to win a battle which he, by all calculations, should lose. Then will must be what we call courage, I said. No. Courage is something else. Men of courage are dependable men. Noble men perennially surrounded by people who flock around them and admire them, yet very few men of courage have will. Usually they are fearless men who are given to performing daring common-sense acts. Most of the time a courageous man is also fierce and feared. Will, on the other hand, has to do with astonishing feats that defy our common sense. Is will the control we may have over ourselves? I asked. You may say that it is a kind of control. Do you think I can exercise my will, for instance, by denying myself certain things? Such as asking questions? He interjected. He said it in such a mischievous tone that I had to stop writing to look at him. We both laughed. No, he said, denying yourself is an indulgence and I do not recommend anything of the kind. That is the reason why I let you ask all the questions you want. If I told you to stop asking questions, you might warp your will trying to do that. The indulgence of denying is by far the worst. It forces us to believe we are doing great things, when in effect we are only fixed within ourselves. To stop asking questions is not the will I am talking about. Will is a power. And since it is a power, it has to be controlled and tuned, and that takes time. I know that, and I am patient with you. When I was your age I was as impulsive as you. Yet I have changed. Our will operates in spite of our indulgence. For example, your will is already opening your gap, little by little. What gap are you talking about? There is a gap in us, like the soft spot on the head of a child which closes with age. This gap opens as one develops one's will. Where is that gap? At the place of your luminous fibers, he said, pointing to his abdominal area. What is it like? What is it for? It is an opening. It allows a space for the will to shoot out, like an arrow. Is the will an object? Or like an object? No. I just said that to make you understand. What a sorcerer calls will is a power within ourselves. It is not a thought, or an object, or a wish. To stop asking questions is not will because it needs thinking and wishing. Will is what can make you succeed when your thoughts tell you that you are defeated. Will is what makes you invulnerable. Will is what sends a sorcerer through a wall, through space, to the moon, if he wants. There was nothing else I wanted to ask. I was tired and somewhat tense. I was afraid Don Juan was going to ask me to leave, and that annoyed me. Let us go to the hills, he said abruptly, and stood up. On the way he started talking about will again and laughed at my dismay over not being able to take notes. He described will as a force which was the true link between men and the world. He was very careful to establish that the world was whatever we perceive, in any manner we may choose to perceive. Don Juan maintained that, perceiving the world, entails a process of apprehending whatever presents itself to us. This particular perceiving is done with our senses and with our will. I asked him if will was a sixth sense. He said it was rather a relation between ourselves and the perceived world. I suggested that we halt so I could take notes. He laughed and kept on walking. He did not make me leave that night, and the next day after eating breakfast he himself brought up the subject of will. What you yourself call will is character and strong disposition, he said. What a sorcerer calls will is a force that comes from within and attaches itself to the world out there. It comes out through the belly, right here, where the luminous fibers are. He rubbed his navel to point out the area. I say that it comes out through here because one can feel it coming out. Why do you call it will? I do not call it anything. My benefactor called it will, and other men of knowledge call it will. Yesterday you said that one can perceive the world with the senses as well as with the will. How is that possible? An average man can grab the things of the world only with his hands, or his eyes, or his ears, but a sorcerer can grab them also with his nose, or his tongue, or his will, especially with his will. I cannot really describe how it is done, but you yourself, for instance, cannot describe to me how you hear. It happens that I am also capable of hearing, so we can talk about what we hear, but not about how we hear. A sorcerer uses his will to perceive the world. That perceiving, however, is not like hearing. When we look at the world or when we hear it, we have the impression that it is out there and that it is real. When we perceive the world with our will, we know that it is not as out there or as real as we think. Is will the same as seeing? No. Will is a force, a power. Seeing is not a force, but rather a way of getting through things. A sorcerer may have a very strong will and yet he may not see, which means that only a man of knowledge perceives the world with his senses and with his will and also with his seeing. I told him that I was more confused than ever about how to use my will to forget the guardian. That statement and my mood of perplexity seemed to delight him. I have told you that when you talk you only get confused, he said and laughed, but at least now you know you are waiting for your will. You still do not know what it is, or how it could happen to you. So watch carefully everything you do. The very thing that could help you develop your will is amidst all the little things you do. Don Juan was gone all morning. He returned in the early afternoon with a bundle of dry plants. He signaled me with his head to help him and we worked in complete silence for hours, sorting the plants. When we finished we sat down to rest and he smiled at me benevolently. I said to him in a very serious manner that I had been reading my notes and I still could not understand what being a warrior entailed or what the idea of will meant. Will is not an idea, he said. This was the first time he had spoken to me the whole day. After a long pause he continued. We are different, you and I. Our characters are not alike. Your nature is more violent than mine. When I was your age I was not violent but mean. You are the opposite. My benefactor was like that. He would have been perfectly suited to be your teacher. He was a great sorcerer but he did not see, not the way I see or the way Hainaro sees. I understand the world and live guided by my seeing. My benefactor, on the other hand, had to live as a warrior. If a man sees, he does not have to live like a warrior, or like anything else. For he can see things as they really are and direct his life accordingly. But, considering your character, I would say that you may never learn to see, in which case you will have to live your entire life like a warrior. My benefactor said that when a man embarks on the paths of sorcery he becomes aware, in a gradual manner, that ordinary life has been forever left behind, that knowledge is indeed a frightening affair, that the means of the ordinary world are no longer a buffer for him, and that he must adopt a new way of life if he is going to survive. The first thing he ought to do, at that point, is to want to become a warrior, a very important step and decision. The frightening nature of knowledge leaves one no alternative but to become a warrior. By the time knowledge becomes a frightening affair, the man also realizes that death is the irreplaceable partner that sits next to him on the mat. Every bit of knowledge that becomes power has death as its central force. Death lends the ultimate touch, and whatever is touched by death indeed becomes power. A man who follows the paths of sorcery is confronted with imminent annihilation every turn of the way, and unavoidably he becomes keenly aware of his death. Without the awareness of death he would be only an ordinary man involved in ordinary acts. He would lack the necessary potency, the necessary concentration that transforms one's ordinary time on earth into magical power. Thus, to be a warrior, a man has to be, first of all, and rightfully so, keenly aware of his own death. But to be concerned with death would force any one of us to focus on the self, and that would be debilitating. So the next thing one needs to be a warrior is detachment. The idea of imminent death, instead of becoming an obsession, becomes an indifference. Don Juan stopped talking and looked at me. He seemed to be waiting for a comment. "Do you understand?" he asked. I understood what he had said, but I personally could not see how anyone could arrive at a sense of detachment. I said that from the point of view of my own apprenticeship I had already experienced the moment when knowledge became such a frightening affair. I could also truthfully say that I no longer found support in the ordinary premises of my daily life. And I wanted, or perhaps even more than wanted, I needed, to live like a warrior. "Now you must detach yourself," he said. "From what?" "Detach yourself from everything." "That is impossible. I do not want to be a hermit." To be a hermit is an indulgence, and I never meant that. A hermit is not detached, for he willfully abandons himself to being a hermit. Only the idea of death makes a man sufficiently detached so he is incapable of abandoning himself to anything. Only the idea of death makes a man sufficiently detached so he cannot deny himself anything. A man of that sort, however, does not crave, for he has acquired a silent lust for life and for all things of life. He knows his death is stalking him, and will not give him time to cling to anything, so he tries, without craving, all of everything. A detached man, who knows he has no possibility of fencing off his death, has only one thing to back himself with, the power of his decisions. He has to be, so to speak, the master of his choices. He must fully understand that his choice is his responsibility, and once he makes it, there is no longer time for regrets or recriminations. His decisions are final, simply because his death does not permit him time to cling to anything. And thus, with an awareness of his death, with his detachment, and with the power of his decisions, a warrior sets his life in a strategical manner. The knowledge of his death guides him and makes him detached and silently lusty. The power of his final decisions makes him able to choose without regrets, and what he chooses is always strategically the best, and so he performs everything he has to with gusto and lusty efficiency. When a man behaves in such a manner, one may rightfully say that he is a warrior and has acquired patience. Don Juan asked me if I had anything to say, and I remarked that the task he had described would take a lifetime. He said I protested too much in front of him, and that he knew I behaved, or at least tried to behave, in terms of a warrior in my day-to-day life. "You have pretty good claws," he said. laughing, "Show them to me from time to time. It is good practice." I made a gesture of claws and growled, and he laughed. Then he cleared his throat and went on talking. When a warrior has acquired patience, he is on his way to will. He knows how to wait. His death sits with him on his mat, they are friends. His death advises him, in mysterious ways, how to choose, how to live strategically. And the warrior waits. I would say that the warrior learns without any hurry because he knows he is waiting for his will, and one day he succeeds in performing something ordinarily quite impossible to accomplish. He may not even notice his extraordinary deed. But as he keeps on performing impossible acts, or as impossible things keep on happening to him, he becomes aware that a sort of power is emerging. A power that can ease out of his body as he progresses on the path of knowledge. At first it is like an itching on the belly, or a warm spot that cannot be soothed, then it becomes a pain, a great discomfort. Sometimes the pain and discomfort are so great that the warrior has convulsions for months. The more severe the convulsions, the better for him. A fine power is always heralded by great pain. When the convulsions cease, the warrior notices he has strange feelings about things. He notices that he can actually touch anything he wants with a feeling that comes out of his body from a spot right below or right above his navel. That feeling is the will, and when he is capable of grabbing with it, one can rightfully say that the warrior is a sorcerer, and that he has acquired will. Don Juan stopped talking and seemed to await my comments or questions. I had nothing to say. I was deeply concerned with the idea that a sorcerer had to experience pain and convulsions, but I felt embarrassed about asking him if I also had to go through that. Finally, after a long silence, I asked him, and he giggled as if he had been anticipating my question. He said that pain was not absolutely necessary. He, for example, had never had it and will had just happened to him. One day I was in the mountains, he said, and I stumbled upon a puma, a female one. She was big and hungry. I ran and she ran after me. I climbed a rock and she stood a few feet away ready to jump. I threw rocks at her. She growled and began to charge me. It was then that my will fully came out, and I stopped her with it before she jumped on me. I caressed her with my will. I actually rubbed her tits with it. She looked at me with sleepy eyes and lay down, and I ran like a son of a bitch before she got over it. Don Juan made a very comical gesture to portray a man running for dear life, holding on to his hat. I told him that I hated to think I had only female mountain lions or convulsions to look forward to, if I wanted will. My benefactor was a sorcerer of great powers, he went on. He was a warrior through and through. His will was indeed his most magnificent accomplishment. But a man can go still further than that. A man can learn to see. Upon learning to see, he no longer needs to live like a warrior, nor be a sorcerer. Upon learning to see, a man becomes everything by becoming nothing. He, so to speak, vanishes, and yet he is there. I would say that this is the time when a man can be or can get anything he desires. But he desires nothing. and instead of playing with his fellow men like they were toys, he meets them in the midst of their folly. The only difference between them is that a man who sees controls his folly, while his fellow men cannot. A man who sees has no longer an active interest in his fellow men. Seeing has already detached him from absolutely everything he knew before. The sole idea of being detached from everything I know gives me the chills, I said. You must be joking. The thing which should give you the chills is not to have anything to look forward to but a lifetime of doing that which you have always done. Think of the man who plants corn year after year until he is too old and tired to get up, so he lies around like an old dog. His thoughts and feelings, the best of him, ramble aimlessly to the only things he has ever done. To plant corn. For me that is the most frightening waste there is. We are men and our lot is to learn and to be hurled into inconceivable new worlds. Are there any new worlds for us really? I asked half in jest. We have exhausted nothing, you fool, he said imperatively. Seeing is for impeccable men. Temper your spirit now, become a warrior, learn to see, and then you will know that there is no end to the new worlds for our vision.